the fuck is my gun? Fuck!
When the topic of Anthony Cumia is brought up online, the discussion will inevitably focus on his downfall. These discussions take place primarily on the Opie and Anthony subreddit, which is shockingly active for a site devoted to a radio show that has been cancelled for almost 4 years. In recent years, however, the subreddit has grown openly hostile towards the members of the show it once loved. In particular, Anthony Cumia has become the target of their wrath. He is now mocked for his obsession with race and politics, as well as his violence against women and pedophilic behavior. In this series, we're going to explore where he went wrong. How was Anthony able to turn all but the most diehard sycophants against him? What dark secrets does he keep? And what were the events that turned him into the ghoulish figure he is today? Born on Long Island in 1961, Anthony was the middle child of 3. His parents were working-class Italian Americans. His mother, Rosemary, worked as a go-go dancer, while his father, Joe Sr., worked odd jobs like welding and refilling the candy in vending machines. According to Anthony, his father was also a talented scammer and con man. Both of his parents drank heavily and fought constantly. During arguments, his father would throw things around the house, and common projectiles were bowls of spaghetti. A sensitive boy, Anthony would try to break up his parents' arguments by feigning stomach aches. Unfortunately, his parents' turbulent relationship would leave an indelible mark upon the psyche of the impressionable young boy.
Yo, your son just came in here and he's asking me questions about, why don't you shut up, you F-face? Oh, give me a break, you bitch. Where's my whiskey? I saw a movie in school and I need help. This is because of you, Ro. This is why he cries all the time. It's your fault, Ro. Joe, he's sensitive because you're yelling all the time. Go yourself! What do you want to know? Yeah, I threw my into her, and you came out. That's all you need to know. Stop your crying. You're like a goddamn
When his parents weren't fighting, they were usually too drunk or too hungover to make time for their son. As a child, Anthony would cry frequently and by his own account was a mama's boy. However, Ant's affection for his mother would sometimes express itself in unusual ways.
And my mom is all gussied up like a whore. You know, she has. Well, I used to like tell her, could you put your hair in pigtails and wear your go-go boots and a skirt? And so I would tell my mother this because all my friends would be, your mommy's so pretty. Like, I wouldn't think of it in any sexual way. I just liked how people would compliment my mommy. Oh, my God. And meanwhile, she's dressed like a stripper.
Anthony's relationship with his father was no less complicated. In addition to being a virulent racist, his dad was also deeply homophobic. Joe Sr. was afraid that his son would become gay due to his perceived feminine tendencies, such as playing with a homemade puppet that Joe thought was a doll. And on one occasion, Anthony was potentially caught wearing his mother's shoes.
Or if he wants to play with a dolly or put, like, mommy's shoes on, you tell him that's what the shot's for.
Wait, did you put mommy's shoes on?
No, I never put mommy's shoes on.
No?
And I never played with a dolly. It was a puppet.
Did you put mommy's shoes on?
Didn't have strings on it yet.
You put mommy's shoes on?
No, I never put mommy's shoes on.
Anthony put mommy's shoes on.
I never put mommy's shoes on.
Why would you bring it up like that?
Because it's something
you were sort of referring to yourself there,
No, because it's something that
you
kids...
did the dolls thing without the strings.
No, because if I was saying you would do that to try to keep your child from being sexually confused,
right?
And all it would do is sexually confuse him.
Papa Cumia's fears were likely bolstered by young Anthony's many childhood emasculations. In what would become a running theme for Anthony, he was once beaten up by a neighborhood girl and forced to fight dirty by hitting her from behind with a tree branch. On another occasion, Anthony got into what we will generously call a fight with future NFL quarterback Boomer Esiason.
He figured, okay, he's small, and he's going to take the first shot, so let's see what happens. And he kind of caught me off guard because he hit me right on the side of the head. And he was like, oh! I'm like, are you okay? He was like, I broke my arm. I think I broke my arm.
You're the only guy that never gets punched to the head and then looks at the guy, are you okay?
And the thing about it is, I didn't know whether to hit him back or not. I feel sorry for him. And you.
A disappointment in his father's eyes, Anthony was regularly berated for being a pissy-eyed faggot. However, this didn't prevent Joe Sr. from taking group showers with his sons.
and I was petrified because he was standing under the water from the shower, and I was standing. Me and my brother was standing on the back like wall where there wasn't water. And the water was running down his body. And you know how when you shower, the water runs off the head? It runs right off the head of your cock. And I kept, he was like, come here and I'll show you how to shampoo your hair and stuff. And I'm like, no, you're going pee-pee. Because it looked like he was taking a leak.
I thought he just made you and your brother take it. He got in with you.
Yeah, he was in the shower. And it's to a kid, because I'm like, you know, he's my dad. His cock looked like it was like 2 feet long.
After divorcing Anthony's mother, Joe Sr. moved to San Juan Capistrano to become a cowboy and work as a caretaker for a ranch owned by the city. Anthony and his older brother Joe Jr. soon followed their father out west. Their time in California would be characterized by extreme parental negligence, underage drinking, early sexual activity, and unrestricted access to firearms. Unsurprisingly, Joe Sr. was not a stable provider. Because the alcoholic patriarch spent most of his money on booze, it was common for there to be little or no food in the house. On one such occasion, Anthony stole quarters from his father's girlfriend to buy ice cream sandwiches.
But my father was like, you took the quarters, didn't you? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, why? And I told him, I said, I was starving. I bought something to eat. And he smacks me in the face and goes, no, you bought your goddamn fucking rockets with it, didn't you? And I'm like, I'm sitting there going, I'm being smacked because I was starving because you're drinking a tall boy instead of fucking buying some food.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it was horrid.
Despite his paternal delinquency, Joe Sr. was still paranoid that his son would become a homosexual. While not justified, Joe's fears may have been grounded in reality, as Anthony had a questionable experience in a tree fort with his friend Richard. With that in mind, Joe would put Anthony through so-called man training, which consisted mostly of leaving Anthony in the wilderness with a gun to fend for himself. Anthony and his friends were often allowed to roam the desert with dune buggies, rifles, and alcohol. The early exposure to guns and liquor would be profound experiences for Anthony and inspire lifelong passions. But in keeping with common sense, the mixture of firearms and rampant alcohol abuse would turn tragic.
And I had to watch a 10-year-old get shot by his father. His own father shot him. Charlie goes, I see a 10-year-old drop to his knees, and the blood shot out like a water fountain, straight out in a tube. I was looking going, that is so weird. It looks like a tube of red coming out of him. He turned white and fell flat on his face. And his father, now this guy was like a tough guy. I know this guy, Juan Reyes, is like this tough guy, goes, Charlie! He grabs him and he's shaking him. Now everyone's drunk and fucking like trying to figure out how we're going to get this kid 80 miles to Kingston, Arizona.
And when he means everyone's drunk, he means the kids as well.
Everyone. We were all drinking tequila.
Yeah.
Anthony's childhood trauma would not be limited to witnessing grown men accidentally shoot their own children. Perhaps fearing that his man training had failed, Joe Sr. paid a family friend named Buzz to take Anthony's virginity when he was 13 years old. As an adult, Anthony would look back on these events fondly. In reality, they probably had a profoundly negative effect on his sexual development.
Yeah, no, I had this fantasy when I was a kid that there was a naked woman about this big and totally nude and, you know, with a little muff and little titties and everything. She was just a little tiny woman. And she was alive, you know. And I would take her and just lick her and like, put her in my mouth and then, you know.
That is like,
I would feel her whole body in my mouth.
I guarantee if they interviewed like a lot of serial killers, serial rapists, they would have a similar fantasy with that.
Yeah. I would never like bite her head off or anything. I just like.
Eventually, the stagnation of his life in California became too much for Ant, and he wanted to return to Long Island to live with his mother. The Roe purchased plane tickets for her sons, which Joe Sr. somehow managed to exchange for bus tickets, pocketing the spare cash, of course. Anthony and Joe Jr. then spent the next 2 weeks traveling across the U.S., attempting to smuggle Thai stick and briefly being arrested under the suspicion that they were runaways. The brothers would ultimately make it back to Long Island, but scant information about this period in Anthony's life exists, likely because they were painful times that Ant didn't wish to bring up on the radio. Having severe acne and being a small, unathletic boy, he was not especially popular. The only story from his high school days that Anthony would discuss at length was his failure to graduate. At one point, he was cutting class so frequently that there was no hope of passing, so he was forced to repeat his senior year. Even on his second attempt, Anthony would fail to graduate due to missing gym credits. In later years, Anthony recalled his failure to graduate as one of his biggest regrets, as he whiled away most of his 20s doing menial labor. Anthony would reference his time as a tin knocker with particular disdain.
You're just laying down on your back in insulation, hot and sweaty, it's sticking to you. And then you try to wear the mask so you don't have to breathe it in, but you're sweating so bad that you wind up being waterboarded with your own sweat because it's like fucking the mask gets soaked.
Did your bag and ass ever get fucking sopping wet?
Terribly. Terrible sweating and just, it was an awful job.
Long days.
Yeah, it was an awful, like, yeah, you have to.
The long summers running air conditioning ducts through hot attics and defecating in spackle buckets were the major impetus to find a career in show business. By Ant's own admission, he wasn't an especially hard worker, though. He would often show up to work drunk or hungover, or skip work entirely in favor of heading to the bar. To supplement his tin-knocking career, he and his brother were also regularly involved in criminal pursuits. This was an occupation dating back to their early years when they set a fire in the neighborhood and blamed it on African American children. As adults, the pair would engage in various illegal activities, such as manufacturing and selling freebase cocaine, which they are adamant is totally not crack.
I smoked a little freebase, but not crack.
You smoked freebase?
Yeah.
Is that the same thing?
No, God, please. Crack is for those people.
Right.
It's made with ether, ammonia, water, and Coke. You mix it all together in the proper proportions. You dump in your Coke. You shake it up, and then it separates. And then you take the eyedropper, and you go into the layer that's just the ether. And you take some out, and you sprinkle it on a slate, and then you go, and it dries instantly and evaporates the ether, and what's left is this residue of white powder. You scrape that up. You throw it in your little pipe. You melt it into the screen, and then, woof. Jesus.
However, the drug dealing would not be the extent of Anthony and Joe's collaborative ventures. Desperate to escape the morass of menial labor, Anthony took lead vocalist duties in many of his brother's bands. Their efforts would remain largely unknown outside of the obscure Long Island dive bars. That was until a show on the WBAB radio station called The Nighttime Attitude decided to hold a contest for an O.J. Simpson song parody. The Cumias and their band Rotgut whipped up the now infamous Gun Electric Shock O.J. Brother Joe, as he would be called, then took a recording of the song to the WBAB station and refused to hand it over to anyone other than the host of The Nighttime Attitude, a man by the name of Greg Opie Hughes. The song proved highly popular with the listeners, prompting Opie to invite Joe and Anthony to perform the song live in studio.
I'm sitting in Los Angeles jail, and that judge won't let me post my bail. Now this could be the end of me, 'cause California's got that death penalty. They gone electric shock OJ, cook my behind like a chicken croquet. Ooh, they gone electric shock OJ, toast my behind.
Opie was so impressed by Anthony's talent that he asked him to come in next week. And the rest, as they say, is history, but well-documented history. In the following episodes of this series, we will discuss the events in Cumia's life that he would rather we forget, if not the ones he has outright tried to hide. And that's it for this video. I know it's shorter than the other videos on the channel, but I wanted to change format slightly. I think 3 30-minute episodes was somewhat unwieldy, so I'm going to keep the episodes a little shorter and produce a few more, and hopefully more frequently. I also want to give a big thank you to everyone who watched the video, and a special thanks to anyone who decided to like it. If you did enjoy the video, please consider subscribing because I don't want you to miss what's coming next.
Where the fuck is my gun? Fuck!
And I had to watch a 10-year-old get shot by his father. His own father shot him.
Yeah. No, I had this fantasy when I was a kid that there was a naked woman about this big and totally nude, and I would take her and just lick her and like put her in my mouth. And
did you put mommy's shoes on?
No, I never put mommy's shoes on.
No?
And I never played with a dolly. It was a puppet. I smoked a little freebase.
After Anthony made multiple guest appearances on The Nighttime Attitude alongside Greg Opie Hughes, the pair decided to become a full-time radio duo. They were offered positions at a few different radio stations, but ultimately settled on WAAF, the only station that really rocks. While working at WAAF, the boys were mentored by radio pioneer Scorch of PFG-TV fame. With Scorch's guidance, Opie and Anthony were able to climb the murky banks of terrestrial radio. In addition to creating landmark bits like Sperm Bowl 96 and the bra bombing of WABU-TV, the duo also starred in the short-lived but well-received television series Real Rock TV.
know what I noticed about you, dude? You got some like gnarly scabs on your knee, man. Check it out. You got to get on Real Rock TV. Yeah! Awesome. Awesome. These pads really do work.
Always eager to push the envelope, O and Dave found themselves in hot water in 1998 after orchestrating an April Fool's prank intended to make the listeners believe that Mayor Menino of Boston had been killed in a car accident. Menino's wife actually mistook the segment for a legitimate broadcast, and the event received significant media coverage. Even though O and Dave apologized for their actions, they were ultimately fired from WAAF. The boys then signed with WNEW, and later brought stand-up comic Jim Norton on as a third mic. In the following years, Opie and Anthony would climb the rankings and their demographic, and become syndicated in multiple markets. Since the boys found continued success by courting controversy, they wound up in a cycle of pushing boundaries and being punished for their actions. One such incident involved a bus carrying topless women through the streets of New York, for which Jim Norton, Lewis Black, and several others were arrested. In August 2002, they again went too far by staging a bit where a couple allegedly had sex in a cathedral.
And tonight we begin with the story many are calling disgusting, despicable. A couple having sex inside of one of New York's most sacred shrines, St. Patrick's Cathedral. And worse than that, why they did it. Sources say it was a radio stunt. Judy Chavez is live at St. Pat's with the story for us this evening. Judy?
Good evening, Brenda. Today is a holy day. It's the Feast of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary. And tonight, many parishioners are in disbelief that a shameful stunt would take place here.
The show was subsequently suspended, but instead of releasing the host, Infinity chose to pay the rest of their contract to keep them from signing with a competitor. After the 2-year hiatus imposed by Infinity, the show signed with XM Satellite Radio, which was exempt from FCC regulations. The period from the mid to late 2000s is considered by many fans to be the golden age of Opie and Anthony. This was made possible in large part due to regular appearances by an assorted group of stand-up comics known for trading vicious barbs at the infamous back table of the Comedy Cellar. This era also spawned perhaps the most notorious recurring bit in the show's history. Denigrating other radio hosts was a well-established tradition of the show, attested to by the Maxwell saga, the many beatings of John and Jeff, and the truly heinous attacks on Terry Clifford of the B Morning Coffee Club. As the years went by, this concept evolved into an extravaganza called Jocktober, where for the entire month of October, the hosts would devote a segment of the broadcast to breaking down other radio shows that they deemed to be of lower stock. Over time, Jocktober mutated into a kind of augmented reality game. While the hosts attacked a show on air, the fans would attack their Facebook page. The ultimate goal being to post enough offensive material that the radio station was forced to make the page private or otherwise shut it down.
Somebody posted pictures of
Hulk Hogan?
Hulk Hogan knocking down the World Trade Center. Photos from 9/11.
What does this have to do with anything?
Look, but it's Hulk Hogan giving a big boot instead of planes crashing the towers.
I like the one where he's doing his pose in the rubble. That's hilarious.
As if he defeated the World Trade Center.
Are you listening to the havoc that the Hulk is wreaking? He's got the hand behind the ear cock as he's standing in the rubble at Ground Zero,
I like to kick one the best.
The pose. Yeah, that's right.
He's about to hit the World Trade Center with a steel chair. And this is on their Facebook page.
Although Opie and Anthony were still producing classic bits even in their final months, the quality of the show was declining as it entered the early 2010s. While there were many contributing factors, the most relevant to this documentary was the increasing amount of time devoted to racial discussions and arguments. It's not entirely clear what caused Anthony's racism to intensify over the years, but the election of Barack Obama is generally considered to be the tipping point. Divining an exact reason for the shift would be purely speculative, but there is one noticeable change that occurs during this time period. Up until this point, Anthony's fear of black people was primarily concerned with home invasions and muggings. However unlikely these occurrences might be for a wealthy man living in an upscale neighborhood, they were at least conceivably grounded in reality. Strangely though, during the 2008 election, Anthony's fear of black people seemed to become a fully fledged existential crisis.
This is
You just
pretty
can't
much
take this.
The end of the country as we know it. That there's this whole thing, that clip of that woman has been haunting me.
Which clip?
The one with the gas and the mortgage.
Well, she's just trying
I hear it in my sleep.
She's just trying to say that she'll be able to, afford gas and afford paying her mortgage.
No, she didn't say it like that.
It's a new day for America. It's a new day for the world. Yeah, I think that's what he's going to fix the world.
Obama,
this guy.
And then another clip I heard him say. He was campaigning and he goes, "Let's get out and vote. Let's change the world." And I'm like, what? He's changing the world now.
Anthony described the future with a sense of impending doom, and appeared to believe he was witnessing the dawn of a new world order.
There's a certain segment of society that is seeing this as a hunting license on white people. I've seen it.
What's going to happen?
I go.
What's going to happen?
What's going to happen? I don't know.
You don't know.
What do you think? I'm Kreskin?
That's what's keeping you up at night. You don't know. You don't know what's going to happen, but you know something's going to happen.
Because I'm looking. I'm seeing what both sides are up to.
If President Obama's election was a tipping point for Ant, the point of no return would be the fatal shooting of Trayvon Martin. Since Anthony openly fantasized about killing black men in self-defense, it should be no surprise what side he took on an incident where another ethnically ambiguous gun advocate killed a black teenager. Countless hours of the show were devoted to the biased media coverage of Trayvon's death, as well as the trial of George Zimmerman. While doing research for this specific part of the video, I listened to hours of Anthony's racist rants, and it's difficult to portray how unbearable they are. Not because of the racism itself, but because of the utter lack of humor. There's nothing funny about Anthony pig-headedly shouting over callers about crime statistics for an hour and a half.
Because you don't agree with what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm spewing when I'm talking. I feel that people like Reverend Al spew. And I feel a lot of black leadership is spewing. I feel that people that use the race card are spewing. You don't undersell what I'm saying by calling it spew, motherfucker.
Anthony, you use the race card more than anybody on
Bullshit, I use the fact card, you cocksucker.
No, you pull
It's the fact card.
There you go.
I base my argument on the fact.
Your facts are very simplistic.
They're facts, you fucking asshole.
Oh, give me a break.
They are facts.
Some neo-Nazi.
13% of the population, 50% of the prison population. Why? Don't blame Whitey. Don't blame Whitey!
Sorry for you. You are such a fucking stupid asshole.
There you go. What's the matter? Reality fucking hurts, don't it? What's the matter? You can't get 100% of the white people to kowtow to you? There's still a few of us left. There's still a few of us left. There's still a few of us left. You're not going to get 100% of Whitey to sit there with their guilt kissing your black ass. Fuck you and fuck your mother.
As we dig deeper into this series, we're going to use the term pattern of behavior quite frequently. One pattern you will notice is that Anthony doubles down on his mistakes instead of reevaluating his position or admitting he might have been wrong. In this particular case, even when it became abundantly clear that Zimmerman was a problem, Anthony doubled down on defending him.
It's hard to defend George.
Oh.
Fucking.
Well, I go on Twitter and just annoy the shit out of people. I'm like, well, at least he got rid of a thug before he went to jail.
Yeah, but Trayvon was just a fucking...
No, he was a thug.
Nah,
Trayvon was a fucking thug.
He'd never been arrested.
It doesn't matter.
Most thugs are arrested by 17.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't necessarily mean there are plenty of first-timers that have killed people. Fuck that. He punched him in the face. That's a fact. Whether George is an asshole or not, he's punching him in the face, and he got himself fucking killed. He had a record of fighting. You know, he hadn't had an arrest record, but he has the record of fighting in school, beating up people, drugs, fucking stolen property.
But look at,
fuck him. Goodbye.
But look at Zimmerman's. Look what he's done.
Ant's obsession with race was so inexhaustible that many of the fans who are legitimately racist themselves grew tired of it. The situation became bad enough that Opie started playing Candy Crush over Anthony's rants.
But there is a virtual holocaust of black-on-white crime going on that is not reported. A virtual holocaust of black-on-white crime that is not being reported, sir.
Yeah, but
black mob violence.
Coming from everybody knows you're stupid.
Oh, is that it? Candy Crush?
Yeah, what?
Oh, okay.
Well, as your co-star, I just don't get involved. I just know when you go down this road, it's an hour I don't have to worry about.
That's true.
It's
people are laughing their ass off at the sound. It comes out of nowhere.
Level 147, by the way, for the people keeping track at home.
I know we have black listeners, but that's not going to change. My opinions aren't going to change based on the fact that there are black listeners. Like it or lump it. Like it or lump it. America, lump it or leave it.
No one wants to hear you, little stupid.
No, millions want to hear it. Millions.
I mean, come on. You think? I mean, it's so fucking.
I really miss Patrice.
In the early morning hours of July 2nd, 2014, Anthony Kumia was taking pictures in Times Square when he was accosted by an angry black woman who was caught in one of his photos. Anthony calmly and soberly explained that he didn't do anything wrong. He's a good boy who was simply exercising his lifelong passion of industrial photography. I mean, look at that scaffolding. It's obviously the focal point of this image. He tried to tell her that she just happened to walk into frame when he was taking the picture, but according to Anthony, she wasn't listening to his well-reasoned argument. The mystery woman then punched Anthony 10 times, while an onlooking group of black people heckled him. Instead of defending himself or even calling the police, Anthony enlisted the aid of an even higher authority, Twitter, where he posted a series of tweets that were, shall we say, racial in nature. Anthony refused to apologize for his tweets, and was fired by SiriusXM. In the aftermath, fans were furious. They questioned why SiriusXM would choose to fire Anthony over his tweets when they had no problem allowing him to use their platform to make statements that were equally, or perhaps even more racist.
But from the research I've done and everything I've learned over the years, the best assessment I can make of the situation is, based on various areas on the globe, some people have more advantages than others based on intelligence, others based on strength. That's the way it is. Why the fuck is that such an outrageous, outlandish thing to say when we accept that in every other aspect of life on this earth except in human beings and ourselves. That there could actually be certain groups of people that are less advanced in intelligence, and others that are less advanced in physical prowess than others. Others have better fucking eyesight. I don't know. But why do we have to be so quiet and tiptoe around a theory that might actually be true when it's true in every other aspect of life on this fucking planet?
A month after being fired from SiriusXM, Anthony launched his own subscription-based program, The Anthony Kumia Show. Anthony was able to get his show off the ground so quickly because he already possessed much of the necessary equipment, which he previously used to film a hobby show, live from the compound. That being said, he would later admit the idea of running his show petrified him, so he brought several people on board to assist production. One of those individuals was Anthony's longtime friend, Keith the Cop Maresca, who assumed the duty of program director and executive producer. You may be wondering why Anthony would make an ex-cop program director and executive producer of his media network. Fan outlook at the time was optimistic, as the boys had frequently discussed leaving SiriusXM to start their own show, despite the difficulty of bringing podcasting equipment into the city. The frustration stemmed from creative differences with management that were rarely mentioned on air. Management put the kibosh on several of the show's more ambitious ideas and implemented rules that limited what they could do in studio, such as a no penetration rule. There was also a belief that Opie and Jim would not renew their contracts with SiriusXM in favor of joining their longtime co-host. Even though Opie had grown unpopular with the fans, who didn't appreciate his ability to masterfully steer the direction of the show, it was still expected that he would stand with Anthony on principle. Ultimately, Opie and Jim decided to stick with the more stable option of signing with SiriusXM, and Anthony was left to do his own show alone. However, bigger issues with the Anthony Kumia show would become apparent in the ensuing months. Looking back to the comments about the show from this period in time, a common complaint was the lack of guests. Anthony's talent and comedic ability are undeniable. Many hilarious comedians have called him one of the funniest people they know, and his timing and lightning-fast delivery made him a treat to listen to when he was in the groove.
Well, I was diagnosed with AHBD. That's difficult.
What's that?
Adorable, huggable boy disorder.
Oh, so you're cured.
Yes.
Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, is that fucking quick?
Unfortunately, much of his comedic ability depended upon being able to sit back and play off of other funny individuals. Jim Norton and other comedians would occasionally appear on Anthony's show, and these episodes were well received by the fans. However, episodes without guests were considered to be of lesser quality, if not boring. Anthony attributed the lack of guests to the fact that he broadcasted the show from his basement and thought a studio in the city would help alleviate the problem. While this may have been true to an extent, the situation probably wasn't helped by Anthony's decision to go on a white nationalist radio show, further cementing his status as a pariah in the entertainment industry.
And then when you look back at the history of this country, the achievements that white males have made in this country is astounding. And regardless of what diversity might bring to this country, you can't discount what white men have done for this country. When you watch any of the footage of any of the Apollo programs over the years, and you look at the control room of Mission Control, what do you see? Do you see diversity there? Honestly, let's be honest. You're seeing white males smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee at the console, and putting people on the moon. How is this a horrible thing? How is this something to look at and say, we need to change this by injecting people that do not pay attention to the laws of this country, do not assimilate to the cultures, do not work and contribute to this nation? Why is this a good thing to then add these people into the formula to make this a great country? Diversity, for the sense of just diversity, is not a good thing.
It didn't take long for the racial and political talk to saturate Ant's own show, even though he initially claimed to be easing up on the topic.
Of course, the second part of the title of your book, Blacks versus Niggers.
Yes.
Now, obviously a provocative title. Did you give any thought to it as far as how hard it would be to promote, especially in this day and age of political correctness?
Anthony's direction as a solo host was questionable, as was the emphasis put on a visual element. Since most fans of Opie and Anthony were accustomed to listening to a radio show, one could understand the annoyance over adopting a visual format with bits that didn't translate well to audio. Despite wanting to support Anthony, it took less than a year for fans to begin unsubscribing in significant numbers. For a brief period of time, though, none of that would matter. Anthony was about to do something the fans had been waiting years for. Following Anthony's firing from SiriusXM, Opie made a variety of comments about their careers and relationship. The basic synopsis being that he and Anthony had not spoken since Anthony was fired. In fact, they had barely spoken to each other off-air in years. He would place the blame for their falling out on the fact that they had stopped socializing after Anthony's divorce. He also felt the show was coming to an end, regardless of Anthony's firing, and that he was ready to try something new either way.
You passive-aggressively threw that I wasn't interested in doing the show for some set period of time that you fucking did.
Because you said people have noticed, and, you know.
Who noticed? Who noticed?
I'm just saying.
Give me a fucking name.
I'm just saying it works both ways.
Give me a name. Who noticed?
It works both ways.
Who noticed I went through a period where I didn't want to do the show?
Works
or was
both
that
ways.
Opie's interpretation during
It
one
works
of your
both
miserable
ways.
phases that I didn't want to do the fucking show?
Don't worry, dude. This will be over soon. You go your way, I go mine. Trust
See,
me.
that would...
Trust me.
Oh, I could bring up the fact that
Trust
you've
me.
mentioned that 80 fucking times in the past couple of
that's-
months. Because that people have noticed, too. Hey, how come Opie keeps bringing that up?
Because that's really going to happen.
Why?
Because it's just time.
Why is it time?
Because we've done everything.
We've done
we've
everything?
Great radio. But it's time maybe to move on to some new challenges.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Well, you brought it up enough times.
I think so.
Perhaps you want to.
And it has nothing to do with...
I actually enjoy coming in here and doing a show on a daily basis.
We've done it for 14 years. It might be time to move on before it gets ugly.
Huh?
I don't want to get ugly with you. I got a great living because of doing radio with you.
Sure.
Absolutely. And you got a great living for doing radio with me.
Of course. Not denying it.
So I'd rather just split the show or something than start getting all ugly.
When asked why he had yet to do Anthony's show, Opie explained that he had reached out to his former partner and suggested they have a beer or dinner to resolve their personal problems. Opie would further explain his position in a segment where Larry King joined the Opie with Jim Norton show. When Opie said that he would go on Anthony's show when the time was right, Larry accused him of copping out.
Opie, do you guest on Anthony's show?
Not yet. I have not.
Wow. Why not?
No real reason. I just, when the time's right, I will.
You're copping out.
No, I'm not copping out. I swear.
Yeah, you are.
No.
Yeah, you are. Long Island's a short ride, he said.
Yeah, it is. I'll get there.
Jim, have you been on the show?
A few times.
I have, yeah.
Jim's not copping out.
Opie defended himself against accusations that he didn't fight for Anthony by saying that he lacked the power at SiriusXM. But after a few more questions, Larry got him to admit that he did in fact have the clout with management to save Cumia's job.
In other words, he's saying if you had said, he goes, I go,
we didn't
you
have,
would have think they sent you?
We didn't have weight. We didn't have weight, sir.
They would have said, take care.
They absolutely would have said, bye.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. They were fucking not happy. I got an earful of shit. Jimmy, I'm not sure if you
I only talked to Scott once.
I got an earful of shit, yelling and screaming and such, and then I'm in a position where what the fuck is next here? Because I knew I wouldn't mind going and doing something else.
Jackie Gleason once said...
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. Jackie Gleason once said, if you think you have clout, you have clout. If you think you don't have clout, even if you have clout, you don't have clout.
We have a little clout.
So it's all in perception.
We have clout now because, we were able to, reinvent ourselves, me and Jimmy, and keep this thing going. And they're pretty happy with the results so far, Larry.
So you could go in there and say, I want Anthony back.
I don't know.
What do you mean, I don't know?
I don't know. That's the answer. Oh, just like that, because I have clout, then I could do that.
That's what clout is.
All right. I got clout then, I guess.
In a video titled Walking on Greg Shells, Anthony would not only respond to Greg's comments, but give his personal opinion on other behind-the-scenes events that caused the rift between them. Anthony agreed that they had not spoken off-air for years and confirmed that it was due to his divorce, stating that during the WNEW days, he and his wife Jennifer were very good friends with Opie and his girlfriend Sandy. However, things went south when Anthony separated from Jennifer and started dating a woman named Melinda.
His girlfriend still was friends with my ex-wife, which, you know, put him in a weird position. I get that. But the way my girlfriend was then treated was abominable. I mean, like a second-class citizen, piece of shit. And it was directly disrespectful to me at that time. And I wasn't going to have it. But I took it for the preservation of the show. And you'll notice this is a thing that weaves its way through this story until July of last year. Not rocking the boat. Not fucking saying anything. As they call it on Reddit, I don't know who brought this up or made it up, but it is one of the most brilliant things I've ever heard, walking on Greg shells. This is a common denominator that you will see and hear about for our entire tenure at the Opie and Anthony show. So I knew my girlfriend was being disrespected. I didn't go after him balls out because I knew that would have caused a problem with the show. Which makes you hate yourself. This is another common factor with the show. There's nothing worse than you feeling impotent and feeling like you are compromising and being shit on, but you can't do anything about it. Something's being held over your head, that you dare not say anything.
According to Anthony, it was also absolutely untrue that he would have wanted to move on if he hadn't been fired. Anthony said he would have signed a 5-year deal, and that hosting the Opie and Anthony show was a dream job. He expressed doubt that Opie did everything in his power to keep Anthony at SiriusXM, and if the situation had been reversed, Anthony would have threatened to leave. Anthony also took this opportunity to talk about Opie's negotiating tactics, saying he never felt more stressed than during contract negotiations. Opie would hold out into the last minute, which left Anthony as well as show staff in the dark about his intentions. Anthony theorized that Opie's tactics stem from an overinflated self-worth created during the days when they pitted Clear Channel against Infinity, who paid them handsomely to work at WNEW instead of competing with Howard Stern. However, it was pointless to use hardball tactics against SiriusXM when they knew there was no other horse in the race. Throughout the video, Anthony detailed the problems Opie created behind the scenes. His mood dictated the mood of the show, and if Opie made a mistake, it was best to keep your head down and ignore it, lest you incur the wrath of the destroyer. Additionally, Anthony claimed that Opie lacked people skills in general, and that everyone who left the show later bashed him. The combination of all these problems made working with Opie a living anxiety attack.
I've read so many tweets over this weekend since this whole thing started. Hey, Anthony, why don't one of you guys just pick up the phone and sort it out? This isn't a pick up the phone and sort it out thing. This isn't something that just popped up over the weekend. This is years in the making.
The following day, a clearly emotional Opie addressed the Greg Show's video live on his own show. He reinforced statements made in the past, such as his belief that the show was coming to an end either way. He maintained that he fought for Anthony, but admitted it was convenient for his own plans that Anthony was fired. Opie would go on to give his side of the story in regards to contract negotiations and behind-the-scenes interactions with the company. According to Opie, he never wanted to be the boss, but early in their career the responsibility fell on him. Anthony knew nothing about the radio business, and Opie had to handle everything at first. He admitted his negotiating tactic was silly, but thought they were worth more than SiriusXM offered. Anthony wanted to sign long contracts and wasn't involved in negotiations, preferring to leave the building as soon as the show was over. If anyone else had a problem with Opie's strategy, they never showed it because every member of the staff stayed with Opie and Jim after Anthony was fired. Opie would also enunciate the behind-the-scenes issues the company had with Ant.
They were also very, very annoyed with the fact that the race rants were going on day after day after day, and they were worried that someone out there, a blogger, was going to take a soundbite of what Anthony said, put it online, and fucking it would be blown out of proportion. That was another thing that was told to Bob, our agent. Now, I don't have a relationship with Anthony, so I have no idea if Bob ever talked to Anthony about that. I'm not going to sit here and say Bob absolutely did. I have no idea. But they were deeply concerned about the direction of the show and the amount of race rants that were going on this fucking show, period. And Ant knows that somehow, some way. So if he wants to openly talk about his firing, maybe he should take some kind of responsibility and discuss everything that was going on behind the scenes before it led to his firing.
Management was also angry that Anthony was missing so many days, especially when it was last minute. Allegedly, SiriusXM even questioned whether Anthony had a drinking problem. Opie's inability to communicate with Anthony was another issue cited continually throughout the segment. The only time they spoke to each other off-air was when they had an argument and were forced to hash things out. After trying to resolve their differences, they would start talking about spending time together again.
This breaks my heart, to be honest with you. And then I would say to Anthony, I go, man, it would be really cool if, you saw where I lived. He goes, yeah, I would really like that. That would be really nice. So I would go ahead. It would be really nice, if you come over and, check out where I live. Here is a fact. Anthony has no fucking idea where I even live. He's never been to my house, okay? I've been in my new house for 8 years. He's never fucking seen my house. I have 2 kids. I bring this up only because he's questioning my character as a human being. I got 2 kids. He's never met my daughter. He wouldn't know what she fucking looked like if she crawled right by his fucking face. I have a son that is 5 years old. He met him once. The only reason he met my son was because my wife came in here once to meet me so we could go to lunch after the fucking radio show. Okay? This is the type of shit I was dealing with behind the fucking scenes.
Opie also recalled the time Anthony left during his wedding to go to Atlantic City with several members of the show staff. That wasn't the extent of the perceived attacks inflicted upon Opie and his family. One such incident occurred when Anthony visited F.H. Riley's in the heart of Huntington Village, a restaurant owned by Opie's brother, Brett. Brett wasn't there at the time, and a new manager who was unaware of the Opie and Anthony show made Anthony wait like a normal person. Anthony complained about the service on Twitter, which led to backlash against F.H. Riley's and Opie. When Opie came to work on Monday, he admits he was in a bad mood.
And I'm like, oh my God, here we go, another radio show where we're fucking really pissed off at each other. So right before Ecstasy of Gold, my phone goes off. And, text. A lot of times my wife will text me when she's up, just to tell me that, she's up and the kids are cool. So I look down, and the text says, the little cunt won't even look at me. I went, what? And I'm like, huh? What? Why is Aunt texting me that? What? Who's not looking at? Then I realized that the text was meant for somebody else, and that he fucking sent it to me. I'm like, wow, okay. So I wasn't going to do a radio show that day. We had a huge blowout. Everyone fucking heard it. And I left, and I went, and talked to Mel Karmazin. I said, I quit. And the guy would not let me fucking quit. He literally would not let me quit. And he calmed me down and says, look, I know you guys got issues and stuff, but you guys are good together. You got to, maybe you got to go in there and try to figure this shit out.
After discussing his tumultuous relationship with Anthony, Opie broke down over the loss of their friendship.
But when me and Anthony started doing radio, we couldn't get enough of each other. After radio shows, we would call each other and, and we would, talk about the show for hours. The fact is, I did, love doing the show with him. And when that, relationship changed in '99,
I never got over it. And yeah, I took it out on his, girlfriend. And that was wrong.
Later that day on the Anthony Cumia show, Anthony made his response to Opie's side of the story. He questioned Opie's decision not to watch the Greg Show's video, citing the fact that Greg got the wrong impression from the bullet points his people gave him. Anthony reiterated many of the points made in the Greg Show's video. However, he brushed off the accusation that SiriusXM had a problem with his drinking or missing work, but did address the race rants.
The race thing. Told Bob and management about the race angle. It's fucking satellite radio. Everything goes. It wasn't a 4-hour race show. If something was in the news about race, yeah, I'd talk about it. Why not? Like now, you're not telling me the news isn't inundated with fucking race stories? It's the biggest fucking thing on the news with what happened with Ferguson. And so I'm going to talk about it. And yeah, people know my opinions. So what? It's part of the show. It's part of discussing the news. Sorry, it doesn't fit in with a fucking more The View-like program. Holy mackerel.
We'd also take time to talk about the personal grievances Opie brought up. According to Anthony, he did leave during the wedding to go to Atlantic City, but said it was after the ceremonies. Moreover, he admitted to being a terrible friend in general.
This is what I said too. Look, I am not a good friend. Just not. Never have been. I love my friends. I love hanging out and stuff. But those things that go along with, like, showing that you're a good friend, I'm not good at. I understand that. One of my problems. And for a friend, you deal with it. You figure shit out. Joe Curry is a good friend of mine, probably knows me better than anybody, any one of my friends. I've known him since 1907. No, it was 1977. And he knows me and knows that I adore the guy. He's one of my best friends ever for that many years. And I don't think I've ever gotten him a birthday card. Do you know, yesterday was his birthday. You know how I fucking remembered? Garrett told him happy birthday. Right out there. I'm not kidding.
Ultimately, Anthony questioned why Opie was so upset in spite of his wonderful family and life.
All right, never came over. Never met his kids. Well, I never came over and met the kids. I met the kid, his son, once at F.H. Riley's for, I guess, St. Patty's Day a couple years back. Adorable. Fucking great. Adorable kid. He's got a wonderful family. He's got an amazing family. Beautiful wife, 2 beautiful kids, a great place to live, an amazing place out in the Hamptons, a giant bank account. What the fuck are you pissed about? Holy mackerel. Be happy. Just fucking be happy. I'm astounded that a textbook version of an amazing life doesn't have him pulling a Fred Astaire and singing in the rain. I don't know what a person has to look for when to everyone else you're seeing this amazing life. This amazing life. And there's always gotta be a problem. I don't get it.
The disintegration of Opie and Anthony's friendship is one of the most interesting aspects of their entire history. On one hand, we know so little about the events that went on behind the scenes. On the other hand, it was clearly a major turning point, which had effects that reverberated throughout the rest of their career. The details revealed during the Greg Show saga provide an important window into the mind and personality of Anthony Cumia. He is incapable of forming genuine relationships with other people. He is also terrified of conflict to the point of passive-aggressively giving his radio partner the silent treatment for 15 years instead of defending his girlfriend. Earlier in the video, we talked about Anthony's patterns of behavior, because they will be crucial to understanding the bizarre events which will unfold in future installments of the series. Part 1 and 2 were just the appetizer for the banquet of insanity that we're about to experience. It's a tale of gothic horror, complete with domestic violence, transgender prostitutes, pedophile accusations, doxing attempts, Reddit bounties, child murder, and a fucking People's Court appearance. So strap yourselves in.
Hey, it's me, Joe Matteries. Welcome to my podcast. My guest today is host of the Arty and Anthony show, Anthony Kumia. So Anthony, somebody's doing a YouTube documentary about your downward spiral into racism and bisexuality. How does that make you feel?
This is terrible.
It's those jabronis on the Opie and Anthony subreddit, isn't it?
Oh my god, right?
They've been trolling me for years. I want to put my 100% Italian forearm right through their faces, but I'm in so much Celexa that if I tried to elbow one of the fanokes, I'd take off like a fucking helicopter. How do you deal with them?
Nothing works. Nothing works. It's the worst.
It's a very difficult situation. That's Tony Soprano. I hear you're pretty good at impressions too. Sounds like you're doing Liberace right now.
Fuck you. I swear I will just block everyone.
Calm down. I ain't got nothing against the gays. I've even been known to enjoy a little salami myself. Jan Morton introduced me to it.
God, who the fuck? Kevin Cleary.
Well, I guess that's it for this episode of the podcast.
In part 2 of this series, we left off at the end of the Greg Shell saga. After 20 years of relative silence, Opie and Anthony publicly aired their grievances with one another. Over the years, fans had turned on Opie, who they believed to be an albatross around the neck of the show. Even though vicious jokes and insults were a staple of Owen Day, Opie always seemed a little less than willing to be on the receiving end of a beating. Fans also despised the way he would steamroll over funny conversations, or bring them to a grinding halt by taking a phone call or reading a line from instant feedback.
He's delivering justice. He's a police officer.
Oh, you're a police officer in North Carolina? What's the crime where you live? Somebody rings your doorbell and runs?
I can't hear him at all.
You can't hear him?
No, not at all.
Why?
Sounds like he's in the background as opposed to being
Yeah,
on.
that blows. What are you doing, Bill? Chasing those Duke boys? There is a problem. You got to tell, what's his name? You know, when we do have a guest on that mic, they can't hear the phones. That sucks.
Maybe he's investigating. I understand that.
Did you really say the Allman brothers?
Just stepped on. Just stomped on. Jim's
happened?
in the middle of a joke on that cop from North Carolina, and Opie just just trotting on it like through a daisy field.
What
stomping.
happened? Oh, was it a good one?
He was halfway through it.
I don't remember.
It wasn't like where you start and kind of, you're tripping. Jim was halfway through that
I told
gag.
you, he's roadkill today. We're just going to keep...
That could have been one that got us into fifth
that
gear.
would have been a good one. We're just going to keep running him over.
That would have been a good one.
I'm sorry.
Look at Opie's big footprint on your head.
More broadly, fans believed he was being carried by funnier people, such as his co-hosts and guests. When Anthony finally addressed the situation with Opie, the response from fans was overwhelmingly positive. For a brief period of time, this wave of positivity alleviated the growing dissatisfaction with the Anthony Kumia show. The Anthony Kumia network also mitigated these problems by adding 2 new shows to the programming lineup that proved very popular with the fans. The first edition being The Legion of Skanks, featuring Louis J. Gomez, Big J. Okerson, and Dave Smith. The other noteworthy addition was The Gavin McInnes Show, hosted by Gavin McInnes, founder of the militant white nationalist group known as the Proud Boys. Despite the state of Anthony's own show,
Many fans at the time credit Legion of Skanks and Gavin McInnes with being entertaining enough to continue subscribing to the Anthony Cumia network. Between the Greg Shell saga and the acquisition of 2 popular new programs, the first half of 2015 was looking good for Anthony. However, there was a storm brewing on the horizon. Perhaps the first major scandal to hit the Anthony Cumia network surrounded this image. For those unfamiliar with the show, this is a graphic for a hypothetical collaboration between Anthony Cumia and Ron Bennington, host of the critically acclaimed Ron and Fez show. As stated in the previous video, a primary complaint regarding the Anthony Cumia show was the lack of a co-host or regular guests to keep Anthony out of the weeds of race-related yammering. Ron Bennington is also one of the most beloved figures in the Opie and Anthony universe. Aside from Colin Quinn, Dennis Falcone, and Scorch, few other individuals have managed to capture the same degree of respect and admiration from the fanbase as Ronnie B. The prospect of Ron joining the network and co-hosting a show with Anthony was one of the best outcomes any fan could imagine. According to Keith, Ron was interested in working on a deal, and they engaged in multiple meetings to iron out the details.
On a whim, I text Mr. B. And I
What kind of phone is that, a whim? I have an iPhone.
Yeah, it was...
What did you use? The whim? Who puts out the whim? Thank you. It's that kind of comedy that just...
It is that kind of comedy.
Keeps the...
And I texted him and basically said, about Fez retiring, and he should look into coming over with us.
Yeah.
I didn't hear from him for a couple hours, and then he sent me a text and he just wrote Sirius, not the company, Sirius with question mark. And I looked at my phone and I said, holy fuck. And I said, do you have a couple minutes to talk? So Ron and I got on the phone and I pitched him, and we talked for about 10 minutes. And he was very interested in it, and we then set up. I hung up with him. I called Anthony. I said, holy fuck, you're not going to believe this. Ron has an interest in working with us. So we set up a dinner. Anthony, Ron, and myself, we went out to dinner.
At the same time, the deadline for Ron to re-sign with SiriusXM was fast approaching. In a last-ditch effort, Keith posted the Ron and Anthony show graphic to Twitter.
Up until last week, I spoke with Ronnie on Thursday night, and Friday was the deadline for him to sign the Sirius deal. And, we talked a little bit and about what we could do to make this happen.
Yeah.
And he wanted a presence on both, and I understand that. And I understand he was concerned with having, again, with how many people were already here that were crossover fans between Ron and Anthony.
Yeah.
And Friday, after some of the comments that were made on the O&J show in the morning had something to do with it about me tweeting out that picture. But at the same time, I knew that was my last shot, our last shot at possibly showing him how much there was.
Yeah, the support that's out there for this the Ron and Anthony show would have.
And everybody went fucking crazy.
Some would say this was a cheap attempt to deceive Anthony's own subscribers into drumming up enough support to sway Ron Bennington's decision. Either way, Ron renewed his contract with SiriusXM, and the fans were left feeling misled and disappointed. Matters were only made worse when Keith admitted that the negotiations with Ron put every other aspect of developing the Anthony Cumia network on hold.
This whole time, behind the scenes, I had to put everything on hold with this show. I had to put the app on hold, I had to put the website on hold, live events.
And that's how you executive produce.
These problems compounded the issues with Anthony's show, and fans began to express their displeasure with increasing frequency. The tragedy is that few of the posts or comments from this point in time seem truly angry with Ant. These are longtime fans who want to support Anthony. Many of them are right-wing, but they want comedy, not race-baiting on Twitter, or repeating the same handful of black crime statistics over and over again. A sentiment that was perfectly laid out by Ron Bennington on the Anthony Cumia show.
You got lost somewhere along the way.
I got lost.
Yeah. You were the funniest out of everybody. See, now I do feel like I'm the ghost visiting.
Oh, shit.
You were the absolute funniest out of everyone.
Uh-huh.
That didn't give you pleasure.
Unfortunately, Anthony would quickly squander what remaining goodwill he had with his fan base. Tensions with Reddit had been steadily rising for months. and controversial posts from Anthony were becoming more common. Even on the Anthony Cumia Show discussion subreddit, which was a safer space for Anthony, people were expressing their frustration with the show. An early example of this trend would be the controversy regarding a guest named Jeff Abraham and his dick spray.
Promescent. And what does it do? So you'd go a while, you finally hook up with this girl, that girl of your dreams kind of thing, and you're with her, and now you don't have that control. You are sitting there and you're ready to explode very quickly, and you want to satisfy this girl. So you're telling me promescent
Yeah.
will make you last longer and be able to satisfy that girl.
There's actually a lot of physiological reasons, even among 50, 60-year-old men, where they prematurely ejaculate.
Jeez.
Ant claimed it wasn't a paid spot, but fans were pissed that the show they pay a monthly subscription for was devoting time to a segment that bore all the hallmarks of a late-night infomercial. The dissatisfaction with Anthony's own show was also still a major issue for Anthony's fans. There were growing concerns about the app and the New York studio Anthony had been talking about for months. Anthony became ever more defensive and took to Reddit to bemoan his detractors and their mob mentality. We know now that these minor skirmishes were only the precursor to a much larger battle that would soon erupt. In mid-July 2015, Anthony took part in the roast of Big J. Okerson, one of the aforementioned members of the Legion of Skanks. Ant's set was almost universally panned because, in addition to being criminally unfunny, it was filled with the same dull racial babble that people were long tired of. Anthony also used multiple jokes to bitterly reference the Opie and Jim show, even though his Twitter rant calling black people violent subhuman savages was the only reason Opie and Anthony came to an end. Eventually, he barreled through the last quarter of his jokes, which were all aimed at Joe DeRosa. I'm not going to get into the Joe DeRosa feud, but I will link to Tef Pattern's complete guide to the Anthony Cumia vs. Joe DeRosa fallout. In a hilarious turn of events, Joe DeRosa had actually pulled out of the roast. So on top of the jokes being unfunny, Ant looked even more like an obsessed crazy person than when he was bitterly talking about O&J. Anthony's set was so bad that it had to be heavily edited for the official video released by the Legion of Skanks. I would like to play clips of the unedited video for you, but since the roast has been ostensibly scrubbed from YouTube, I don't want this video to receive any copyright disputes. Instead, I will include some still images while I quote a few of Anthony's jokes verbatim. A lot of white people here today. Looks like an one of those Black Lives Matter protests. They're all fucking white. This room is very diverse. It looks like the 50s space program. No? And of course, Dan Soder's here tonight. I love this. Dan, you just want to take my seat here too? Is that it's not very far. It's easy to do. I don't know. You're great on O&J. You're fantastic. You can almost fake laugh as much as I did. It's hilarious. You jumped right in there. You're taking the food right out of my children's mouth, and now I gotta fuck 'em hungry. You're literally to O&J what Sherrod is to O&J, or Voss, or Bobby, or DePaulo, or anyone else that can filter between those two. See? Get it? Because you're like an enigma machine between Opie and Jimmy. They can't communicate. Get it? What's the matter? Too real? Yes, I have an afro, but I'm the only legal gun owner with one. Race Wars on SiriusXM on the Opie channel. You know, if a podcast is broadcast in the woods and no one hears it, is it truly... Jay, you cut your hair. It looks great. You donated your ponytail to douches... Thank you. Did I fuck that up? No, the Cancer Kids for Make-A-Wish. You know, what is that? Locks of douche. That's what I meant to say. Thank you. Locks of douche. So some cancer kid can walk around for the next 6 months of his life like an asshole from the 90s. Joe DeRosa's career. It's like a family after a tornado. Both devastated by losing their homes. Joe DeRosa looks like a drawing of an autistic child that he makes in therapy of a guy that tries to fuck his mom. I don't even know what that means, but it's hilarious, and probably true. Joe DeRosa stopped being friends with me because, well, he was worried about what his black friends would think. And of course, I've been trying to say for years that black people don't think. Since the Opie and Anthony show was built upon a foundation of ruthlessly making fun of other people, the ONA fanbase immediately began mocking Anthony for bombing. Most people would assume that a shock jock who spent decades insulting people in the most obscene and vile ways would be able to handle his fans roasting him for a failed stand-up set. Especially when you consider that one of his main talking points during the Greg Shell saga was Opie's inability to handle jokes or criticism. Instead of rolling with the punches, Ant became incredibly defensive. He not only refused to admit that he bombed at a Big J roast, but threatened to release the personal information of someone who made fun of him on Twitter, fueling concerns that Anthony could use the information of his subscribers to dock those who angered or disagreed with him. For centuries, Opie and Anthony historians will debate the exact moment where the fans turned on Anthony. In my opinion, this incident set the tone for everything that was about to unfold. But it was not the first time Anthony lashed out at the fan base. If you are even a casual fan of Opie and Anthony, you might be aware of Anthony's penchant for blocking people on Twitter who criticize or insult him. If you are a more hardcore fan, you might be familiar with Pal Talk. Contrary to popular belief, the chat service wasn't just Anthony's hunting ground for teenage poontang. It enabled visual communication between the fans and O&A. It also had a reputation as a safe space for Anthony, where fans vocalizing negative opinions were quickly blocked. Unless you were active on Opie and Anthony message boards 20 years ago, there might be some events you were unaware of. Most of these sites are now long defunct. The few that remain are windows into the past. As with Jason Genova, it's nearly impossible to talk about the Opie and Anthony fan sites without doing a separate documentary, because they are a topic in and of themselves with their own sprawling lore and bizarre characters. They were created by passionate individuals during a time when the internet was gaining massive mainstream appeal. Many of these people knew each other in real life, occasionally well enough to have orgies apparently. Initially called the O&A Army, complete with people LARPing as generals, these fans would later be dubbed the Pests. The fans that emerged from this initial grassroots movement were highly dedicated and often took part in embarrassing live events like the Million Pest March, to protest Howard Stern signing with Sirius Satellite Radio. Possibly the most infamous exploit of the Pests was the assault on the media, which involved interrupting live TV broadcasts while promoting the Opie and Anthony show. The campaign led to one reporter being fired for cursing on live TV.
What the fuck is your problem, man? Sorry about that distraction before.
Another reporter suffered hearing damage after a pest blew an air horn in his vicinity. Opie and Anthony were more than happy to use this group of loyal fans for their own ends, such as attacking other radio shows by overwhelming their phone lines or brigading their message boards. Anthony was quite active on the sites the Pest frequented, which brings us to the entire reason we took this detour. There are various accounts of what we're going to discuss, but they all share enough common ground and corroborating evidence to form a solid picture of what happened. In July 1999, Opie and Anthony staged a bit where they were going to boil a lobster if a girl didn't come to the studio for some shenanigans. One female fan appeared on the show and by all accounts performed oral sex on a crew member named Spaz. It appears that audio of the event is no longer available on the internet, but some of the aftermath remains.
Oh, Melinda's on the line? Melinda!
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
All right.
How you feeling 24 hours later?
Fine.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, Kevin's running around here with a huge smile on his face.
Is he?
I think you really made his life, I think. His life.
Hey, anything I could do for the team.
There you go. So tell me how today went for you. Anyone recognize you? What's going on?
Well, my sister and my mother found out. And no, they were very happy for me. They were very happy that I actually got to come down and do this for you guys. And
your mom was happy that you came down and spent 7 minutes in a closet with a complete stranger?
No, she was happy that I came down and took my clothes off.
No. Okay. Well, so were we. Why would your mom be happy at that?
Because she knows I wanted to do it for a long time.
How old's your mom?
51.
Would she get naked too?
I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
Opie's into the upper demos, as they call it.
51's getting up there, but wow, that's cool. So she had no problem with it, huh?
No, none at all.
A lot of people are amazed that you
spent 7 to 12 minutes in a closet with a complete stranger to save a lobster.
Yeah, well, that's me.
This girl was none other than Melinda, the woman who led to the rift between O&A that ultimately ended their friendship. Despite being an edgy shock jock, Anthony was apparently sensitive about the fact that his main squeeze performed fellatio on a crew member to save a lobster's life. Through his moderator powers and status on message boards, he had posts removed and users banned for mentioning Lobster Girl. It was a highly controversial issue in its day, and some fans still hold a grudge against Anthony and whackback.com for the campaign of censorship. But censoring other people is in opposition to the pro-free speech stance Anthony has taken publicly for years. Which brings us to another one of Anthony's behavioral patterns, his hypocrisy. Anthony did eventually admit that he orchestrated the Lobster Girl cover-up, but tried to portray the prolonged campaign of censorship as a simple misunderstanding of early message boards. By the time he wrote this explanation, he was fired from SiriusXM for wrongthing, and had been publicly railing against political correctness for decades. He knows what censorship is, but he always had a double standard when it came to free speech. Anthony fought for his freedom of speech, but there are different rules for other people. If you say something Anthony doesn't like, he will use whatever means he has to shut you up. He'll block you, ban you, and even try to get your website taken down. If you mock his bad roast set the way he mocked people on the radio for years, he'll try to get your personal information. In his video on Wings of Redemption, Mr. Medicare described the negative feedback loop that causes fans to turn against the entertainers they enjoy.
This helps to create a cycle of alienation, a self-feeding loop that grows larger and larger, where a content creator turns on their audience. The audience then turns to trolling and retaliation. That trolling leads to more aberrant behavior, and that aberrant behavior alienates the audience even more. And as the cycle continues to spin around and around and around again, that particular YouTuber begins to lose a grip on reality. They stop seeing the situation for what it is and begin to attribute all sorts of meanings to it, all of which are further and further from the actual truth.
All of those elements are present in the story of Anthony Kumia. He had a devoted fan base that would follow any subject he created. All he needed to do was endure a fraction of the abuse he dealt to other people over the years. Instead, Anthony directly attacked the audience who made him successful in the first place. There were over 500 responses to this post, many pointing out how hypocritical Anthony is being. He loved the O&A Reddit when it was reveling in Greg shells, or attacking Opie and Jim. But as soon as they started picking at Anthony, we saw the emergence of anthills. Of all the comments replying to Anthony, this one in particular sums up exactly why his longtime fanbase has turned on him. Quote, "We'd much rather watch him do to other people what we're now doing to him and Opie, but they just don't fucking try. Opie is obviously pretty deep into his battle with Down syndrome, but Kumia just outright stopped trying to be funny. This sub represents a huge portion of your fan base, Anthony. Let's be real. It's your fan base. Like 2% of us didn't already hate Opie for years at the time of your firing. Those enablers over in our tax discussion never listened to you hang with Louis C.K. and fuck with Donald Rumsfeld about being a reptilian. They liked you on Red Eye in that Stormfront show very recently, and that's not to say that it's a political thing. It's just that they are fans that you obtained at a time in your life when all you were doing was, understandably, debating race due to the firing. But they aren't funny people. They never knew you as anything more than the mildly funny tax version of yourself. And they were a very tiny minority compared to the people who you won to your side over the years on O&A, which I don't think I need to remind you was listened to by millions. We were all Team Ant because we saw you as the guy who brought the funny like a fucking running back pushing through Opie's impenetrable wall of douchebag. This sub, your fan base, wants funny. It's like trying to hold back the tide, or block out the sun, the pockmarked cave-dwelling Batman villain. The funny will always find its way to the top. You'd clearly prefer to be on the proper side of it. Just start being funny again, get a co-host, and we'll laugh with you instead of at you, you racist, unlovable piece of garbage." Unquote. At this point in the story, Anthony still had the opportunity to reconsider the road he was traveling down. Even though he had turned on the Opie and Anthony subreddit, many were still willing to give him another chance if he would simply produce the content they had grown to love over the years. In the waning months of 2015, it seemed like he might be heading in that direction, as he released 2 episodes that were well received, Taxgiving and Greg Shells 2. This type of content was what the fans had been requesting for months. Taxgiving was stacked to the brim with funny guests that the O&A subreddit enjoyed. Greg Shells 2 came on the heels of a now infamous blow-up between Opie and Jim that was initiated when comedian Esther Koo mentioned Anthony on the O&J show. On his own show, Anthony would once again detail his problems with Opie. Since Opie was still the most hated member of the show by a significant margin, bashing him was an obvious tactic to regain some degree of support from Reddit. Anthony's efforts may have been too little too late, though. His over-the-top antics after the Big J. Okerson roast had already marked him as an easy target for trolling. During his 20-year career in radio, Anthony helped nurture a fan base that thrived on brutal comedy that often transcended the boundary of a radio broadcast and spilled over into real-life actions. Now the pack of wolves he raised was finally noticing the juicy cow that had been sitting in front of them the entire time. Unfortunately for Anthony, he would soon have far bigger problems to worry about than angry Redditors. On December 19, 2015, Anthony was arguing with his girlfriend, Danny Brandt.
Oh my god. Oh, I found a vibrator today. I told Garrett, fucking dibs. Is that what that egg thing is?
No.
That egg vibrates. You best believe it's
What
mine.
egg?
I found an egg.
No, those egg things are like fucking just for sticking your dick in.
Does the egg vibrate?
No. It doesn't stay egg shape. It opens up into something that you put your dick in and fucking fuck or something.
What are the batteries for?
Alright, that's interesting.
The argument turned violent, and Brand broadcast the aftermath from her Periscope.
Don't.
Hi, I'm in Long Island. I got my hand broken. I'm waiting for the police to come,
Where's
but
your...
my... Oh my god, don't hit me again.
I'm kidding you.
Stay away from me. I tried to call the police.
I got enough.
He turned the phone off. You shouldn't have lied then. You shouldn't have lied, and you shouldn't have hit me, and you shouldn't have treated me like shit, and then I wouldn't be periscoping this right now.
Leave my house. I'm asking. I'll pay to have you go back to the...
I don't need you to pay for a car. I need you to pay for my fucking broken hand, you dumb piece of shit.
But you're moving your hands. What are you talking about?
This is beautiful. So glad that you guys saw this. But just so you can see some other shit. Right there. And then, right there. So, oh, and then on my boob, too. But you won't be so lucky to see that. This is wonderful. Wonderful public image.
Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Anthony and Danny show.
Oh, never put my name with yours, you racist bigot. Stay away from me, you fucking psycho!
Come on, baby. Oh my God, isn't this great?
You threaten me all the time. I've already uploaded all
Sweetie.
I've already uploaded all your threats.
Oh no, don't fall.
Oh, you're so fucking clever.
No, I thought you were gonna fall over the ottoman like Dick Van Dyke. Come on, sweetie.
Stop coming. No.
Baby, you want to sing karaoke? Let's sing. Come on.
Anthony was arrested on charges of strangulation, assault, criminal mischief, and unlawful imprisonment. Danny's video went viral, and the story of Cumia's arrest was covered by several major media outlets. Amusingly, this was the most media attention Anthony had received since he was fired by SiriusXM. The court documents related to the case describe Anthony stomping on Danny's hand, injuring her ribs, and strangling her. When she attempted to call the police, he tried to break her phone by throwing it on the ground, and then ripped the landline off the wall.
Wait, your dad used to yank phones
out
of the wall? Oh, hell yeah. Wow, nice. Go fuck, is there anything that was sticking out or something would be punched or thrown on the floor or broken?
Yeah. A more complete collection of the Periscope videos paints a gruesome picture of the events taking place in Cumia's Roslyn Heights home.
Where the fuck is my gun? Fuck! Alright. Let's fucking work this out.
When's the last time you remember having it?
The extended footage shows Anthony convincing police that the 911 call was a prank, even though Danny told him that he lost his firearm during the altercation.
How you doing,
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Hi, how are you?
Is that your...
That's I guess, a person that I know.
Yeah, who called?
Oh,
They can come in.
Oh, I just was closing the...
You guys can come in, yeah.
Yeah, you can come in. I was only closing the door because there's a cat, and he runs out. It's like a little Bengal cat. He runs out really quickly.
Alright.
But everything's fine. We're just looking for his... Can I just close the door so the cat doesn't get out? It's a little tiger cat.
Who called 911?
I guess she did.
Was it an accident or...
It was an accident. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry to make you come out here.
Yeah, we were kind of screwing around, having some fun. It's getting a little loud, and then...
Sure, they're professionals. They don't want to hear that you accidentally called 911 because you thought it was funny. We're so sorry to have bothered you.
Sorry, man. That's all right.
Have a wonderful night. Happy holidays.
You guys take care, man. Have a good night. Sorry.
They don't want to hear that you thought it was fucking funny to call 911.
No, it wasn't funny. It was just kind of a goof. Where's my...
By the way, what terrible police officers? My hand is the size of a fucking golf ball. Yes, it is. Oh, Anthony, come on, please.
I can't believe
it literally hurts to move it.
Actually called?
Yeah, I thought you ripped the phone out of the wall before I could call.
Where's, I really need to find my...
Oh, well, ask the cops.
Wait, don't go. What are you doing? Wait.
They'll help us find it. Do you need help finding your gun? Do you need help finding it? They'll help.
Are you out of your mind?
No, I'm just showing.
I'm gonna come back, by the way, now.
Really?
You did that. Yes.
Okay, well then you tell them you lost your gun.
Beeve.
Tell them you lost your gun.
No, stop.
I'll tell them.
Baby, don't say anything like that. That was really bad, because they're gonna come back.
Oh, you're so worried about that. Tell them you lost your gun. Oh no, he lost to something and he thought he left it on the front porch. And I said maybe the police could help him. It's a gun, but we'll find it. It's literally a gun that we lost. You're terrible police officers that you'd walk away from someone losing a gun. I don't live in this town. You literally lost a firearm. They're terrible police officers. You've lost a gun.
Could you stop this right the fuck now?
The rest of the video shows the pair speaking casually about their fight while resuming the search for the missing gun.
Just find that gun. That is a crazy thing to lose. It's really not good to lose your gun.
Okay, Anthony, well, if you took 1 second to sober up and think about the last time you had it, you would find it.
The last time I had it was, I believe, in the restaurant. Now, coming home?
You had it after that.
I don't know.
I know you did.
I did.
Because I came and sat next to you, and you go, don't touch my gun. Like, that's what I was...
But, you know, the holster kind of feels... No, I think it was.
No, I know it was there, because you showed it to me.
During one of our ruckuses, I'm sure.
It didn't fall out.
It did.
How would it fall out? What, you rolling and tumbling?
Well, it's not meant for a ruckus.
What kind of... God damn it. You kicked my boob so hard. I swear my fucking leg.
Let's look. Everywhere. I don't remember hearing it. It's heavy.
Those are the worst cops I've ever met in my goddamn life. I told them that you lost a gun. My hand's broken. I didn't even try to hide it. I was crying. Didn't try to hide that either. I love how literally my whole body's in pain, and you have me running around your house looking for your dumb fuck gun.
Even though the Opie and Anthony subreddit was on bad terms with Anthony, many still took his side on the issue, citing Danny's history of erratic behavior and the manner in which she acted during the Periscope video. On the other hand, it was also arguable that such an event was inevitable, given Anthony's history of toxic relationships. The most notorious being his ex-wife Jennifer, who Anthony started dating after she broke up with his brother Joe. Anthony admits he had no true desire to marry Jennifer, but did so simply because he thought it was the next step in his life. Anthony immediately regretted the decision, to the degree that he cried himself to sleep on their wedding night. The relationship was miserable, but Anthony's fear of conflict prevented him from rocking the boat. This went to the extreme of even faking orgasms with Jennifer so that he wouldn't get her pregnant.
That's why I would go like, and not be done.
But wouldn't she figure it out later that you were faking?
Oh, hell yeah.
With the ex?
I didn't want her pregnant. What are you kidding?
You were pretending?
Yeah.
To try to make
my
him.
God.
I guess you could say pretending to try to make one.
Make her pregnant.
He was standing outside of a fire just pointing a hose yelling whoosh.
Eventually, they separated, and the divorce was settled out of court when Jennifer began to discuss aspects of their sex life. Anthony would spend the next 10 years paying a multi-million-dollar settlement to his ex-wife. Anthony's relationship with traffic reporter Jill Nicolini saw the pair courting each other through their respective media platforms. The two broke up after Jill learned Anthony was having sex with another woman. Jill held Anthony's car hostage and burned the other girl's possessions in a fire pit, allegedly including the ashes of the girl's dead grandfather. After Jill sent out a series of emails discussing their breakup, Anthony trashed her on the radio, going so far as to mention Nicolini's diet pill-induced anal leakage.
She takes these goddamn pills that keep the fat from digesting, so it goes right through you. It's not absorbed in your body. It goes right through you. So if she eats a lot of stuff with a lot of fat in it, she takes a lot more of these fat go through you pills. And then she goes to bed, and a certain part of her body will leak. I woke up one morning, and I swear it looked like someone overturned a pizza on my sheets. It was nothing but this yellowish grease, a grease stain all over my sheets. Grease stain.
There was also Melissa Stetton, a model and fan of the show from Los Angeles, who friended Anthony on Facebook and later went on a date with him during a business trip to New York. She would recount her time spent with Anthony in a blog post titled Trophy Wife, aka My Life with a Shock Jock. According to Stetton, while on their date, Anthony brandished his gun at a man who was hitting on her. The next morning, Anthony bought her a happy 12-hour anniversary gift card and was already asking her to go out on cruises and move in with him.
I've given up on the concept of love. I honestly don't think it really exists.
Within 3 months, Melissa was living with Anthony. Initially, she was happy, but their relationship quickly devolved into endless days and sleepless nights of drinking and watching reality TV. Stetton became paranoid because Anthony was hiding things from her. Stetton claimed that on one occasion, she learned that Anthony was following a 14-year-old girl on Twitter and had saved her Amazon wish list so he could buy her gifts. Which brings us to the assorted cast of teenagers Anthony dated over the years, such as the girl who was so young that when she experienced an asthma attack, she had to be admitted to the pediatric wing of the hospital.
Then it's time to, go into the emergency room portion of the hospital. Now, I've dealt with that before in the past, but this was a little embarrassing. They took her into pediatrics.
Oh my God.
Do you know there's a whole nother emergency room for pediatrics?
Oh my God.
And they brought her in there, and there's little paintings on the walls and paper like ducks and stuff all over the place.
I can't even look at
And there's little kids walking around. And a baby was crying, and she's in pediatrics, and the doctor asked me oh, okay, who are you? And I'm just like, a friend. I'm a friend. I've never felt like the creep that I know I am, but I've never actually felt it.
Who are you? A friend.
A friend. I'm a friend.
And we can't forget the daughter of a Bill Clinton staffer that Anthony hooked up with when she was also 17 years old. To fans aware of Anthony's dating history, it wasn't exactly surprising that one of his relationships eventually turned violent. Due to Anthony's fear of conflict, it seemed more likely that he would be on the receiving end of the violence, though. Nobody expected Ant would end up kicking his girlfriend in the tits so hard it broke a rib. Either way, the incident was a goldmine of hilarity for the subreddit. Several videos are produced shortly afterward, with possibly the funniest being I Wake Up Screaming, an Anthony Kumia retrospective.
Anthony Kumia allegedly went nuts and said,
Like I'm a fucking nigger, and you are just like, oh, I'm the cute girl that just goes around Anthony's house giving away shit because he's so old.
The aftermath was actually videotaped by the victim and is now going viral.
You fucking psycho!
Wendy, darling, light of my The alleged incident took place here at Cumias' posh Roslyn Heights home Saturday. He had no comment for us, but his lawyer did speak to us briefly.
I believe 9/11 was perpetrated by Daffy Duck.
As 2015 drew to a close, the Jocktobering of Anthony Kumia was in full swing. Before the merriment of Anthony's arrest had time to wear off, though, the drums of war were already thundering. And it would be a war the likes of which the Opie and Anthony universe had never seen before. As always, I want to thank you for watching the video, and especially those of you who like and subscribe. It really is a huge motivation to continue with the project. If you are especially interested in this series of videos, or my channel in general, I'm going to put a link to my Twitter in the description. It's a lot easier to keep people updated with the progress of videos through Twitter than through a YouTube comment section. Also, since I started making these videos, I've had various people approach me, saying they would like to support my work financially. To think that one person might want to donate a single dollar is incredible. And it means that I'm hitting something, some kind of nerve, and that makes the effort seem worthwhile. I did start a Patreon, which I will also link in the description. I just hope you enjoy what I do, and I'll see you guys next time.
The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones tend to want to organize because they lust after power. Powerful consciousnesses don't want to dominate other people. They want to empower them, so they don't tend to get together until things are really late in the game. Then they come together. Evil's always defeated because good is so much stronger. And we're on this planet, and Einstein's physics showed it, Max Planck's physics showed it, there's at least 12 dimensions. And now that's why all the top scientists and billionaires are coming out saying it's a false hologram. It is artificial. The computers are scanning it and finding tension points where it's artificially projected. So we're like a thought or a dream that's a wisp in some computer program, some God's mind, whatever. They're proving it all. It's all coming out. There's like this sub-transmission zone below the third dimension that's just turned over to the most horrible things is what it resonates to. The devil, whatever you want to call it, this interdimensional thing that gives them advanced off-world technology, the fallen one that's not of this world.
What? Is that Satan?
But what are you talking
Satan.
about? That's Satan.
In part 3 of this series, we left off with Anthony being arrested due to an altercation with his 26-year-old girlfriend, Danny Brand. While Anthony was released from jail shortly thereafter, it was undoubtedly a poor way to end 2015. Unfortunately, any high hopes he had for 2016 would quickly be dashed, as he was hit with another scandal before he could even make it out of the first week of January. In the effort to find more material worthy of mockery, the O&A fans stumbled upon something bizarre lurking on Anthony's Vine account. Evidently, Anthony didn't realize his Vine likes were public, and Redditors noticed that nearly every video Anthony liked featured young girls, such as Anthony liking a Vine from Maisie Williams, who was barely 16 at the time. There were also Vines from this girl who appears to be 13 or 14. As a fan, it can be tempting to rationalize the actions of someone who brought you years of entertainment, and you can easily find yourself playing devil's advocate. You might say, sure, that girl looks 13, but maybe she was technically of age. Maisie Williams is a little young, but 16
turns to 17.
It isn't hard to dismiss individual allegations when you view them in isolation. Though, when you recognize the pattern of behavior Anthony has displayed over the years, you have to ask yourself how many times you're willing to make the same excuses. How many times can a man joke about being sexually attracted to children before you have to wonder how much of it is true?
Yeah, let's go the other way now. Anthony, how young would you go? You're not going to get caught.
If there were no, because I've heard this question 1,000 times, and I've heard such dishonest answers.
This is such a great fucking beginning to the answer. If there was no laws.
Because I've heard this question, I've heard so many dishonest answers. If there were no laws, no repercussions, you're not fucking anyone up mentally, that right after it's done, the fucking Men in Black thing flashes and everyone forgets everything that happened, probably 9.
9?
I'm kidding. Look at your face.
Everyone pushed back from the microphones.
Bill looked at me with utter disgust.
Everyone just pushed back.
No, I've seen hot-ass 15-year-olds.
In part 3, we discussed the blog post of Anthony Cumia's ex-girlfriend, Melissa Stetton, in which she claimed that Anthony was following a 14-year-old girl on Twitter and had saved her Amazon wish list so he could send her gifts. Anthony's defense, according to Stetton, was that the girl was a fan of the show and cute. It would be difficult to prove that Anthony's intention was to groom the girl, but it is still very unsettling for a 50-year-old man to buy a 14-year-old gifts from Amazon. And this is only one piece of the puzzle. Another piece would be this clip where Anthony discusses his sexual attraction to the underage girls on the Maury show.
Look at this girl. Look at this girl.
Question for you, Anthony.
Prostitute. Yeah.
There's no such thing as the law.
No such thing as the law.
What age do you stop yourself?
13.
Even though there is something called the law, it just gets around it.
Just 13 is where you stop yourself?
13.
Holy shit!
Jesus, that's
but it's got to be the right. It's got to be the right 13.
13.
What the fuck? You never seen a hot 13-year-old that is completely fuckable?
I'm just thinking,
you out of your mind?
I'm just thinking the age.
Let's
13.
be honest. You've seen 13-year-olds and gone, oh my God, she's 13?
I don't know.
Anthony has joked about being sexually attracted to kids on many occasions, but I fail to see how this is a joke. It sounds like a man trying to genuinely express his lust for 13-year-old girls. When the other people in the room are unwilling to admit the same, he flies into an incredulous rage that is reminiscent of pedophilia advocates.
This sexophobia, this negativity, this hysteria, this witch hunt dealing with young people expressing their sexuality has been tightened down. It has been screwed so tightly that I can tell you something, young people, it's about to break.
The bit only becomes funny when one of the most talented comics to ever live is able to find a humorous angle. But once Patrice leaves the studio, it sounds like Anthony tries to jump back into a discussion about his sexual attraction to 13-year-old prostitutes. Mercifully, Opie steamrolls him with a live read before they lose their jobs.
You would that one there?
Oh, in a second.
You should be put to sleep, you piece of shit.
All over her.
You a piece of shit. She has one pubic hair that looks like a look like a pine needle, and you're just fucking pine fucker, you piece of garbage. I am out of here. I can't take this anymore. I won't fucking stand for this shit.
Listen, we gotta.
Jesus Christ.
We gotta talk. Can I do pro flowers here, or we have to do it within the?
She says she wants 3 kids, but she's 13. See, she's 13.
Hey,
that's what I'm talking about.
Exclusive last chance for our radio
on my hard drive, so leave me alone.
listeners.
There was also the bizarre case of a man who goes by the name of Kurt Love. He was a frequent forum goer and pal talker, but is perhaps best known for his relationship with musician Daniel Bobo Curlin. There is one problem, though. Kurt Love's real name is Jeff Hollander, and he is a registered sex offender who was convicted of beating and forcibly sodomizing a 12-year-old girl in 1996. According to former Opie and Anthony producer Daniel Ben David, Kurt Love was a regular guest at Anthony's home, known as the Compound. Danny has levied many other serious accusations against Anthony and the individuals who congregate at the Compound. However, there is too little supporting evidence to include these allegations in this documentary. In fairness to Anthony, it should also be noted that Danny has a history of mental instability. He still argues that he lost a game of Guitar Hero 10 years ago because of an out-of-sync audio feed. On the other hand, Danny was, for a time, one of Anthony's closest personal friends, and undoubtedly holds a great degree of insight into events that took place behind closed doors at the Compound. Whether you take Danny at his word, or assume that Kumia must have been unaware of Hollander's past, there is no denying that Anthony is involved in a worrying amount of scandals related to pedophilia. Perhaps the crowning jewel of such scandals were the events surrounding a certain Twitter user by the name of Self-Cutting Girl. The user presented itself as the account of a 14 to 15-year-old girl named Alyssa, who would tweet about the Opie and Anthony show. Alyssa was apparently quite well known during the period of time from 2012 to 2013, well enough that the account corresponded with many members of the show and staff. Eventually, it was discovered that Self-Cutting Girl was in fact a middle-aged man. After this information came to light, Anthony brought the Self-Cutting Girl situation up on air.
Wow. Well, we got some Obama talking, and we have the North Dakota news anchor. Everyone's talking about this dummy today.
Oh, did you see the catfish from the fan of the show? That self-cutter girl?
No.
That you were talking about? 39-year-old guy from fucking from
wait, what are you talking
Michigan.
About? What?
Or from Georgia.
Self-cutting girl?
Remember that girl? She was supposed to be some 15-year-old that was really smart and clever and online. I think you said, you quoted.
I've retweeted her on Twitter.
Yeah.
I blocked that fucking guy. I knew that was a guy.
Oh, I don't know. I just retweeted some shit that I thought was cool. That's all.
It was a dude.
Yeah, of course. I had no doubt that was a dude.
Hilarious.
How'd you find out?
Because I guess another guy on Twitter sent an investigator thing. I think that the guy was going to have some kind of, like, let this girl help him at some kind of a trade show thing.
Right, it was a business-related thing.
Yeah, so in that fact, I guess he decided, well, I better check out who this is and if there's any issues
kind of
beforehand.
Like eBay transaction where some names.
Right. So it's like,
so he's like, wait, before I get into business.
Yeah.
No.
That's the story I was told.
Nah, there's.
Do you think
there's a different story there.
Do you think the guy was trying to fuck her and she was supposed to be underage? I didn't remember thinking she was 15. I remember thinking she was like a 19 or 20-year-old.
She never sounded like a 15-year-old. No way.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird.
Yeah, man.
Like, it's one thing to pop on and fuck with people and troll and things like that, but if you spend over a year building a whole nother life of a teen girl, that's fucking weird, man.
And it's like, it's not just like flirting with people, but also making platonic friends and business relationships.
Friends with girls, letting them like fucking unload their problems on you, talking about your like girly problems. It just was weird. What the fuck? There's some fucked up people out there.
Yeah.
For nearly a year, the story of Self-Cutting Girl went more or less cold, until it resurfaced in a truly bizarre way. In April 2014, a whack-bag user by the name of Big Giant Head, who I will refer to mostly as BGH going forward, posted a lengthy reply to the original thread about Self-Cutting Girl. In his reply, Big Giant Head explained what led him to take on the role of a teenage girl and catfish a radio host, a hunter, and others. The roleplay was a way for the man to escape his crumbling personal life, being laid off, going through a divorce, and having his house foreclosed on. He created a Twitter account named Paramore Cunt, which you will recognize from Melissa Stetton's blog post as the young girl Anthony was following on Twitter. In agreement with Stetton's story, Big Giant Head claimed he received an unsolicited MacBook from Anthony, as well as an iPad from another individual. At some point, the Paramore Cunt account was suspended by Twitter. To continue role-playing as Alyssa, BGH made another account named Self-Cutting Girl, which is where the story starts getting really weird. Not only did Anthony retweet the Self-Cutting Girl account, but allegedly started direct messaging and texting Alyssa. A possible example of this might be seen in a tweet from user T444E of what appears to be a direct message, likely aimed at Self-Cutting Girl but sent an error to T444E. Quote, "I'm not quite obsessed with you, but I'm close. Haha. Actually, I'd love to go out to dinner with you, talk about stuff, and maybe kiss you. Winky face." Unquote. The idea seems even more plausible when you read the next tweet saying T444E made the banned list of a wealthy radio host. Over a year and a half, the LARPing session grew to include another teenage girl who was also corresponding with Anthony. The account in question appears to be Shelby's Tweets, which may also be one of the real girls Anthony claims Self-Cutting Girl was talking to. Whether Shelby's Tweets was a real teenage girl or another catfish remains uncertain. According to BGH, he was also able to catfish another individual he referred to as the Hunter, who direct messaged Self-Cutting Girl as well, eventually asking her to sell things on eBay. BGH gave the hunter his address and started to receive toys to resell, as well as gifts that were intended for Alyssa. BGH also claimed the hunter was the most creepy and overtly sexual of the people he communicated with. When the hunter wanted to meet Alyssa in person, BGH cut communication. However, the hunter wanted to pay Alyssa for her part in the eBay business, and that is where the charade fell apart. Like an idiot, Big Giant Head gave the hunter a PayPal account with his real name. The hunter's friend then reverse image searched the pictures associated with Self-Cutting Girl and found the photo bucket account of a real girl from which the pictures had been stolen. For some time, fans speculated about the identity of the hunter, and the main suspect was Anthony's friend and producer, Keith the Cop Maresca. This led Anthony to step forward and say the hunter was actually the host of the show The Toy Hunter. This comment is far more crucial to the story than most people realize. Over the years, many fans have doubted the validity of Big Giant Head's post, but Anthony's response confirms it to be true. The host of the Toy Hunter show mentioned by Anthony appears to be a man named Jordan Hembrough, who hosted a show on the Travel Channel literally called The Toy Hunter. Hembrough also had an extensive Twitter correspondence with Self-Cutting Girl. Some of the tweets indicate that Hembrough was looking to hire Alyssa as part of his toy-selling business. Further evidence confirming the theory that Hembrough was the hunter can be seen in this Twitter thread, where the aforementioned Shelby's tweets credits him for exposing Self-Cutting Girl, and Hembrough says that he did his homework, which lines up with both Big Giant Head's claims and Anthony's on-air explanation that the man who exposed Self-Cutting Girl was looking to hire Alyssa for a business venture and discovered she was really a 40-year-old man. This is where we double back to Anthony. Like any innocent person would do, he wiped his Twitter clean of references to Self-Cutting Girl. Unfortunately for Tony, there are enough breadcrumbs left over to piece together a fair amount of the story. Such as this tweet where Anthony insinuates that he will fly a 15-year-old girl out to his Long Island McMansion.
That's fucking illegal.
The other girl mentioned in this tweet, Apology Girl 21, is an interesting case in her own right. From what I can tell, she was the 17-year-old girl that Anthony took to his high school reunion. She is also the daughter of Jim Kennedy, who at one point served as Deputy Assistant to the President, among other positions, during the Bill Clinton administration. He is now the Executive Vice President and Chief Communications Officer for News Corp. Anthony claims he didn't have sex with Apology Girl until she was 17, but some fans claim he was communicating with her on Paltalk and Twitter for some time before they started dating. Based on the fact that she is mentioned in tweets alongside Self-Cutting Girl, it's probable that she was another one of the real girls Anthony brought up before. In the following years, Anthony would give varying accounts of his involvement with Self-Cutting Girl, at one point even claiming she was his niece. At first, he denied ever being catfished, but Redditors presented evidence showing he had retweeted Self-Cutting Girl's Amazon wishlist. Note the jab he took at Melissa Stetton in the process. Predictably, when this information was provided, Anthony then tried to delete his denial. Eventually, Anthony decided it would be better to acknowledge that he had been catfished, but portray himself as the victim instead of a ghoul who was caught trying to groom a person he thought was a child. By his account, he was an altruistic man, delivering MacBooks to the needy, as long as they were cute and between the ages of 8 and 80. He also has zero record of betting underage girls, which is an oddly technical way of phrasing that, now that I think about it. Most people would just say they've never had sex with anyone who was underage. Scratch that. Most people don't have to regularly defend themselves against accusations of pedophilia. Most people don't make jailbait a cornerstone of their personality. Most people don't text teenage girls or visit their Amazon wishlist. But therein lies the problem. Anthony may be completely innocent, but he looks guilty. By itself, a 50-year-old man talking to 15-year-old girls is suspicious. He only made himself look even worse by changing his story multiple times, and then trying to delete the evidence of his actions. Which brings us back around to 2016 and Anthony's Fine account. Side note, much of the second half of this video deals with video responses made by Anthony. Initially, I wanted to include clips from those videos to illustrate the points I was making. I don't personally have a Compound Media account because A, I have serious ethical concerns about giving money to a man like Anthony Cumia, and B, I have concerns about giving my personal information to a man who has doxed his own subscribers in the past. Apparently, it doesn't matter one way or another, as the recent updates to the Compound Media website have rendered it almost completely useless, As a result, I'm not going to devote as much time to the videos as I originally planned. When Anthony caught wind of the fact that Reddit was once again investigating his totally innocent interest in young girls, he proceeded to scrub his Vine account of incriminating evidence. Shortly thereafter, Anthony addressed the situation on the Anthony Kumia show. In this segment, Anthony claimed he was done with social media, and questioned the endgame of the Opie and Anthony subreddit. I don't want to retread ground that has already been covered in previous installments of this series, but I see Anthony's reaction to the Reddit fans as a continuation of the events we discussed in Part 3. Anthony still doesn't realize that the people attacking him now are the fans he cultivated during his radio career. When it came to harassing Anthony, there was no endgame other than to get a reaction. Early 2016 would continue to be rough for Anthony. Only days after his Vine likes were discovered, Anthony was uninvited from the annual benefit for late comedian Patrice O'Neal. The stress of his court case, battle with Reddit, and his growing isolation was taking a toll. By the end of February, Anthony was at his breaking point. It began with a thread questioning if Patrice would still be friends with Opie, Anthony, and Jim Norton if he were still alive. Anthony lashed out in the comments and was met with antagonistic replies. Users responded to Anthony by remarking on his fall from grace and poor standing within what was once his fanbase. This only caused Anthony to fire back at the subreddit again, calling it a joke. Quote, "You think anyone pays attention to your bullshit? This is a joke sub. We go here to read shit and laugh about it to each other. The thought that some of you actually think you're accomplishing some destruction of a show is laughable. This sub has become a parody. It's become a hack troll site that people laugh at. It went way over the top. Now it's just funny. A cancer cure would be goofed on here. That's when it all just becomes ridiculous." Unquote. Anthony was heavily downvoted, but few could predict how this minor flare-up would lead to one of the most infamous sagas in the subreddit's history. Shortly after this incident, Anthony posted a thread titled, "You're Delusional." He once again questioned what motivated Opie and Anthony fans to visit a site that was now dedicated to hating members of a show they once loved. In contrast to Anthony's last blow-up on the Opie and Anthony subreddit, the response to this thread was far more intense. For one thing, it received nearly 1,000 replies. 400 more replies than the post Anthony made in the wake of the Big J. Okerson roast. In that post, people were still offering Anthony legitimate advice for ways in which he could improve his show and his relationship with the fans. By now, most of Reddit had turned on Anthony, so the replies were far more hostile and derisive. Also, unlike the previous kerfuffle, Anthony openly antagonized people in the comments section, further intensifying the mockery he received. During his rampage, Anthony made one crucial error, though. Few people had any genuine desire to ruin the careers of Opie, Anthony, or Jimmy. The actions of the subreddit were just a continuation of the brutal and mean-spirited comedy that the show fostered over the years. However, by claiming that the subreddit had no effect on his life, Anthony was all but openly challenging Reddit to take their game seriously, something he would soon deeply regret. It all began with an episode of Melissa Stetton's podcast.
Oh, I have this weird, I don't know if I should talk about this. I guess whatever, it's fine. So anyway, this whole Anthony thing happened.
Right.
I was looking at his Instagram, and just like, looking at whatever and seeing what photos he's tagged in. It's like for a couple weeks he was tagged in this girl's photos, probably about a year ago.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, who's this girl in his photos? Because I thought he was dating Danny for the past year, this comic girl.
Okay.
And so I look, and I'm like, who's this girl that he's been dating? And I go through her pictures, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a picture of her with Anthony's cat. She took a selfie where she's in Anthony's bathroom, just because I know what his bathroom looks like.
Right, bragger.
Like waking up out of bed, like wearing a tank top, and like a picture of Anthony next to the Christmas tree. I'm like, who is this girl? And I look more closely, and she's getting breast implants.
In the bathroom?
Like, no, like a week after.
Okay.
She hung out with Anthony, and I'm like, what?
Are you telling me about this?
I'm telling you about this for a reason.
Are you gonna show me a picture?
I'm gonna show you a picture.
Okay.
And I go to her Instagram, and I'm like, oh, it says transsexual.
He was dating a transsexual?
I guess so. But here's the weird part. So, I took screenshots of these photos, because this is like 2 weeks ago.
Because you thought they would disappear.
Well, I don't know. I figured they'd been up for a while.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, this is weird. Screenshots. So then I was talking to my sister about it this weekend, and I remember I'm like, oh, and this one weird thing. I'm like, I think Anthony was hooking up with a transsexual. And I went to show her the pictures, and all those pictures are gone.
No.
This girl doesn't have them on her Instagram. Anthony's not tagged in them. I'm like, why did they all of a sudden disappear? So, here is this girl named Sue Lightning. She's, looks like a 12-year-old boy.
Sue Lightning.
Sue_Lightning.
Okay.
And I looked her up, and I guess she was on, like, Bob Kelly's podcast, who's, like, in Anthony's...
Yeah, I know Bobby Kelly.
...circle. But she now.
This story.
This is her.
That looks like a girl.
Right. I was like, wow, who's this cute girl Anthony's hooking up with?
Oh, no, it kind of looks like a boy now.
Right.
Now that you say that.
Now that if it didn't say transsexual, I'd be like, oh, wow, that's like a super young, cute girl.
Right.
But then, there's pictures of, like,
is there a picture?
Breast implant. That's a picture of her implant.
Oh, my gosh.
And it was like a week after she was hanging out with Anthony. I'm like, did Anthony hook up with this transsexual and then get her breast implants?
Oh, I get it.
Because here's a photo of her, spent the night at the Renaissance Hotel in Times Square. This is where Anthony stays. That's his favorite hotel. And there's a picture of her, like, a week later, like, in a hospital getting breast implants. But all the pictures of her in Anthony's basement, she was, like, holding Anthony's gun. In, like, one photo, someone said, oh, you're with Anthony. And she's like, yeah, he's my honey.
Ew.
The hunt was now on. People began combing through every available social media platform, looking for corroborating evidence. In response, Anthony and Sue Lightning scrambled to delete evidence of their connection. On March 2nd, Reddit user cbanks420lol posted a thread compiling what information had yet to be scrubbed from the internet. This included some of the images mentioned by Melissa Stetton, such as a picture of Sue Lightning holding Anthony's gun, and pictures of Sue in the bathroom of Anthony's favorite hotel. There were also a few remaining tweets from Sue, directed at or referring to Anthony. Not to mention a comment left on one of Anthony's Instagram posts from 2014, where Sue said she loved riding inside Anthony's Jaguar. The discovery of Anthony's relationship with Sue Lightning caused a tsunami of excitement. Inundated with inquiries, Anthony was forced to make some kind of response. At this moment in time, Anthony stood at a crossroads. It's possible that he could have avoided everything that was about to come if he stopped taking himself so seriously for once in his life. After all, fans had never cared about Jim Norton's well-known attraction to trans women. Not to mention, the Redditors actually seemed pretty fond of Sue. All Anthony needed to do to defuse the situation was join in on the joke. He's a funny man with decades of experience in comedy. If nothing else, he could have done one of his dated impressions or 40-year-old movie references. As we've already seen several times in this series, Anthony is unwilling to be the butt of a joke, unless it takes place in a safe space like his radio show or podcast. Predictably, he insinuated that he would have the subreddit shut down for hate speech. Even on his own show, Anthony wasn't able to escape the controversy. Once again, Anthony had the opportunity to defuse the situation by making fun of himself. Instead, he chose to treat the rumors and speculations seriously, becoming quite defensive at times.
Jeff from Canada.
Hey, Ant, how's it going?
What's up, my friend Jeff?
Hey, I wanted to ask you about all that tranny stuff that's going around.
Again, I'm fucking inundated with messages last night. And you like chicks with dicks? And what was the one? You're bumping uglies with trannies? And what are you, chip off of Jim's old block? Or chip off Jim's old cock? Shit like that. I don't know where any of this comes from, but I have people, friends I know, of all makes and models, from various business dealings, friendships, and whatnot. And you know what? A couple of them happen to be. Bailey J is a good friend, transgender. Her husband is wonderful. She knows a person that I met, and we communicate on Twitter and on Facebook. But the most important thing, it's no one's fucking business who my friends are or why. Because apparently it's like, another moment. I guess the cake stomp thing got old. I guess people got bored of saying my show sucks and how I'm failing after, almost 2 years. Let's get on that, too.
During the call, it's obvious that Anthony is doing everything he can to avoid mentioning Sue directly. He refers to Sue as a person, or a friend, who he met through porn star Bailey J. When Jeff from Canada brings her up by name, Anthony's reaction is priceless.
This chick is hot. This Sue Lightning is who they're talking about. She's hotter than any of your other girlfriends anyways. You should just own it.
You know what? She's very cool, and there's nothing bad I could say about her, or I don't know what anyone's looking for. You're not going to find any graphic sexual content. You're not going to find there. Yes.
Why wouldn't you fuck her, man? Like, she's hot.
You know what? I still have a little bit of a make that jump into, maybe gay. I don't.
Toward the end of the segment, Anthony again questioned the motivation of those who are playing amateur detective with his personal life.
I'll never understand the motivation behind just pure bashing. I don't get it. You do it on your show. Do we? Every day to the same people? Is that what we do? And they know about it? It's not entertaining? Is that it? I guess that's it. I don't know.
He tried to make a distinction between what the trolls were doing to him and what he did on the Opie and Anthony show for years. However, he also made it clear that he didn't care what the trolls did, which he then proved by having a complete meltdown. Quote, "This sub has again shown itself to be pure class. My friendships with anyone, regardless of who they are, isn't your business, but I get it. I'm a public figure. Bashing people because they are my friend is another story. Some of you are just horrid, cruel people with no other goals than to try to hurt or destroy people. You come here and treat genuine cruelty like a video game. I've addressed your latest find, and I have no problem with it. If having been friends with Sue is a problem or funny for you, sorry, I can't help you there. But again, some of you are putrid little trolls trying to inflict damage in people's lives. People you have no clue about. I bet if I posted this and some of the topics here outside of this sub, a lot of people would have this sub slammed shut in no time for hate speech. You have to know that it's very possible in today's climate. Maybe I will." Again, Anthony's post received hundreds of responses. This time they were almost exclusively mocking the former shock jock for complaining about cyberbullying and making more hollow threats about shutting the subreddit down for hate speech. In most cases of autistic internet slap fights, this is where the story would have ended. However, the Sue Lightning saga was just getting warmed up. On March 7th, Miss Lightning actually posted an Ask Me Anything thread on the subreddit. It appears that at some point after the fact, Sue deleted her account, but fortunately she didn't delete her replies individually, so her responses are still visible. Sue explained that she initially deleted posts concerning Anthony because the drama made her nervous. Contrary to Anthony's claim that Reddit was bashing his friends, Sue admitted that the Reddit users were actually pretty cool. Sue said she met Anthony after messaging him about one of his guns. Anthony didn't know that she was trans at first, confirming his interest in her was likely due to the fact that she looks like a 12-year-old. Sue claimed that she attracted Anthony's attention when she was whoring, and that she made all the moves, but Anthony had no bite. On the other hand, if Sue was working as an escort or whore at the time, it would be a horrible business model to reveal any information about a potential client's sexual history. Since these events took place, additional pieces of information have surfaced that muddy the waters even more. First are a series of posts on 4chan from a friend of Sue Lightning named Robin Banks, seen here working with Sue and Natalie Mars. When asked about Sue's relationship with Anthony Kumia, Robin stated that what Sue did was out of necessity. which strongly implies something happened between her and Anthony other than a platonic friendship. I have reached out to Robin for a comment, but as of the writing of this video, they have yet to respond. Even more telling is a statement made by Anthony's close personal friend, Keith the Cop Maresca. It was sent in a direct message to someone Keith believed to be a moderator of the Opie and Anthony subreddit. In the message, Keith revealed that Anthony, quote, maybe dabbled with Sue, unquote. In truth, there simply isn't enough definitive evidence to say with any degree of certainty whether or not Anthony had a sexual relationship with Sue. However, Anthony's defensiveness and attempt to orchestrate a cover-up made the story seem probable in the eyes of many. Having learned nothing from his previous battles, Anthony threatened to dox Redditors, call their bosses, and show their family photos on his show. Aside from our fallen brethren of the Panera Bread Brigade, most Redditors viewed the threat to be impotent. Though it did once again raise concerns that Anthony could use the personal information stored by a streaming service for nefarious purposes. The doxing threats were followed by another rampage across the comment sections of the Opie and Anthony subreddit. This last stand would in fact prove to be the last straw for the Reddit community. As user Slippery Slope Guy put it, a total insurrection was underway. In response to Anthony's behavior, two of the moderators of our tax discussion, Gumbledog and Phantasmagorical, made the subreddit private. Slippery Slope Guy was against this decision, and briefly brought the subreddit back. Nevertheless, the remaining moderator, Frunkus OA, sided with Gumbledog and Phantasmagorical, and our tax discussion was closed for good. Although Anthony fired the opening shots of this short-lived battle by threatening to shut down our Opie and Anthony, when the smoke finally cleared, he was the only one left without a subreddit. It was a humiliating defeat for Anthony, who fled the subreddit with his tail between his legs, never to return. The story of Anthony Cumia's battle with Reddit is a story that has played itself out many times, and always with the same ending. You can't win a war with the internet, especially when you are fighting your own fanbase. A group of people who know every story you ever told, every flaw in your personality, and every dark secret you have tried to hide from the world. Anthony's story also stands as an example of everything not to do if you're the target of trolling. His actions contributed to the negative feedback loop of harassment by giving the trolls a reaction they desired. The irony is that on some level Anthony appeared to understand this concept, because he once gave sound advice to Opie during the Greg Shell saga.
It's just, people will hate you. You can't pin the blame on somebody else. It's what happens. The most beloved people. Yes, not just loved, beloved people in the world are sent fucking hate. It's what happens. And the way you deal with it will either exponentially increase or decrease it. It's like a video game. You really have to handle it properly. And, if you don't, you're in for some shit. And you need a very thick skin in this business, and you can't fucking not take being beat up. I've had every single member of my family, every girl I've ever been with, just be ravaged by the internet. You have to understand that that's what it is. You're not going to stop it, and it's just going to happen, and you got to live with it. And the second you start taking that shit personally and letting it get to you, boom, there's going to be an issue. You can't have that happen.
As always, I want to thank you for watching this video, as well as liking and subscribing. The support has been genuinely overwhelming. I also want to give a special thanks to my supporters on Patreon. So thank you very much, Evoke, Jackie, James Taylor, Sam Keen, and MOD-OWD. I'm still astounded that anyone would give me money for these videos, but I'm also incredibly grateful.
This is the plaintiff, Joseph Kumia.
A racist, misogynist, pedophile, Nazi, white supremacist, card-carrying, violent pedophile. A pedophile.
Sitting in Los Angeles jail. And Anthony says there's this new guy, Opie, at radio station WBAB out on Long Island. And he says he's taking in song parodies. And OJ had just had his little problem there with Nicole. So we started messing around with some songs. We were playing in a band at the time, and he came up with the words, and I produced the whole thing.
When was 2U founded?
We started the band about 9 years ago. This thing will go on for a while. We knew that it was going to go somewhere, that we were going to end up making a living at it eventually, and that's pretty much what happened.
Just warn you guys right now, if it starts pouring rain, we are going to stop suddenly, and you'll see plastic bags flying around like it was a plastic bag convention. I don't know.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment all of my life.
In part 4 of this series, we explored the events that started an all-out war between Anthony Cumia and the members of the Opie and Anthony subreddit. But the repercussions for his actions would extend beyond Anthony alone. Perhaps the individual to feel the worst of the Opie and Anthony subreddit's wrath would be Anthony's own brother. We've briefly talked about Joe Kumia in the past, but now is the appropriate time to familiarize ourselves with the man who calls himself Brother Joe. The first thing you may notice about Brother Joe is that he looks like an extra from an episode of Sons of Anarchy. To date, I haven't been able to find a reasonable explanation for Joe's obsession with the show, but he regularly wears branded clothing and jewelry, which led to the nickname Sam Crow Joe. He takes his love for the show so seriously that he even has a long-running but entirely one-sided Twitter disagreement with anti-Trump actor Ron Perlman. Like Anthony, Joe has an extensive history of using social media websites to post extremist beliefs about race and politics. So much so that Joe once felt the need to mention his dead mother's liberal political views in a Facebook post announcing her death. Joe doesn't only use social media to proffer his insights into the issues plaguing modern society, though. He also regularly posts anecdotes about his experiences as a parent. Joe takes great pride in his ability to impart wisdom and valuable life lessons upon his 2 young children. On the other hand, his ex-wife has accused him of being a neglectful father who tries to avoid paying child support and has caused their daughter to be tardy or absent from school dozens of times per year. This is the same ex-wife who allegedly hit herself in the face with a frying pan to get Joe arrested, so who knows. In fairness to Joe, his views on parenting were undoubtedly influenced by his own warped upbringing. Based on Anthony's childhood stories, it's likely that Joe Jr. was exposed to firearms, drugs, and sex at a very young age. There were also the instances of the Cumias snorting cocaine as a family.
I thought I knew Anthony.
Yeah.
I've heard the stories over the years, but Jimmy, listen to this.
So we just started talking about how we would just snort cocaine as a family. we would all just buy coke from my old boss.
Well, they're talking about this, and then I kind of made the connection, and I go, wait a minute. I go, I call Aunt's mom.
Yeah.
And I go, wait a minute. You used to do coke with Aunt? Oh, yeah, it was family.
It was way back when, everyone was doing it back then. So, yeah, we would go into Northport and go on the boat and then just, hey, could you grab an 8-ball from, and then you mentioned my old boss.
Yeah.
And, we'd get some and just, we'd be snorting coke.
Together, Jimmy.
Mom, Sal.
Yes, really?
Joe.
Thank you. That was my reaction.
Yeah.
I don't know many people that did coke with their mom and dad.
That was fun.
Brother Joe is best known for his work as a musician. In particular, co-writing the song parody Gun Electric Shock OJ, which led to the now legendary partnership of his brother Anthony and Greg Opie Hughes, who was hosting a program named The Nighttime Attitude at the time. After the initial success of Gun Electric Shock OJ, Joe's involvement in the Opie and Anthony show was minimal. He created a few song parodies and would also sometimes call in when the boys were discussing Anthony's time performing in various Long Island-based bands. The most well-known example being the genuinely catchy love ballad, Oh Dara, which was written by Joe and sung by Anthony.
So, oh wait, Joe, you have a setup for this song?
If I'm not there when you come back to me, you know why.
That's the setup. That's the setup. I guess the band was going for a love ballad.
Yeah, the setup for the song is, well, I was taking, real quick, I was taking flying lessons out of MacArthur Airport. There was the daughter of this flight instructor that I was absolutely smitten with, and that's pretty much what it is. I wrote a song to impress her.
Oh.
Coming down to a gig, so I wrote it in a pinch.
Did it work?
No.
However, Joe Kumia considers himself one of the founding members of O&A and takes credit for the years of radio gold produced by his brother, as well as the millions of dollars Anthony earned in the process. Because of a childhood agreement between the two, Joe still collects what he considers residuals for his part in the formation of the show. Apparently, Anthony pays him well enough that Joe doesn't have to work. At this point, you may be thinking that Joe Kumia is a feckless leech who rides the coattails of his younger brother and cosplays as a member of a fictional motorcycle gang. You would be correct, but he is also the founder of multiple tribute bands, such as 2U, Almost Journey, Gimme Hendrix, Nearly Boston, and Not Quite Quiet Riot. It's up to you to figure out which of those are real and which I made up. By far, Joe's most successful project is 2U, which he describes as the world's second best U2 show. Rounding out his musical repertoire is the Solo Joe Acoustic Show.
How you doing? I am known as the Solo Joe Acoustic Show, mainly because I can play by myself and make it sound like a whole bunch of people. So here we go. This is how it works. I have a looper, this Digitech looper. And what I'll do is I'll lay in a beat. First thing, let's do Clapton too. Here we go. And I'll layer it. We get the snare in there. And I put in a rhythm guitar. That frees me up to play leads, just like Eric. What do you do when you get lonely? Nobody's waiting by your side. You've been wrong, hiding out too long. You know it's just a foolish pride. Lady lover, got me on my knees, lady. Beg you, darling, please, lady.
Despite riveting literally tens of people in the parking lots of public libraries, the sleepy-eyed guitar player wasn't content being only a musician. He was determined to get his feet wet in the world of podcasting as well. After Anthony was fired from SiriusXM, Joe started producing podcasts to keep fans informed about his brother's situation. When the important Kumia finally got his network up and running, Joe did the only thing he could think of, once again leech off his more successful brother's notoriety. In late 2014, Joe decided to relaunch the Joe Kumia Show, Guilty by Association, with the help of a man named Joe Pitaro, founder of Muscle Sport magazine. To fund the relaunch, the two Joes, who from now on shall be referred to as J Squared, started an Indiegogo campaign with a goal of $10,000. And I'm sorry, but I have to read the entire pitch to you, because it is an absolute gem. Quote, "The Joseph Kumia Show. It began as a hobby for musician Joe Kumia to jump onto his webcam and do a video podcast from his home studio, giving people updates on his brother's situation. After being terminated by SiriusXM satellite radio in July, one half of the Opie and Anthony show was putting together a show of his own, and the fans, known as the O&A Pests, were chomping at the bit for some inside information. Once the Anthony Kumia show was launched, the man known to the fans as Brother Joe was using part of his broadcast as a weekly recap of Ant's show, but also bringing in some original elements and memories from some O&A bits and songs from the past. An avid O&A fan named Joe Pitaro, a journalist and radio/TV host, and regular viewer of both the Kumia brothers' shows, experienced one of those holy shit moments when he thought of bringing some elements from his own radio show to Joe's broadcast, mainly celebrity guests. 2 phone calls and 1 meeting later, a partnership was formed. Looking to not cut any corners in making this a truly professional production, Kumia and Pitaro, since named the executive producer, are planning on bringing the O&A fans another program to call their own. Viewer interaction is not only welcomed, but encouraged. Live phone call-ins and contests will be regular parts of the show, as is a live Twitter feed. To do this properly, and make this a full-blown media outlet, doing construction in Cumia's home studio, commonly known as the Compound East, for a new set and green screen, as well as having the ability to broadcast live bands on the show, will include some incurred expenses, and an interactive website with all episodes archived with previews and recaps is also part of the plan. So, just what will it cost to subscribe to the Joseph Kumia Show? Not 1 cent, my friends. Yes, that's right. It will be absolutely free to watch live and on demand via the archives. So, to offset some of the costs of getting the show off the ground and make it the best hour of your week, we politely ask for you to contribute to this campaign and help us bring you a funny and entertaining program." Unquote. This may come as a surprise, but the relaunch was not well received. Pitaro created a thread promoting the endeavor on whackbag.com, but was met with hostility from users who noted the Cumia's history of trashing the site. He made several posts on Reddit as well, but the nature of traditional forum threads allowed Pitaro to continually keep the Joe Kumia Show topic alive, much to the chagrin of whackbag users. While Pitaro was extremely active in the threads, Brother Joe was nowhere to be found. After 40 pages and 984 posts, Joe Kumia finally made his appearance. Quote, "Haven't written a parody in years. There was one good one though, way back in '94 or so, when most of you were still shitting yourselves. It was a stupid little song called Gun Electric Shock OJ. I stood at the back door of a little local radio station called WBAB out on Long Island, and wouldn't leave until a then unknown DJ named Opie, doing the 7 to 10 p.m. evening slot, came out and took the cassette tape that Anth and painstakingly recorded into his hands, and told me he'd play it. We'd done several parodies between 90 and 95 for Stern, Soupy, Bob Buckman, Chaz on WPLR, Steve Priya on Z-Rock, and a few other DJs, but that one ended up making millions of dollars for Anthony. He was always funny. Since we were kids, I was always the one with a mind for business, and the drive that he never had. Bottom line, morons, it was a concerted effort by Anthony and I to get the fuck out of waking up and busting our asses every day for a living. We did it together, as brothers and as a team. Neither of us could have done it alone. Ask him if you doubt me. Call his show and ask him. I'm not deterred by critics. If I were, I'd be a fucking bum. The entertainment business is one of the toughest fields to succeed in. Your mommies and daddies weren't bullshitting you. They told you to stay in school. Most of you did. We didn't. I certainly won't quit doing what I love because a few assholes tell me I'm bad at it. My brother was bashed daily whenever he started at a new station. Why? Because he was bad at it. He and Opie were goofing on their early selves practically right up until D-Day. As for all of my detractors and critics and douche hats that want to see me fail, I don't believe there are that many of you. I've already won. I've benefited from a partnership and a mutual agreement that was forged when Anth and I were getting free lunch in elementary school and being raised by a single mom that taught us how to say fuck you in the face of adversity. Do you really think anything you say can deter me? Say what you will. Be ignorant of the truth to suit your own agendas. For me, Anthony, and anyone who really knows us, and the incredible story that runs much deeper than the tip of the iceberg that 99% of you think of as gospel truth, you're just fodder for a good laugh over a few beers before we head to the bank to deposit the checks that you afford us. It was our plan the whole time. Just ask my brother." Unquote. Brother Joe replied to the thread many more times that night, continuing his arguments with whackbag users. Over the intervening weeks, he would post sporadically. On one occasion, he provided the vital information that his brother actually hated being called Ant and preferred Ant. As weeks turned into months and the post count climbed into the thousands, it was becoming clear that the relaunch of the Joseph Kumia show was a failure. It was so obscure that Anthony wasn't even aware that his brother was filming a podcast and had to be informed by one of his callers.
What's Joe doing?
The Joe Kumia show.
Well, the guy finds it. He enjoys it. He finds it funny. Look, he's laughing. Look, I don't know.
Oh,
Joe wants to do a show. The internet's open to everybody. I'm happy he wants to do that. Have a little fun. Spread his wings. I haven't seen a lot of his programming because I am very busy with this program, with the preparation thereof. What is that castle? Why is he sitting in front of a castle? I tell you, I am so glad I got those plugs.
Oh, look, I'm back. I'm back and live.
He's talking into R2-D2's head. What is that?
Yeah, let me see. He had a video shot. I got to do this thing.
It's amazing.
Here. I want to show you guys something that played at the top of the show, and I think it's kind of neat. And it was online. I was able to get it online.
He's Jimmy Fallon.
Places. We go to vids and go to.
This is it?
This thing.
Some people in Pal Talk are asking if this is Joe Tober.
You want
Joe Tober? Yeah, well, Joe Tober him.
Tribute.
What's he doing with the beard?
Blow you away.
Growing some kind of fucking...
So yeah, this week, let's see. It's
What's going on with the sound? Who's running his show? Rat?
Thursday acoustic. It's called the Village Idiot Pub in Patchogue.
Oh, Joe's plugging.
I'm there tomorrow.
Joe, you got to give him material before you plug.
8 o'clock.
You got to give him something.
Get into the
you can't just
get
plug.
My ass out of New York. We drive down to Fairfax.
He always looks
Virginia,
exhausted.
He's
like always rubbing his eyes.
Honey's coming with me.
I don't know.
So,
my truck broke down. It's a new truck.
Hang out.
Go upstairs and grab one of the guitars that are leaning against the staircase and bring it down. Because my brother's doing a fucking show
at around 8:30.
I want to show how good I play guitar.
With a band called
that should be a good kind of gauge on what we do.
Let's see
what the Kumia boys do. Where our talents lie.
You got to look over here.
Going to the city, got you on my mind, got your shoulders pretty, leave it all behind. This is my decision. I'm coming home to stay the time. I'm a fool for the city. That's me playing guitar. That was Joe doing a show.
Somehow, they still managed to secure interviews with luminaries like Dr. David Duke. Unfortunately, even the Grand Wizard couldn't boost the profile of the Joseph Kumia show.
Stood up against Jewish racism. I just question why the only racism we can't talk about in our society is Jewish racism. But how is this privilege? No, the privilege is Jewish privilege. And it's proved also with Alana Kagan, who I mentioned earlier. She later went to the Supreme Court. She was nothing but a big Jewish racist. Nelson Mandela is praised in the international media and American media as like a hero and one of the greatest men of the 20th and 21st century. And it's not even mentioned. I read a Time magazine article about him the other day. It wasn't even mentioned, his past.
I know it's coming.
A member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. No argument about it.
He was a commie, man. Tell him he was a commie. I knew it.
The live streams were only receiving 10 to 12 viewers, and J Squared were likely scraping together tens of dollars, if anything at all. The Indiegogo campaign was also a disaster, raising only a fraction of its intended goal. This probably wasn't helped by Paitaro's bizarre notions of marketing and success that were frequently ridiculed by forum-goers. Eventually, the thread was shut down due to threats of violence. Kumia then created a second thread devoted to the Joe Kumia show. This would be his last post on the site. However, Whackbag would not be the only online community to make Joe Kumia a target of mockery, and derision. Over the years, he drew the ire of the Opie and Anthony subreddit, who teased him for collecting a welfare check from his younger brother and LARPing as a member of the Sons of Anarchy motorcycle club. Joe's tendency to respond to trolls, especially with threats of violence, further made him a target of the subreddit's harassment. It was Joe's habit of routinely injecting himself into his brother's affairs that drew the true disdain from the Owen Day subreddit, though. This was the case during the aftermath of the Big J. Okerson roast, which we already discussed in Part 3 of this series. That being said, we did not delve too deeply into the doxing threats that would later be dubbed Dox Wars 1 by Redditors. For those who don't know, Anthony's set at the roast was a disaster that led fans to make fun of him on Reddit and Twitter.
Oh, by the way, DeRosa couldn't make it here tonight. I'm very upset about that. If anyone's eating upstairs and you need a knife, just grab the one he put in my back. That's, for a girl to fuck Joe DeRosa, she has to take more shots than a grandmother going to mass in Charleston. Big J and DeRosa, they look like the before and after shots of Jared from Subway. Joe DeRosa's career, it's like a family after a tornado, both devastated by losing their homes. Joe DeRosa, it looks like a drawing of an autistic child that he makes in therapy of a guy that tries to fuck his mom. I don't even know what that means, but it's hilarious and probably true. DeRosa looks like he was made the same way they turn a vagina into a penis, doesn't he? Some meat kind of turning around thing. DeRosa is a spineless cunt, and the only way he could stand upright is if Bill Burr can keep his erection. Joe DeRosa stopped being friends with me because, well, he's worried about what his black friends would think. And, of course, I've been trying to say for years that black people don't think. Oh, come on. And, of course, Joe DeRosa staying right with his black friends, paying off a lot there in L.A. He's starring in the new movie Dildo Unchained. So, Jay. Everybody else for coming out.
That was uncomfortable. Oh, shit. Aunt, you said it was your first time roasting, not first time in front of a microphone. Fuck.
Anthony became highly defensive about his set and refused to admit that he bombed. Joe came to his little brother's defense by offering $1,000 of Anthony's money to anyone who could provide the personal information of a Twitter troll named Robert DeLanding. The blatant doxing attempt caught the attention of a longtime pest by the name of Josh Fauner. Fauner is actually a bit of an internet celebrity. A few of his personal pictures were turned into well-known memes. Josh was well known in the online pest community, initially going by the username TussleTussle69, and later the Ronin23. He even briefly made it onto the Opie and Anthony show.
You're from fullblownaids.com?
Yep, TussleTussle69 from fullblownaids.com.
TussleTussle69?
Yep.
It's very obvious you're a big boy. How much you weigh there, sir?
I weigh about 380.
380?
Yep.
And you're about 6'3",
6'4".
Yeah. God, Jimmy, you nailed it.
Yeah, because look at his hand. Put your hands out. He has his hands in his pockets. He just looks like he's all cute and kissable.
Yeah.
Not in a queer way. Nice mean the
Wow.
sweet, like you're a sweet boy.
And you're breathing like crazy.
Yeah.
Little nervous?
E-Rock had me run all the way over here.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Good job, E-Rock.
How's his running skills, E-Rock?
He knocked the cubicle over.
Did he really? Big nervous Nelly.
So what are you about?
Well, I'm one of the pests, that's for sure.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm from up in Palm Bay, which is about 2 hours from here.
Okay.
Woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning to drive down here.
Wow.
Gee.
I'm also one of the peppermints. Anthony, I don't know if you know about them.
The peppermints.
Yeah. You have Dugout Doug do some tasks for you every now and then. We find information out.
Oh, yeah, they're good. They're like the intelligence
good.
portion of...
And I was also blessed to be able to do the first peppermints delivery. We found somebody online on Usenet who was pretty much getting a petition against Anthony going for being a racist.
Oh, nice.
And we found out that he had a podcast, and he only lived about 80 miles from me.
Yeah.
So we decided that I would take a trip up there, say hello, deliver a nice little letter that our leader, Rabbit Man, wrote up.
Tussle. I'm here on behalf of our leader, Rabbit
Man.
And we were trying to deliver a gift, too. We were deciding what we want to do. At first, we were going to do a fish, old school style like Godfather. But then we decided that might be a little bit,
threatening.
Threatening. So
and a little hacky, too.
Yeah.
It's been done,
We decided on a bag of peppermints, a little bag of peppermint candies, so...
As Josh explained in a Facebook post, he had defended Anthony in the past, but the doxing attempts were one step too far. Both Anthony and Joe replied to Josh's post, with the latter choosing to spend his birthday arguing with Josh on Facebook. Ultimately, Joe implied that he would find Fauner's address and shoot him. In part 3 of this series, I argued that the fallout from the Big J. Okerson roast was the moment the subreddit turned on Anthony. Arguably, it was also the moment the subreddit's hatred was galvanized against Joe Kumia. It would take some time for the effect to be felt, but it would be tremendous. After Anthony's connection to transgender porn actress Sue Lightning was discovered, he had a meltdown on the subreddit and attempted to dox some of the individuals who were making fun of him. There was an apocalyptic backlash from Reddit users, and eventually the closing of the Anthony Cumia Show subreddit. Some Redditors weren't satisfied with going after Anthony alone, and decided to test his previous declaration that the subreddit had no effect on the lives or career of his social circle. The primary target would be Joe Kumia's band, and the weapon of choice would be Brother Joe's own race-obsessed social media posts. One Facebook post by Joe praising the leadership skills of Adolf Hitler would prove to be particularly problematic, as Redditors began sending this quote and other examples of Joe's racism to the owners of venues that were scheduled to host Kumia's tribute bands. In a Facebook post made on March 9th, Brother Joe revealed that he had already lost 3 gigs to the emailing campaign. Proving that he learned nothing from his brother's mistakes, Joe claimed victory over the white punk SJWs who had been emailing his buyers. Joe believed he could win the battle by preemptively emailing club owners and making his social media accounts private. Unfortunately for Joe, he was being outmaneuvered and outsmarted at every turn. His attempts to scrub his social media accounts was thwarted by a grassroots movement to archive a compendium of Joe's most racist posts. In a desperate bid to save his upcoming gigs, Joe begged his followers to send emails to a list of CEOs, elected officials, and upper management, asking them to do the right thing, not only for Mr. Kumia, but for America, by standing up to cyberbullying and cyber-terrorism. This predictably backfired when Reddit got a hold of the emailing list and used it to send out more warnings about Brother Joe and his violent white supremacist beliefs to the very people he was trying to win over. After weeks of fighting fire started by Reddit, Joe finally capitulated by calling the aforementioned Josh Fauner. Fauner then posted about the conversation on Reddit, quote, "I just got off a 49-minute phone call with Joe Kumia about an hour ago. At first he called me, after a text conversation where he texted me out of the blue this morning, while I was recording one of my podcasts, and I had to ask him to call me back because I was busy being a broadcaster, LOL, which he did. He called me hat in hand, trying to gain insight into why this is happening to me. He's lost so many gigs he's panicking, so he called who I believe to be spearheading this, again, LOL. I just spent an hour explaining how the internet works to a 57-year-old man. I just spent an hour explaining a 50-year-old man's public image to him. I mean, he gains a modicum of respect from me for coming to me like he did, but still, this definitely means we won, ladies and gentlemen. So, here's what I propose. And naturally, I'm just another dumb poster who has zero say what any of you do. Lay off him for a bit. He waved the white flag to me. Let's see if what I said to him got through to him. Let's see if we can rehab Joe Kumia, too. Edit. For those asking for proof, those that can see Joe's tweets can see this. Here's a screenshot. Unquote. Joe further waved the white flag by posting a long-winded and groveling comment that all but begged Reddit for mercy. The comment was deleted, but thankfully a Reddit user preserved it through Pastebin. Joe would try to claim that his tweets were taken out of context, before questioning the motivation of those who got his gigs cancelled. Quote, "My question is simply, why? I've had some hot-headed moments on this sub, and I may have come across as a cunt to those who don't care enough to look any deeper than the last post that bashed me. Then, when I become enraged, I'd come off like a butthurt faggot. But I still don't understand why anyone would care to fuck up the real life of a 57-year-old father and husband, practically, who has responsibilities and has never done anything to fuck you over personally. It feels like it was done just because you were pretty sure you could do it. The payoff was knowing you indeed affected my life, when I'd stated multiple times right here that you couldn't. Here's the damage that was done. I lost 5 gigs. 4 of them were contracted and the agencies had to pay me off. The client didn't like having to do it, but they were legally obligated, and it was their choice to cancel. The cancellation clause in my contracts only make provisions for canceling due to an act of God or illness. 100% of my shows are contracted. Many of you think that I do this band thing like a kid having fun on weekends. I don't. It's a business that's been in existence for 20 years, so the damage done was tangible, but not as substantial as some of you may have thought. The real damage was done when a school show we were playing for cancer research benefit was called off, because of a phone call Junkie Throwaway 88 wrote about calling the school we were playing the free show at, posted the name and number of the school here. Someone called, threatened to post negative reviews of the school on SM, and it was canceled. Detectives were involved, the school went into lockdown, and the worst part was the black guy that put the whole thing together was apologetic to me for the head of the school canceling in spite of our business intentions to raise money for a charity event by playing for free. Again, I'm not trying to sound like a bitch, or like I'm looking for any sympathy. I'm simply explaining to those of you who had no clue what actually transpired, and what exactly was the most impacted by your email campaign." Unquote. Joe would also discuss his personal life, such as an ex-wife that wishes death upon him and a mother with Alzheimer's. Finally, he would give his insight into his troubled upbringing, and end his post by requesting a truce. Quote, "Most of you have heard the stories of our formative years. My dad was about a piece of shit as far as a father goes. Left the 4 of us when he was around 32 to go play cowboy in California. That left me to do most of the things that a real dad does. So I took care of Aunt and Dawn while Mom worked to raise us as normally as possible. You see how all that worked out? We're not perfect. All 3 of us have our issues. Me, I'm the big angry lummox that runs to his younger siblings' defense, sometimes when they don't even need it. I can be so defensive that I come off as being offensive. Dawn is probably the most normal out of the 3 of us. She's got her issues too, but they're not as apparent as Aunt's and mine. Anthony is who he is because of, well, who he is, and I mean that in the sense of what shaped him growing up. I was old enough to understand and face up to my dad leaving, the physical fights that our parents had in front of us, the ruined Christmases, their alcohol abuse, sometimes neglect, outright racist behavior by our drunk father, and lots of tears from all 3 of us kids. My sister was too young to really remember, but Aunt was right in the middle. He was the one that was traumatized the most. Why am I getting into this? In the hopes of explaining the whys of our behavior. Everyone has their issues. I'm sure some of you can piss all over what I just said with horror stories of your own that make my drivel sound like drivel. It was never anyone's intention to make so many enemies here. You can take that for what it's worth. I have no reason for writing all of you like this other than an honest request for, if not an actual truce, simple detente. Things could continue as they are. I'm sure that some of you would rather have me here to bash than to gain better insight to what makes the Kumia brothers tick. But it's with an open mind and a genuine desire to mend at least a few fences here that I've written this fucking book tonight. At the risk of fucking up everything I've said this far, and again with no malice or ill will, I wouldn't want you rabid fuckers to think I'm laying down my arms because you've given me a beating. I'm coming here with my fists unclenched and head held high to show you that I've actually learned a few valuable lessons here. And it's you that are directly responsible for that. That's all for now. Sam Crow Joe. Still cracks me up. Unquote. This was all well and good, but a closer examination reveals a few holes in Joe's story. If the tangible damage to his business was as minimal as Joe claimed, why would he come to Reddit asking for a truce? A few weeks earlier, he was threatening legal action and physical violence, but then decided to come to Reddit with his fists unclenched and head held high. Joe's account of his childhood also doesn't match up with the stories his brother told over the years. Rather than a surrogate father figure who stepped up to care for his younger siblings, Anthony portrayed Joe as a hoodlum who smuggled drugs across the country and blamed black kids for his criminal endeavors. Either way, Brother Joe's plea was ignored, and the Opie and Anthony subreddit would move away from canceling Joe's gigs in favor of new and exciting ways of embarrassing him. Sometime in mid-2016, a user named Pizza left a comment on the video of Anthony watching the Joseph Kumia show. Pizza alleged that Joe drank the spit of neighborhood children for sexual reasons. The comment was eventually deleted, but not before it could inspire one of the most prominent memes related to Joe Kumia. Several photoshops were made, taking advantage of pictures from Joe's performances, where his mouth was open. The popularity of the meme was so great that Joe Kumia became synonymous with an affinity for child spit. On April 20th, 2016, user USS Buffler played on the Joe Kumia drama by posting a video wherein an actor from the website Fiverr imitated Joe's tough guy persona and fondness for biker apparel.
You Redditards fucked up big. You crossed every patched-in member of the Sons of Tranarchy. We told you there'd be doxing, and we weren't bluffing. Be very afraid if you're at 90 Division Avenue in Levittown, New York, because Rich Voss will be performing at Governor's on August 5th and the 6th. Peckers.
This inspired a string of similar videos utilizing the Fiverr service.
Brother Joe drank my spit.
Hey, Andy, love you, love the show. I want to thank you for your contributions to transgender and anti-domestic violence communities. Everyone, please subscribe to the Andy Kumia Show and help make the world a better place. Breakers!
Hey, what's going on? I decided to make this video for the bigot, white, racist motherfucker who loves to make videos and periscope shit for TMZ and all of that. Because, you know, Andy Kumia, my dudes, man, my niggas told me to make sure I let you know you're going to be welcome real lovely into the joint, man. Soon as you touch down, fresh meat is going to be, you know, on and popping. Because, you know, a lot of people was like, yo, who? Anthony Kumia? Why? And then I said, oh, you know the motherfucker from Andy and Opie. Then it was like light bulbs went off and shit. That's a shame, man. You're not even your own man. People only recognize you until somebody says Opie. Now, that's not even a name I want to be associated with, but you white racist motherfucker, I know that's how you get down. But I digress. I know you're in a bit of a situation strangling up the hooker type chick and all of that. We seen the video. I hope you see this video to let you know, don't worry. Once you inside, it's going to be alright. Niggas is going to take care of you real lovely, Andy. Oh, and before I go, I want to shout out my man Rich Voss, who's going to be doing the NA convention in Santa Clara, California. Now I'm saying March 26th, he's going to be at the Hartford Funny Bone, March 31st to April 3rd. Oh, and Andy, get that lube ready, because we just can't wait to see you on the inside, if you know what I mean.
Exciting news in the works for former radio show duo Opie and Anthony. Well, Rich Voss will be performing at Helium Buffalo December 29th. Helium Buffalo? Well, what is that, like a buffalo with a high voice or something? Home run, Chippa. Take us to break.
As 2016 drew on, the fervor surrounding the presidential election was approaching critical levels. Brother Joe attempted to capitalize on the hype by submitting an entry to the website Urban Dictionary. Quote, Hilaria, the verbal excrement that emanates from Hillary Clinton's mouth. I'm tired of listening to her crappy lies. She spouts pure verbal Hilaria. Unquote. When the O&A subreddit discovered this, they immediately went into action. Not only was Joe's definition downvoted into obscurity, but a new definition of Hilaria mocking Joe was submitted, and it received over 1,000 upvotes, ensuring that it would be the top definition and Joe's would be the bottom. Realizing the golden opportunity that Urban Dictionary presented, a user then posted a disparaging definition of Brother Joe. Quote, Brother Joe, person who is devoid of talent or charm and therefore must rely on a close family member, usually a younger brother, to provide them with sustenance, shelter, and attention. Wow, I didn't realize until recently what a Brother Joe I've become. It's time to get my life together and stop being such a loser. Unquote. thanks to Reddit, the definition amassed thousands of upvotes and became a global trend. This was a genius tactic, as Brother Joe was the way Joe Kumia had marketed himself for years, even naming his company Brother Joe Entertainment. This definition ensured that anybody searching for Brother Joe would be met with an Urban Dictionary post calling him a talentless leech. Within a month, it garnered hundreds of thousands of upvotes to become the #1 most upvoted Urban Dictionary definition of all time, and still appears as one of the first search results for Brother Joe, only being surpassed by a restaurant in Seattle. At this point, it seemed as though the Reddit community had bested Joe Kumia in every way imaginable. They got his band's gigs cancelled, forcing Joe to wave the white flag, and personally come to the subreddit asking for a truce. They made his name synonymous with imbibing child saliva, only to outdo themselves and make Joe's name so synonymous with being a leech that it became a global trend. How could Reddit outdo itself again? It started with a thread posted by user Chris Coon, member of the rap group Diet Crack.
This Killer Coon introducing you to Diet Crack. This right rap, this shit here, you wanna find a set. You don't drug deal and wanna buy back. So zip your lip, trick your hip with quickness. I rip the misfits and flip the script bit.
Chris Coon asked Reddit for suggestions on how to handle an upcoming St. Patrick's Day performance by Joe's band that was going to take place in his city. On March 2nd, Chris Coon updated Reddit on the situation. Quote, "Update. Looks like I'm on my way to getting my local bar to cancel 2U's performance on St. Patrick's Day. I commented on the bar's Facebook post about the event, saying how their lead member is a blatant racist, and I would be there only to chuck a beer bottle at Brother Joe's head. 5 minutes later, I get a Facebook message from the bar owner asking me to call him. I work until 5, but I messaged him a bunch of Reddit links documenting Mr. Cumia's racism. Like I said before, this is the local hipster bar, so that type of talk ain't tolerated there. So I believe I'm well on my way to getting 2U canned for St. Patty's Day. I'm doing the Lord's work here, fellas. Bow to me. Edit. Cue the SJW faggot attacks, laughing my ass off. Edit. Again, it seems that y'all actually think I did anything more than just direct the owner to shit that other members of the sub put together. So in reality, whoever put together all those links to Joe's racist shit was the one who got him canned, not me. Ha ha ha." Unquote. The response to the thread was mixed. A large amount of Redditors took issue with using social justice warrior tactics against Joe. Others felt their hatred for Brother Joe overwhelmed any sense of disgust. However, nobody in the thread could predict what was coming next. Brother Joe wasn't going to take this cancellation lying down. He was going to take it to the highest court in the land, the People's Court. On Facebook, Joe revealed that the taping would take place on April 18th. He also laid out his plan to feign shock at accusations that he is a card-carrying white supremacist, while allowing the owner of the Trenton Social to babble like the cranky, disappointed Hillary supporter that he is. Joe Kumia was confident in the outcome of the case, right up to the day his episode finally aired. It's truly difficult to explain what a momentous event this was for the Opie and Anthony subreddit. Joe appearing on People's Court is almost universally considered the sub's crowning achievement. Until this moment, Brother Joe's unmitigated buffoonery had been admired exclusively by the niche online community dedicated to a defunct radio show. Now he was on full display for a national television audience. I've struggled to put the magic of this experience into words. So instead, I've edited together a highlight package of sorts.
What's the name of your cover band?
Tribute band by the name of 2U.
2U. And what do you mean by, what's a tribute band?
A tribute band is a cover band that presents themselves as the original act.
Oh, so they gear up and stuff.
Dress up, it's half acting,
Who
half
does
musicianship.
Bono?
He had mentioned being informed of tweets and Facebook posts that portray me as not only a racist, but a misogynist, a homophobe, a pedophile, a card-carrying, violent white supremacist, and a myriad of other ridiculous accusations. I did a bit of investigating, and I came up with the source of those accusations, and it's an ongoing problem that I've had pertaining to online bullying and terrorist tactics.
That boy was the size of a shaved silverback ape, and if you squint a little, and this is coming from your what?
Twitter. Racist, misogynist, pedophile, Nazi, white supremacist, card-carrying, violent guy. That's really what it comes down to. It's an online community of people that used to be known as pests, Opie and Anthony pests. These people are still around. They still hang around. They're basically online terrorists. That's why.
That's a little bit
because
far-fetched. Being a racist is not a reason for cancellation of a contract. Racists can enter if you did say it, racists can enter contracts. I hope you're not lying under oath today. You know what? I just hope that you're not lying under oath today, because then I could feel better about what I'm about to do. My verdict is for the plaintiff and the amount of the remainder of the contract, $2,300.
The Owen Day subreddit's reaction to Joe's appearance was nothing short of euphoric. Not only did a 60-year-old man go on national TV and call them cyber terrorists, but the claim sounded so absurd that Judge Milian dismissed it out of hand. Even more hilarious was Joe accusing himself of pedophilia on 3 separate occasions. Despite winning the case, albeit on a technicality, Brother Joe was not happy about the outcome of the episode. Far from being the SJW-destroying cerebral assassin he claimed to be on Facebook, Joe looked like a bumbling dope who couldn't string together more than 2 sentences without accusing himself of being a pedophile or rambling about Reddit conspiracy theories. This wasn't Joe's fault, though. It was the biased editing of the People's Court, and that liberal judge Marilyn Milian. Joe expressed his frustration in the only way he knew how, through another Facebook post where he included topless pictures of Judge Milian and called her fat. So, just to recap, a small-time rapper sent a club owner a collection of Joe's racist social media posts, which led the club owner to cancel the upcoming performance of Joe's tribute band. Joe then took the club owner to the People's Court, where he repeatedly brought up accusations of pedophilia, called the Opie and Anthony subreddit online terrorists, and still won the case because of a technicality. And even though the judge ruled in his favor, Joe posted her nudes on Facebook because she wouldn't let him babble about Reddit and Imager. You're probably thinking that this has to be the end of the story.
A father is in custody in the death of his 2-year-old. The toddler was thrown from an SUV as police say the man fled a store with stolen goods and then crashed. It all happened at the intersection of Route 13 and Levittown Parkway in Tullytown, Bucks County. Our Greg Argos is live in Levittown with more tonight. Greg?
And Jessica, that suspect is 27-year-old Christopher Coon of Hamilton, New Jersey. He just left the district court here in Levittown about 25 minutes ago. He is being charged with third-degree murder in the death of his 2-year-old son. His bond set at $5 million cash, an incredibly high amount for an incredibly heinous crime. This is what he had to say, or lack thereof, as he left here a short while ago.
On October 3rd, 2017, Christopher Coon attempted to steal a $228 Vizio soundbar from a Walmart in Bucks County, Philadelphia. Coon then fled the scene with his 2-year-old son, Caden. Instead of taking the time to strap his toddler into a car seat, Coon chose to spend that time covering the license plate of his gold Jeep SUV with a sweatshirt. Police were called to the scene, but only arrived in time to see Coon barrel through an intersection and cause a 3-car collision. As the SUV rolled, 2-year-old Caden was ejected from the vehicle and suffered fatal injuries as a result. Rather than getting his son help, Coon actually stepped over the child's body while fleeing from police on foot. However, he was captured shortly afterward. Due to the shocking circumstances of Caden's death and Coon's unprecedented apathy towards the safety of his child, the case became an international news story. As the case progressed, further details about Coon's dark side emerged. Chris had a history of shoplifting, drug use, and reckless driving. At the time of the crash, Coon was driving with a suspended license, and toxicology reports found OxyContin and marijuana in his system. He was also serving a 3-year probation stemming from terroristic threats made towards his ex-girlfriend, Mackenzie Trevel. Coon had choked Trevel and held a screwdriver to her throat while she was holding her 2-week-old son. On another occasion, he threatened to cut her head off. Coon's public defender tried to present him as a kind-hearted and generous man, whose actions were driven by drug addiction. It was an unconvincing argument in light of the gruesome evidence. On March 28 of 2018, Judge Robert O. Baldy found Christopher Coon guilty of third-degree murder, as well as many additional charges. And later that year, he would sentence Christopher to 8.5 to 30 years in prison. The exact future of Christopher Coon is uncertain. His choices have taken an immeasurable toll on the lives of those around him. As one friend of the family put it, he's living in his own private hell. One thing is certain about Chris Coon, though. At least for the foreseeable future, he poses no threat to the livelihood of Joe Kumia. Though the opposite can be said of Brother Joe, because he will always be his own worst enemy. His obsession with social media will lead to more fights with trolls, more threats of doxing, and more cancelled gigs. This is the problem with Joe Kumia. He has learned nothing. I can't sugarcoat it. Joe Kumia is dumb. This could be forgivable, In some people, Joe's utter stupidity might even be endearing. If it weren't for his inflated ego and his pseudo-intellectual social media diatribes that yank words from a thesaurus and arrange them with the deft hand of a man who thinks closing a browser with Control-Alt-Delete is top-secret tech advice. That's when he isn't paying Geek Squad hundreds of dollars to update his operating system, or being scammed by people selling knockoff Chinese guitars on Facebook. Joe Kumia is the embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect. In his imagination, he isn't a tribute band guitar player who posts borderline retarded essays on Facebook. He's a titan thinker whose philosophical insights will be puzzled over by the libtards and Democrats for centuries to come. And in that respect, I kind of envy him. He'll never know self-doubt. He'll never criticize himself. For the rest of his days, Joe Kumia will drift through this world, confident in his purpose, his talent, and his abilities. As always, I want to thank you for watching this video, as well as liking and subscribing. If you're interested in following me on Twitter or supporting me on Patreon, I will leave links to both in the description. I would also like to give a special thanks to my patrons: Stoned in Epcot, Adam Carey, Casino Indian, Jackie, James Taylor, Jeff Carpenter, Leo Helmar, MODOWD, Patrick M, Sam Keene, Taylor, and Unfortunate Mishap.
Ho, ho, ho. 3 hooahs. A very Kumia Christmas. Got your gun for Christmas. Too bad you died of AIDS. Insert a rogue joke here. Featured all your favorite Yule logs. She might have been 10, she might have been 20. I couldn't tell, I was completely drunk. I went outside to piss in the snow, and I pissed on Santa Claus. Hey Santa, am I on a naughty list now? Old chestnuts, my hair plugs roasting by the fire. Will keep my baseball hat on for a little while. And there would be no Kumia Christmas without a little la-la. I was living near the Jews, la-la-la-la, plugging in my hair with la-la-la-la, hating all the blacks with la-la-la-la, shooting up my guns with la-la-la-la, live from the compound, la-la-la-la, la-la-la-la-la, la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Ho, ho, ho. 3 hooahs. A very Kumia Christmas.
I'm still hilarious.
In the previous installment of this series, we took a break from covering Anthony Cumia to explore the staggering idiocy of his older brother Joe. However, the story of Anthony's battle with Reddit was far from over. When I started making this series, I thought it would last 4 episodes. But so much has happened in the last 2.5 years that I quickly realized I would need to extend the series considerably. That being said, it must eventually come to an end. To give the series a proper send-off, I decided to split the finale into 2 parts. The exact reason for which I will explain at the end. So, without further ado, welcome to Anthony Cumia's Demented World. Back to obscurity. First, we must backtrack from our detour with brother Joe, all the way back to March of 2016, shortly after Anthony's connection to T-Babe Susan Lightning was discovered. As troublesome as this revelation was for Anthony, he would once again have more important things to worry about than the mockery of the Opie and Anthony subreddit. For several months, Anthony had been caught up in a court case stemming from his December 2015 arrest for strangling his then-girlfriend Danny Brand. On March 30th, Anthony announced that he would be going to rehab. Though Keith and Anthony said that the rehab stay was not court-mandated, few people other than Jim Norton actually believed that there was any genuine intent behind the decision. As Ron Bennington himself once explained to Anthony, the drinking was not the issue.
I don't think I don't think an intervention would work with you.
Really?
Because I don't think you ever think that you bottom out, and I'm not sure even if the drinking has anything to do with it. I think the drinking is a small part of a larger sign that you got lost. You got lost somewhere along the way.
I got lost.
Yeah. You were the funniest out of everybody. See, now I do feel like I'm the ghost visiting. Oh, shit. You were the absolute funniest out of everyone.
Uh-huh.
But that didn't give you pleasure.
It wouldn't take long for questions about Anthony's stay in rehab to be answered. Only a few days after Anthony entered the facility, his potentially HIV-positive brother took a break from line dancing at the Big Apple Ranch to make one of his typically loquacious Facebook posts. Quote, "He's currently in the detox facility. Apparently this is where you go to dry out and get sober. He was dry as, insert Caitlyn Jenner joke here, 3 days prior to arriving, so they promptly made him take an Ativan. After all, what good is rehab if you arrive and there's nothing in your system? So they took care of that pronto. He enjoyed a very nice synthetic opiate narcotic-induced buzz in his very first night there. This rehab thing sounds like a party. He was happy to report that the place comes stocked with a few very cute, stereotypical, blonde, 19 to 25-year-old, needy female heroin addicts with daddy issues. Aren't we off to a great start, folks? No shit, I didn't make that one up. 1 or 2, 3 of them, and a couple of nice bottles of wine. Rehab, huh? The staff is looking to expedite his departure, not only because he really didn't require the detox portion of the program, but for the counselor's fear of him impersonating and inevitably replacing one of them. He's far more entertaining to listen to, even when there's no audio/visual equipment around. They asked him if there's anything he feels he was addicted to that he's really craving or feeling particularly anxious about not having available to him, and he told them, yeah, my phone. I guess we can all use a little smart device rehab, huh, folks? Keeps on grabbing for his ass, expecting to find his phone. I told him to turn those lemons into lemonade. And next time grab for the 22-year-old blonde heroin addict's ass instead. Silly goose." Unquote. Aside from undercutting any notion that Anthony's stay in rehab was legitimate, Joe also highlighted Anthony's growing addiction to Twitter. If most people lost a high-paying job due to racist tweets, they might reconsider the role social media was playing in their life. As we've said in the past, though, Anthony always doubles down on his mistakes. If anything, in the wake of his firing, Anthony's obsession with Twitter increased. Anthony would often tweet from the time he woke up to the time he fell asleep, sometimes tweeting hundreds of times per day. The content of his Twitter feed also became increasingly saturated by commentary on race and politics. The early morning hours were a particularly volatile time, as Anthony would typically be quite drunk by that point. And even while in rehab, he couldn't stay off Twitter. For some reason, Anthony wanted to outdumb his gay idiot brother by tweeting that he might be falling in love with a 19-year-old heroin addict. After realizing how insanely stupid this was, Anthony deleted the tweet. While Anthony was rubbing elbows with heroin-addicted teenagers, rat-toothed executive producer Keith the Cop Maresca was in the process of losing one of the most popular shows on Anthony's network. There had been tension between the Legion of Skanks and the Anthony Kumia network since at least January of 2016, as the Skanks believed the name of the network should be changed. By this point in time, Anthony's name was largely associated with racism and domestic violence, a public relations issue that was not helped when the extended clip of Danny's Periscope video was released during Anthony's stay in rehab. In May of 2016, the Anthony Kumia network rebranded itself as Compound Media, but this name may have been no better due to the association of compounds with right-wing extremist groups and racist militia movements. There was also the connection to Anthony's previous show, Live from the Compound, the logo of which bore an inarguable resemblance to a swastika. Either way, the rebranding to Compound Media had no effect on the negotiations between Keith and the Legion of Skanks. According to Louis J. Gomez, there was a less than 2% chance of Legion of Skanks renewing their contracts.
We might not be re-signing with the Anthony Kumia network.
But there's still a 2% chance we will.
There's a small,
2%.
less than 2%.
It doesn't sound like there's going to be a 2% chance.
Yeah, I mean,
the email was pretty weird.
Because I gave him a number, and then he gave me a number, and they are very, very far
did he give you a
apart.
number?
No. He actually just
it was
said,
2% of what we're
I didn't give a number.
You gave him a number.
You gave him a number, and then he sent back a
a long, several paragraphed email that if I was writing it, probably just could have said LOL. That's the way you wrote. It was essentially a long way of going.
I wrote a
"That's
pretty good
funny."
email. I thought I was doing a very good job.
The last thing I got was your response to that.
Where I said, I think we're at an impasse. Never used that word before.
Spell it right?
Yeah, IMPASSE.
Can you use it in a sentence?
We have reached an impasse. We have reached an impasse. No, I don't know. Look,
I enjoy your impasse.
According to Keith and company, I guess, we didn't warrant any subscriptions. According to him, when we joined on board, nobody signed up for the Anthony Kumia Network. Guys, do you think that's true?
How many of you subscribed only for us?
But it is
well. I think that proves it right there.
Hey, camera operators, Bobby, can you not show Lewis leading the crowd? You don't show the applause sign at a fucking...
Hey, what are we going to do to keep that cop's house if he doesn't re-sign us? Burn it down! Burn it down! Burn it down!
After a year on Anthony's network, the Legion of Skanks were done with Compound Media and moved their show to Gas Digital. The night before the Skanks left the network, Keith made a post on the Compound Media subreddit, explaining that they would also be taking their archive of content with them. Quote, "Good afternoon, everyone. Just a clarification on the LOS content in last night's episode. The episode is being moved and put back up. LOS has put the episode up on YouTube as well. Our attorney has stated that, contractually as it's written, LOS has the right to their content and will be putting it up on Gas Digital. Last night's episode will be up today on Compound Media for the subscribers to view and download. The rest of the content will transition to Gas Digital. We maintain a good relationship with LOS and want to make the transition of the content for them smooth and available for viewing as soon as possible." Unquote. When Keith's lack of professionalism was pointed out in the comment section, he clarified his post by saying that Compound Media had the rights to the Legion of Skanks content, but was allowing them to move their archive to Gas Digital to maintain a good relationship. Obviously, fans were not happy that the content they spent the last year paying for was going to another network. However, this debacle is just one thread of Keith's incompetence that is woven throughout the tattered fabric of Compound Media. Even genuine fans of the network have questioned why he still has a job, despite mishandling Anthony's company at every opportunity. Some have suggested that over the last 20 years, Keith has amassed a litany of incriminating evidence against Anthony that cemented his position in the company. The more likely explanation is that Compound Media is Keith's business more than Anthony's. This isn't a far-fetched idea, considering we've seen similar scenarios with other networks like Channel Awesome. Even though The Nostalgia Critic was the website's flagship show, Doug Walker didn't own the rights to the character, and by all accounts had very little to do with the business side of the company. Those roles were left to an enigmatic but also profoundly corrupt man named Mike Michaud. Given that Anthony's own brother accused him of lacking drive or business acumen, it is entirely possible that his role in the company is ceremonial. Keith's duties at Compound Media seem to encompass everything from booking talent to securing deals with software developers. His continued presence may simply be due to the fact that the company would collapse without him. On the other hand, the alternative is the slow but inevitable death of the network, fostered by Keith's incompetence. Even though a hard reset of Compound Media's management structure would probably be the best solution, it will become increasingly obvious throughout the rest of this finale that Anthony is incapable of making such a stand against Keith. At least for a little while, that was because he was busy standing in front of a judge. After months of endless court dates, Anthony pled guilty to third-degree assault and obstructing Danny's breathing. The plea was conditional. If Anthony completed 6 months of outpatient alcohol treatment and attended a batterer's intervention program, the charges he pled guilty to would be dropped and reduced to 2 counts of harassment, which would not carry criminal penalties or leave Kumia with a record. This is important to note because Anthony would like people to believe that he was an innocent man who was cleared of all charges against him. In reality, like the black criminals Anthony so frequently complains about, he pled guilty. Because Kumia could afford a decent lawyer, he was able to get a deal that allowed his charges to be reduced, if he completed court-ordered stop drinking and beating your girlfriend classes. While Anthony was sorting out his legal troubles, and Keith was losing one of the most popular shows on Compound Media, the O&A subreddit was unrelenting in their assault on Anthony Kumia, and fate would be on their side.
We have breaking news tonight. At least 80 people are dead and dozens injured in a horrific attack in France. One witness calling the scene apocalyptic. And although no one has claimed responsibility, French officials say it does look like terrorism. Horror tonight in the French resort town of Nice.
It was sheer terror.
A truck turned lethal weapon, plowing through a crowded promenade, killing at least 80 people, including children, and wounding more than 65, according to French authorities.
It was looking for a place to hide, it was running.
I did see it hit a few people, and there were a few people lying on the ground.
Most people would see reports of a Tunisian immigrant driving a truck through a crowd of people and killing dozens as a tragedy. The Opie and Anthony subreddit saw an opportunity. Seizing upon the uncertainty of the driver's identity, Reddit users began to spread the rumor that the Bastille Day truck attack had been perpetrated by Tunisian terrorist Antoine Kumia. Included in the tweets was a picture of Anthony from his brother's wedding, where he looks particularly Middle Eastern. The credibility of the claim was possibly bolstered by a video where Anthony wears a t-shirt like some kind of Islamic garb, while smoking a hookah and impersonating Andrew Dice Clay as a member of ISIS.
Guys, how you doing? I'm over here now. I was over there with, like, Jesus, but now I'm over here now with Muhammad. Me, ISIS. How you doing? It's gonna be a comedy fatwa. Unbelievable. Oh, good. Good. Oh, hookah, I barely know her. Good. That's right, let me see. Oh!
During the widespread confusion, the hoax began to gain traction on social media. And then it happened. A major Dutch news outlet called Algemeen Dagblad ran with the Antoine Kumia hoax. Apparently, other foreign news outlets followed suit, with Kumia even being covered on Romanian TV.
Șoferul camionului, îl vedeți în imagini pe cel care a fost identificat cel puțin până acum de poliția franceză ca fiind autorul acestui atac. Șoferul camionului a tras de volan spre grupul de români. Erau 16 români în acel moment pe faleză, în grupul în care se afla doamna Rugină, și în momentul în care i-a văzut că speriați se dau la o parte, fug, doamna Rugină și-a luat copilul în brațe și a fugit înspre plajă, a redresat camionul spre stânga și a continuat să se deplaseze cu...
While the incident was a fairly short chapter in the history of the Opie and Anthony subreddit, it is still held in high regard. Alongside Brother Joe's People's Court appearance and exposing Amy Schumer for joke thievery, Antoine Kumia making international news is considered one of the high water marks of the sub. The event would also mark a tradition on the site. During any terrorist attack, Redditors would attempt to proliferate the rumor that it had been perpetrated by a Tunisian man named Antoine Kumia. While the world was still reeling from the terror of the Bastille Day truck attack, strife of another kind would grip the Opie and Anthony fan community. For some time, the uncomfortable alliance between Greg Opie Hughes and Jim Norton had been fraying. Despite the best efforts of the beloved helmsman, even Opie couldn't keep the ship off the rocks. After Anthony was famously fired for racist tweets, Jim Norton could have left with his friend to start a podcast together. Instead, Jim chose the easy money and access to celebrity photos that a serious position provided. It was a move that angered and perplexed fans at the time. Anthony and Jim were an undeniably hilarious team, while Jim had virtually no chemistry with Opie.
Jim Norton's a pussy. I mean, he really is a pussy.
He wouldn't say anything.
Because he didn't want to do radio with me, but he liked the money that he was being offered from SiriusXM, right? He belonged with Anthony from the get-go. When Anthony got fired, those two were the ones that were really getting along. So Jimmy should have left and went over there with Anthony. They work well together. They're friends. But he decided to stay at Sirius, knowing he didn't want to do radio with me. But he liked the exposure, the fan base, and the amount of money they were giving him.
The hostility between the two became increasingly noticeable as the show progressed. The tension would finally boil over in late 2015 due to a comment made by comedic sensation Esther Koo. Even though the friction between Opie and Jim was now common knowledge, the show would limp along for another several months. As their 2-year contracts with Sirius were coming to an end, trouble was brewing. This would become apparent during an episode where Opie and Jim were joined by comedian D.L. Hewley. During the interview, Norton was unusually quiet and appeared physically repulsed by Hewley. Unbeknownst to D.L., Jim had been silently holding a grudge against him due to the time Hewley canceled his appearance on the pilot of Jim's transgender rights advocacy talk show.
Deal, you're always a great guest. You get
Thanks, man.
You get the people talking.
Thanks,
Holy
man.
Fuck.
This is the most fun I've had doing this.
All right.
What's wrong with Jim? Are you all right?
We had issues before, so
Really?
no big deal.
I've never seen this before. I'm like, what happened?
Quiet Norton.
I've never.
Quiet, unopinionated Norton is
I
one of
haven't
his new
seen him
characters.
this quiet since the episode of Power.
It's one of his new.
We had. Well, the issue was DL. If you want to get into it,
really,
Yeah.
what happened?
Yeah, because I like you very much. I knew he'd say that, so I'm kind of glad I did that. But when I had that pilot and you had to cancel, I understood, but you told us an hour before, after we had rented the studio, and the day before, my manager was like, "Are you sure you can come tomorrow?" And your people were like, "Yeah." And then an hour before you canceled, and I just never heard from you. So I kind of took that really personally.
I don't blame you. And let me tell you.
And I happen to like you very much. So to me, it was like, I didn't want, and I think you're a genius. I genuinely do.
Right.
But it was one of those things where, you know, like I feel like a dick. Like the guy has no respect for me, obviously, as brilliant as he is. No. But I mean, then I'm like, why would I have him in the show? So Opie knew that. And he knew that I wasn't feeling that. And, you know, he's like, well, DL does good radio. And then he said, I'm like, well, you know, I have an issue with it. And he goes, well, why don't you just tap out for an hour? So he was basically saying that I should have left for an hour before. But I'm like, I can't do that because they pay me to be here. And I also wasn't going to be a dick to you, but I just took that very personally.
Hewley was unaware of Norton's feelings towards him, because rather than reaching out to a fellow comedian to settle the dispute, Jim had been quietly vetoing Hewley's appearances on the O&J show without his knowledge. In spite of Jim's insistence that Hewley was a hard no, he managed to make it onto the show on this occasion because the booking was short notice and Jim didn't read an email notifying him. Even though Opie told Jim that he could leave the show early if Hewley's presence made him uncomfortable, Jim decided to remain in the studio and pout the entire time. The next day, Norton stated that he didn't know what he was going to do when his contract was up in October. As that deadline grew nearer, the fate of the Opie and Jim show was uncertain. Fueled by cryptic social media posts from Opie, much of the O&J universe joined in on the speculation. The situation was made even more perplexing in late September, when Opie was absent for several shows, and his spot was filled by escaped genetic experiment Sam Roberts. Sam was best known for his role in the month-long event known as Jocktober. He was tasked with finding innocent radio shows that would serve as the unwitting victims of Opie and Anthony's eviscerations. Roberts was also famous amongst the fans for betraying his first radio mentor, the incredibly successful, wealthy, and handsome Scorch. In similar fashion, the lost primordial broadcaster would forge an alliance with Norton on a show that was technically still Opie's. But it would only be a short time before the usurpers finally claimed Opie's throne, and he was relegated to the afternoon slot. Then something strange happened.
Why don't we move on?
Take some calls.
Take some calls? All right.
God damn.
We got HG from Long Island. Hello.
Hello?
Who's this?
Is this Opie show?
For the first time in how long? 2 years, 3 months. It's Anthony Kumia.
Greg Opie Hughes, ladies and gentlemen, on my fucking show.
Wow.
This is crazy.
I don't think I should be here right now.
Is that really Anthony?
Wait, who are you on with?
Mercurio of all.
Oh, God.
Hang on, there's somebody fucking in here. I'm gonna.
Do I have the point?
Yeah. I'm gonna have him run to give someone a blowjob in a synagogue.
You can't be that desperate that you would have Paul Mercurio on.
No,
it's
fucking. Here we go, Mr. Afternoon. Oh my God!
How bad did it get that you have Paul Mercurio?
It's Monday.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Well,
what's going on?
To put it simply, Paul Mercurio came in right after Jeff Norris left.
Getting all the big stars, I say.
I heard you had Paul Bond coming in.
Good old Paul Bond. What's going on, Anthony?
I'm a fan of his.
Opie,
yeah.
That kind of jab would carry a little more weight if you didn't have Rich Voss sitting next to you.
After more than 2 years, Opie and Anthony had their first on-air conversation. Despite their personal differences, the chemistry between Opie and Anthony was undeniable, and the conversation was considered by many fans to be one of the best moments to come out of the O&A universe since Anthony's firing. In the following weeks, Opie and Anthony had more on-air conversations, which fueled speculation that the fractured relationship may be mending. And maybe, just maybe, we would see the former co-hosts working together again at some point. For the time being, the three hosts of the Opie and Anthony show were fragmented into 3 different shows. As time went by, fans came to realize that all 3 shows were terrible in their own ways. Despite having a solo show for the longest time, Anthony had yet to rectify issues with the show that fans had been complaining about for years. The lauded studio in the city had also failed to result in any noticeable increase in the quality of guests. Compound Media had already lost one of its biggest shows. The attempt to flesh out their network with additional shows was disastrous in its own right. In particular, the Red Bar radio show hosted by Mike David would become a thorn in the side of the Free Speech Network. David's Jocktober-style mockery of other Compound Media alumni led Joe Matarese and Gavin McInnes to complain to Keith. As Maresca explained to Red Bar, their relationship was unlikely to make it to strike 3. Ultimately, Mike David pulled his own show from Compound Media after only 11 weeks. So in less than a year, Keith had managed to let 2 major shows leave the network. There was also the loss of several sponsorships, and Redditors emailed Danny Brand's Periscope videos to Loot Crate and Nuts.com. Not wanting to be associated with the woman beater, they pulled their sponsorships of the Anthony Cumia show, leaving him only with the purveyor of overpriced bootleg DVDs. It was during this period that Anthony began guest hosting for fellow Shemale Yum subscriber Alex Jones.
Alex, first of all, damn, I love your show. I sit here before I get the honor of hosting that last hour, and I'm laughing my ass off. I'm entertained. I'm informed. It's fantastic. Thanks so much, man. You know, they have said things like this about me also. Sexual harassment. There's a great thing going around in some circles that I have sex with transsexuals. It's just an amazing. This is their tactic. They pull these things out, and I think because they see how well it works with the left, with the degenerates in Hollywood, they actually see that people get prosecuted, they get thrown out of their businesses and go, wow, let's just accuse the people we want out of existence and we want exiled to nowhere land, and we'll say that they're as big a degenerates as we are. And that's exactly what they're doing with you, with me, and with a lot of people. When they cannot debate and argue a point because they have nothing, they turn to sexual harassment. You're this. You're a horrible father.
We're wearing Nazi tennis shoes.
Anthony Cumia on the InfoWars platform was a strange sight for longtime fans who could recall the days when Opie and Anthony would mock Alex Jones for being a conspiracy nut. It was also a sign of how much Anthony's political beliefs had changed. Before Obama and Trayvon Martin broke his brain, Anthony was far less stereotypically Republican in his views. He wasn't afraid to criticize the Bush administration and thought the Republican Party was being held back by the religious right. Contrary to the image he cultivated over the years as a staunch gun advocate and Second Amendment supporter, Anthony didn't even own his first gun until 2005, when he was 44.
Let me tell you something, Bill. Usually I would jump on the bandwagon and I would help you out in this situation. But my friend Anthony just bought a shotgun.
You better watch it, Pally. Better watch where you go now. I am an armed citizen. I am part of the armed citizenry of this country now.
My pal Anthony bought a shotgun.
I bowed under to the pressure of the media scare tactics, Opie. I'm admitting it. They were scaring us here in New York. They're frightening the people with all these home invasions. There's a picture of me I put up on the website for people to Photoshop.
Gun?
Yeah.
That's your actual gun?
That's my shotgun. Go to the other one that shows me and my rapier. I let people Photoshop.
What the hell is wrong with you?
There's me and my rapier and my shotgun.
Are these pictures
They've already
up?
put pictures. Yeah, they've already cut that one out and put me fighting Errol Flynn in a movie, which is really funny. They put me in action movies. It's hysterical what they do with the Photoshop.
Back up just slightly for the new listeners. We're gaining new listeners every day.
Yes.
That's how Anthony used to defend himself.
That was
with
my
his
rapier, and that was my only means of home defense.
Now he was touting traditional family values, even though he is a 60-year-old bachelor who has publicly stated he is sexually attracted to children. In the past, Anthony had been dubbed Professor Anthony by the fans because of his vast knowledge of useless information. But after years of surrounding himself with yes-men and turning his dwindling following into a hug box of right-wing opinions, Anthony actually thought he was a legitimate political pundit. That being said, It is unclear whether or not his affiliation with Alex Jones and InfoWars drew any additional subscribers to Compound Media. As for Jim and Sam, there was some initial support, given that Sam's assortment of proto-hominid anatomical features paired well with Jim's Precambrian physiology. However, it quickly became apparent that Jim and Sam had no desire to appeal to the built-in audience of O-A-Day fans. Instead of humor, entertainment, or listenable radio, they focused their attention on uninformed political discussions and sneaker talk. Jim and Sam seemed almost intent on spiting the old listeners by bringing in a constant stream of UFC fighters, trannies, Dominican whores, and professional wrestlers in lieu of legendary guests like Colin Quinn. And while Opie at first got off to a rocky start, he later augmented his show with a roundtable of co-hosts, including a fat-tongued sexual predator, a lesbian meat vendor, and an alcoholic Cuban whose only claim to fame is being friends with Guy Fieri. While the Opie show was undeniably terrible, the Zoo Crew atmosphere created moments of surrealist anti-humor. Unfortunately, the Opie show would be short-lived. After filming a rotund Mexican cronut aficionado defecating, Opie was fired by Sirius, which is where things start getting really interesting and complicated. Shortly after his firing, a writer for the AV Club named Katie Rife reported on the situation. During one of the previously mentioned early morning drunk Twitter rampages, Anthony came to the defense of his brother man. After calling Rife a fat, old, trans-looking twat with period red hair, his account was banned. In the following confusion, bumbling idiot Keith the Cop from Maresca tweeted out a Gab account claiming to be Anthony. Once again proving Keith's idiocy, the account turned out to be an imposter, and Anthony returned to Twitter as Anthony Kumia XYZ. More on that in part 2. Anthony's sacrifice would make a great deal of sense when Opie later revealed that he had been in negotiations with Keith to bring the Opie show to Compound Media. Opie further claimed that Keith had offered him 50% of the company. On Twitter, Keith confirmed that the negotiations had taken place, and that he offered Opie a partnership, and there were talks of changing the name of Compound Media to fit the Opie and Anthony brand. Regardless of how much stock you place in Opie's claims, this incident only furthered the belief that Keith was in control of Compound Media. Either way, Opie would decline their offer, but the decision Keith and Anthony made next would be even more disastrous. Starting in July of 2017, after 3 years of being banned from the premises, Anthony was allowed back into the Sirius building to appear on the Jim and Sam show. It was during one of his appearances that Anthony announced he had found a co-host for his show. While most people suspected the co-host would be Arty Lang because, he appeared on Jim and Sam alongside Kumia, Anthony tried to capitalize on the mystery through a parody of a TV show from the fucking 1950s. It did little to make people doubt that the co-host would be Arty Lang, because none of the other potential co-hosts had anything to gain by joining Compound Media, which was now a graveyard of shattered hopes and broken dreams. In a twist that nobody saw coming, Arty Lang was announced as Anthony's new co-host. To advertise the new show, dubbed the Arty and Anthony Show, or the AA Show for short, get it? Like Alcoholics Anonymous? Compound Media commissioned 2 billboards bearing the mugshots of Arty and Anthony. Only Arty's mugshot was actually a Photoshop of Larry King's mugshot, and Anthony's mugshot was from the time he was arrested for choking his child-bodied mentally ill girlfriend. Even though the billboards were pennies on the dollar, the addition of Arty would require an increase in the cost of the Compound Media subscription to $8.95 per month. The price increase coincided with Gavin McInnes's departure from Compound Media. Some people have speculated that Gavin left due to conflicts with Keith over raising the price of his subscription to hire an unreliable junkie who appeared to be on death's door. The hike also came a month after the announcement of sweeping infrastructural changes taking place at Compound Media, including changing streaming providers, revamping the apps, and overhauling the website. As far as I know, Gavin has not given an explanation behind his departure, so the real reason may never be known. Either way, Master Program Director Keith had let another one of Compound Media's flagship shows flee the network in favor of a drug addict who was not long for this world. While Arty was the best co-host available to Anthony, the partnership was doomed from the start. There was a time when Lang was arguably one of the funniest people of his generation. With a resume that boasted roles on Mad TV and The Howard Stern Show, Arty was on the verge of becoming a household name. However, a crippling addiction to heroin-laced cheeseburgers would render Arty a shadow of who he was in his prime. Even a notorious suicide attempt and the loss of his position on The Howard Stern Show wasn't enough for Arty to remain sober. By the time he signed with Compound Media, Arty was also suffering severe health issues, including an abscess next to his heart, that was filled with a sludge of cocaine and heroin. Surprisingly, the AA show was deteriorating faster than Arty's health. Arty was often absent due to medical emergencies or legal issues. It was so bad that at times his court proceedings were being postponed by his hospitalizations. From mid-December 2017 to January of 2018, Arty was on sabbatical. During one such episode, radio legend Ron Bennington filled in for Arty in an episode of the AA show that would prove to be the epitome of everything wrong with Anthony's network. The episode began about as well as any compound media show from 2018 could, though it was an admittedly odd choice to replace Anthony with some kind of hideously deformed gecko-like creature. As would be expected, there was an oversaturation of political talk, but apart from a bizarre detour taken by Anthony to talk about trans kids and traditional values, the show was good-natured if not a little boring. Even though Ron was keeping the dialogue lighthearted and fun, he was clearly fatigued from political talk long before the show's second guest arrived. Roughly 45 minutes into the episode, Colin Flaherty joined the conversation.
Colin's just here watching, I guess. Just school stories for you, Colin. What kind of an upbringing did you have?
Probably the same as yours.
Same suburban kind of
lower middle class city kid, Wilmington, Delaware.
Oh, Wilmington.
One day the neighborhood was all white. Next day the neighborhood was all black.
Oh, it did the old changeover.
Wilmington is now one of the toughest cities in America. It's got that thing where you think it's a small city, but there's more deaths there than in New York. Yeah, you got a little fact there.
God bless. God bless.
So I like living there. I live where I grew up. I like living there because I see all the violence.
Are you still there?
Craziest, yeah. I moved back a couple years ago.
Oh, you
California. So I spent the last 35 years in California. But when I started writing about this, I stayed there because you see all the violence and the denial. That's what I write about in my books and on my YouTube.
Notable for his 2012 nonfiction book, White Girl Bleed a Lot, Flaherty is an American author concerned primarily with compiling the most accurate record of African American penis length, girth, flavor, and rigidity.
It's just black criminality has turned Wilmington from a pretty decent little hard-working, charming town into some chocolate hellhole that you
wow. That came out of nowhere. Chocolate hellhole.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was actually kicked my head back.
Chocolate hellhole.
We're all right, but
that's I got that in a box of Brax once. I took half a bite and put it back. The chocolate hellhole, not as good as the caramel.
Jim Norton will stick his tongue into the chocolate hellhole. And I admire that in him. He doesn't have to prove any other bravery to me.
Ron would attempt to keep the mood light, but if anything, this only made Flaherty more hostile and aggressive.
Wow, okay.
Somebody that grew up in Chester.
Yeah.
It was a white working class place, maybe mixed. Now it's a chocolate city. It's a dangerous city, way more dangerous than a lot of crimes.
Well, we've got a casino now.
Let me ask you a question. What's that mean? What's that mean when we ask you about what it's happening? You're saying it's all poor people. I say it's a black thing. You say it's a poor thing. What's that mean to you?
It does. I mean, it means that the industry is gone. It used to be Scott Paper.
So all the people in Chester want jobs, except they just can't find them.
Yeah.
So if you go to the Chester Unemployment Office, there's going to be lines around the corner of black people going, I can't find jobs because racists like you two guys won't give me a job. Is that your worldview?
I don't have a worldview about that. I haven't thought about it.
I saw that line in Chester. I saw some unicorns in that line once.
Oh.
Okay, so it doesn't happen.
In an attempt to diffuse attention, Anthony brought the conversation back to his comfort zone of sexualized children.
And there's a boy here, young child of 10. And apparently, he's wants to open up his own drag club just for children. Now, this is the kind of stuff that I was getting at when I'm saying there seems to be a little bit of an issue here. They go, if you want your kid to be a girl, if he's a boy or a boy, it's your kid. Apparently, you do whatever the fuck you want with him.
At a little over an hour into the show, it seems like Ron might be navigating the conversation into a possibly funnier direction. But Colin will not let the race topic go, and this is the point where the hostility completely boils over.
How come there's never any fucking stuff about the Founding Fathers, right? How come we've never seen a Ben Franklin movie? We go back to the Civil War. Every year we got to watch a fucking English person doing, you know what I mean? Like in the 1600s or the Middle Ages. We never watch anything about the American Revolution at all.
So the alternate question is, how many black movies, mainstream black movies,
You
have
get
there
back to
been
that black thing
in the
very
last
quick.
3 years?
I mean, yeah, you're right there. Yeah. So you're saying
This is like case A of denial, deceit, and delusion. I'm
That's
sitting right
me.
next to you. That's you.
But I think
Because
I'm
you don't know
correct.
what you're talking about, but that doesn't stop you from talking. So I'm not one of those guys that sits there and listens to bullshit.
Well, first of all, don't fucking come in here like we're on the same fucking level with this. I was asked to be on his fucking show. I wouldn't be talking about race if it was up to me.
Because you don't know anything what you're talking about.
fuck would
Why
I
are you
be
talking?
talking
If you don't know what you're talking about, if you don't know what you're talking about, why say it?
I fucking made a joke because that's why Anthony fucking had me here.
Guess I
But I'm
forgot
not-
to laugh.
What's that?
Guess I forgot to laugh.
I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm not fucking here to fucking be angry all the time. I'm telling Ant to go back to the way he used to be.
What was that, Anthony?
He was one of the funniest fucking people in the country.
I'm still hilarious. Oh my God, what a week. What a fucking week this has been. Let me look in my radio guy handbook. How you handle this situation.
This is the metaphorical moment where the man behind the curtain is revealed. A mild disagreement between two elderly men renders Anthony confused and impotent. A quarter of a century of broadcasting experience flies out the window as Ron has to walk a speechless Anthony through his own show.
My goodness. Okay, hold on. I know what to do.
Are you going to do your live
the
read?
old Opie. I'll do the old Opie trick. Take a call.
Oh,
Tom!
Yeah, hey. Man, I'm listening. It feels like I'm back at my Thanksgiving dinner with my family here.
I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating here.
What are you worried about? What went wrong?
No, I just, I don't want bad ill will. I don't want ill will. You know.
I was hoping to hear Ron talk about Elvis Presley going to Graceland. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, get rid of your caller because we can fix this. Here's the thing. You invited this gentleman on for a reason, right?
Yes. When
Have the conversation. I could be quiet. I don't have to be a wise ass and jump in. Have the conversation.
No, but there's the spaghetti on the wall. That's what my dad used to do during arguments. I would cry.
You don't have to be nervous, all right? The second you get a feeling like you did yesterday about your mom, you get nervous. Don't. Talk to your guest. What would you like to ask your guest?
In 20 years of doing this, I don't have a clue.
And
don't have a clue.
What's your book about?
What to do here?
I can talk about my stuff, from now until tomorrow morning and without stopping. I tell you.
Even though Ron and Colin are willing to continue their conversation, Anthony asks Colin to leave and come back another day. Over roughly the next 40 minutes, Ronnie would question what made Anthony nervous about the altercation, and how a man with his level of radio experience could be so incapable of handling an uncomfortable situation.
Why does that make you so uncomfortable? This is what we always did our whole life, was radio.
Oh, but I was always the one that could sit back and make jokes. Opie had to deal with this. Now I finally understand what Opie did. Oof, that was the altercation there.
You get nervous around that shit, huh? For a guy who's got guns all the time, you don't like it when two fucking guys chest up. Neither me or him was thrown. You saw that, right?
Oh, it's uncomfortable.
Why can't you be uncomfortable?
I hate uncomfortable.
Is this the same reason for the last 5 years you didn't go see your mom?
Probably. It would have been very uncomfortable. Although she wouldn't have known who I was. So
but you would have known.
I would have known what? Look at a woman that has no idea. It's just an empty shell. Why do I want to see that? I have a fond memory of like the last few times I saw her, and it was great. Why do I want to then, all right, let me insert this memory of, why do I want that?
This incident is emblematic of the utter and frankly astounding incompetence of the men running Compound Media. They are two guys who would rather spend their time docking on Fire Island than keep their multi-million-dollar media empire from falling down around them. And we haven't even talked about the broken apps or the updated website that still featured lorem ipsum text weeks after it went live. More importantly, this incident embodies everything wrong with Anthony. Anthony was possibly the most naturally funny man to do radio, but his instincts are terrible, and it seems like he never learned anything from his time on the Opie and Anthony show. How does a former shock jock with 20 years of radio experience just totally shut down because two old men are arguing next to him? Above all else, I think the defining characteristic of Anthony's personality is his inability to handle an uncomfortable situation, which he would prove yet again by calling Bennington judgmental and sensitive on Twitter. When you consider all of the problems that have plagued Anthony's career after the Opie and Anthony show, that aversion to discomfort is at the root of everything. This is the reason he's much less funny now than he was even 5 years ago. It's hard to be funny, even if you're one of the funniest people in the country. It's certainly harder than spending all day on Twitter ranting about black crime because you're caught in an instant gratification feedback loop. The situation is only exacerbated when you remember that Anthony always doubles down on his mistakes. What you end up with is a slow, downhill progression, because Anthony will never go from a lower state of adversity and discomfort to a higher one. And he's fine with this downhill progression as long as it doesn't interfere with his man-child safe space of beer, video games, and poker table ball washers who tell him how smart and funny he is. This is going to sound crazy after everything I've said so far, but I'll give Keith a little credit for reaching out to Opie on so many occasions. Even he can see that Anthony is lost on his own. He's a ship without anyone at the helm, and he's drifting deeper and deeper into obscurity with every passing day. I know that sounded like an ending, but I do have one more episode of this series planned. For those of you watching this video a few months or even years from now, this will be meaningless, but for the people watching my videos in real time, I'm going to put this series on hiatus for a little while. Partially because I'm just tired of talking about Anthony. I've made hours of videos about him, and I need a little break. Also, I'm waiting to see how a few future events pan out, specifically Anthony's appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast, and the release of Anthony's book. In the meantime, I'm going to either produce a standalone documentary, or start the first episode of another series. And I know I left a fair amount out of this episode, but that is because it was the last episode where I wanted to hold everything together with some kind of narrative thread. In the second part of the finale, that's all going out the window. We're just going to throw everything on the table and eat it family style. And as always, I'd like to thank you for watching, as well as liking and subscribing. And I would also like to thank my supporters on Patreon. So thank you. Adam Carey, Dan Frank, Danny from the show. I'm gonna take a stab at this one. Irina Volkova, Jack, Jackie, James Taylor, Jeff Carpenter, Mo Dowd, Porcelain, Sam Keene, Schumeroid, SF69er, Taylor, Ted Scheckler, Unfortunate Mishap, William Tetley, and Zippy. Finally, I want to give a special thank you to Philip Marma. But unfortunately, he has stage 4 pancreatic cancer, and likely only has a few months left. He told me that my videos, and the Opie and Anthony subreddit in general, have made a rough part of his life a little better. I never dreamed that my videos would have that kind of impact on anyone, but it's an honor to know that they have. So this finale is dedicated to Philip Marma.
I read it in the papers. I saw it on TV. I guess it'll be one empty seat when I wrestle at Wembley. I used to tear my shirt, but now you tore my heart. I knew you were a hulkamaniac right from the very start. Right from the start, you were my friend. I'll see you knocking in when the holster comes to heaven. Heaven, heaven, heaven. We'll tag up again. Again, again. The world just explodes. Another hulkamaniac. A friend to the end. I'll see you.
said that there's this place down south, all these rich men go to devil worship. He said they sacrifice kids and whatnot, women and children, all got murdered there, and something about some place called Carcosa and the Yellow King.
You know Carcosa?
What is it?
Him each time. Him rose. It's a wind of invisible voices.
I met him once. There's big people who know about him. I'll tell you about the Yellow King.
In the last episode of this series, we discussed the rapid decline of compound media, which was brought on by the utter incompetence of Anthony Cumia and Keith the Cop Maresca. A problem that was made glaringly obvious when a bad booking decision led to an argument between radio legend Ron Bennington and Colin Flaherty. The fight left Anthony virtually catatonic and unable to perform the most basic tasks of a professional broadcaster. In the aftermath, Ron tried to uncover the reason behind Anthony's inability to handle discomfort.
Why can't you be uncomfortable?
I hate uncomfortable.
Is this the same reason for the last 5 years you didn't go see your mom?
Probably. It would have been very uncomfortable. Although she wouldn't have known who I was. So
but you would have known.
I would have known what? Look at a woman that has no idea. It's just an empty shell. Why do I want to see that? I remember, I have a fond memory of like the last few times I saw her, and it was great. Why do I want to then, all right, let me insert this memory of, why do I want that?
During the conversation, it was revealed that Anthony had not visited his own mother in the 5 years leading up to her death from Alzheimer's disease. Even worse was Anthony's justification for not visiting her. He didn't want to be sad. That's it. Some people have suggested that Anthony's decision wasn't that bad because his mother would not have known the difference. But I have to disagree. Anthony's mother almost certainly knew her fate, because Anthony did the same thing with his grandmother when she began to suffer from Alzheimer's as well.
I have one grandma left, but she's in a home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she knows me. No, she wouldn't know me. Why would I go? What am I going to do?
Hi,
Say
Grandma.
hi?
Give her a kiss.
She's not grandma anymore. Shell of grandma.
How do you know she wouldn't know you?
Yeah. Shell of grandma. That's what I call it.
There had to be a period of time after Rosemary was diagnosed with the disease where she was well aware of the fact that her sons were inevitably going to abandon her. That wasn't a mistake when I said sons either, because Anthony's legally retarded brother was telling people their mother was long gone before she was even dead. His sister Dawn actually had to fact-check him on Facebook and let people know that Rosemary was still alive, but suffering from advanced Alzheimer's. As pathetic as I find Anthony's behavior to be, probably would have only been a blip on the radar, if not for what he did next. For reasons that I can't even begin to fathom, the Cumias held an online guest book for their mother's funeral that was open to the public. This would be an unwise decision in general, let alone for a shock jock and his leech brother, who spent the last 2.5 years pissing off a group of people dedicated to trolling them. Surprisingly, the response from the O&A subreddit wasn't as bad as you might expect. In the thread where the guest book was initially linked, most people were against the idea of defacing it. The few people that did follow through with the act were tamed by the standard of a group that used to post bestiality porn on the Facebook pages of radio shows during Jocktober. I could only find one screenshot of the guest book before it was made private, but nothing I see is particularly offensive. As far as I know, they were seemingly normal condolences, left by people named Sue Lightning and Nigel Igger. Joe Kumia lamenting his dead mother's liberal political beliefs in a Facebook post on the day of her death was more tasteless and disrespectful than anything posted on Rose's guest book. That didn't stop Anthony from having a fucking conniption fit on Twitter, though. Most of the tweets from this time period are gone because Anthony couldn't behave himself, but I found a screenshot archiving the most important ones. The funniest part of the situation was that it wasn't even the guest book comments that really put Anthony over the edge. What set him off was a post on the Opie and Anthony subreddit insinuating that his mother was given a traditional African dancing funeral. At his wit's end, Anthony offered $5,000 to anyone who could get the O&A subreddit shut down. Obviously, people pointed out that it was extremely hypocritical for the owner of a company calling itself the Free Speech Network to attempt to shut down a website for saying something mean about his mother. Anthony countered with an argument that has become his go-to defense in any discussion of the O&A subreddit since. He didn't care if people made fun of him online, but they crossed the line when they started harassing people in real life. However, there are several problems with that statement. First of all, he clearly cares very much what people say about him online. This is the same guy who used to ban people on whackbag.com for mentioning that his girlfriend blew an intern to save a lobster's life. This is the same guy who was so upset by people mocking a bad roast set that he and his brother offered $1,000 for docs. And he's the same guy who, time and time again, has gone after the personal lives of people who make fun of him on Twitter while using their real name. The second problem is Anthony saying the subreddit went too far by affecting the real lives of his family and friends. Who? We know he completely lied about Reddit harassing Sue Lightning, and I don't think anybody went after Dawn, at least with any genuine malice. That leaves Joe and Anthony. And what has the subreddit actually done to affect their real lives? Anthony's address is common knowledge. The sub knows Joe's address, phone number, personal email, and gay bar attendance status. Yet nothing has happened. People get swatted for a tenth of what the Cumias have done, and I don't think they've even been ding-dong ditched. All the subreddit did to affect the real lives of Joe and Anthony was take their own words, which were posted publicly and unapologetically on social media, and send them to people who might be worried about having their companies associated with racism and domestic violence. Moreover, it's completely hypocritical for Anthony to draw the line at real-life action. He's been affecting people's real lives for decades now. Does he forget sicking the pests on other radio hosts and laughing at the rape threats they received? Does he forget reporting a college student to his dean because the kid made fun of him on Twitter? And that's only a few examples, mind you. I know I have digressed considerably, but this point needs to be made because Anthony has spent years doing mental gymnastics to draw a distinction between his actions and the actions of the Opie and Anthony subreddit. He has twisted his mind into pretzel knots to avoid taking any responsibility for the events that have occurred over the past 3.5 years. When he talks to people who don't know the intricate details of the situation, he claims the breakup of Opie and Anthony caused fans to turn on him.
Why do you think that these were your people, though? Why do you think they've turned in this way? Or have they always been this way, but now they have a capacity to actually do something with it?
Yeah, I think, contrary to popular opinion, it's a very small minority of the actual fans that we had. We had a hell of a lot of fans. A very small minority were very vocal, very loud, loved to be directly involved in the show. And I think we catered to a certain group of people that were just, they had nothing else. I mean, the show was everything to them. They knew every line, every bit. And when the show broke up, they felt like, the children of divorce. And they lashed out. I absolutely believe that. And I don't think a lot of them, of that small minority, just don't have the capacity to act in a civil society.
Okay. You showed it to me.
During one of our ruckuses, I'm sure.
It didn't fall out.
It did.
How would it fall out? What, you rolling and tumbling?
Well, it's not actually a ruckus.
When Tony Two Shirts got fired for racist tweets, the fans almost universally turned on Opie for not leaving Sirius or standing with Ant. You can read Anthony's Reddit posts from the early stages of the Anthony Kumia show and see that he was practically worshipped by Reddit users. He loved Reddit when he was their darling, but all it took was a tiny amount of criticism, like people complaining that there were commercials on a subscription-based show, for Anthony to start turning on Reddit. When they made fun of him bombing at the Oinkerson roast, he had a meltdown and started lashing out. No matter how hard Anthony tries to rewrite history, he drew first blood. He was the one who went after personal lives first, and Reddit retaliated, not the other way around. It would be impossible to document the unraveling of Anthony's mind if we didn't spend some time talking about his obsession with Twitter. We have previously discussed how Anthony lost one of the cushiest jobs in human history because he got caught taking pictures of a black woman without her consent, and then went on a racist Twitter tirade. Anthony doubled down on this mistake, and by 2018 his addiction to Twitter was out of control. It's hard to get a tangible idea of the amount of tweeting Anthony did over the years, because the only surviving evidence are screenshots and a few images from the Wayback Machine. But we can try. From 2009 to mid-2014, Anthony amassed approximately 25,000 tweets on his original account, which equates to around 13 tweets per day, give or take a little, considering the exact numbers aren't known. Coincidentally, around July 4, 2014, thousands of his tweets were deleted. Apparently, it takes a while for Twitter to update the number of tweets displayed in your profile, or there was an error with the Wayback Machine, but by April of 2015, Anthony's account only showed 1,700 tweets. This number increased to nearly 3,000 by the time Anthony's account was permanently suspended in July of 2017. Side note, when Anthony was recently explaining to Joe Rogan how he first got banned from Twitter, he claimed he was defending Jim Norton.
The last one, it was I was defending Jimmy Norton. Some girl was on just bashing Jimmy, and I was like, look at you. I go, I don't even know what you are, first of all. You're either a masculine girl or a feminine guy, and your hair looks like it was dyed with period blood.
This isn't true. I don't know whether the booze is taking its toll or if he's intentionally being dishonest. Either way, he was initially banned from Twitter when he defended Opie from an AV Club writer. This was during the time Keith was offering Opie 50% of Compound Media. You can see how this would be embarrassing to bring up on the world's biggest podcast. Anyway, Anthony's first Twitter ban is where things started going off the rails. From July of 2017 to his second suspension in March of 2018, he posted 9,500 tweets. That is an average of almost 40 tweets per day, and the addiction would only get worse. When the Anthony Kumia XYZ account was banned in March, Anthony created the Anthony Kumia CM account, where he racked up close to 6,000 posts in 4 months. That is close to an average of 50 tweets per day. It wasn't unusual for Anthony to spend 12 or more hours tweeting about race and politics, and amassing hundreds of tweets in the process. It was during these periods that Anthony was at his most vulnerable to trolling. If the Bud Light was flowing fast enough, Kumia would occasionally interact directly with Redditors, one time even admitting his preference for Resident Evil enthusiast Sue Lightning over Rihanna. As Anthony's obsession with Twitter deepened, we saw the emergence of what I'm calling the obscurity DM. Even before his war with Reddit began, Anthony was known to block anyone who made fun of him. When the trolling escalated, Anthony not only blocked people, but started sending direct messages, mocking them for having no Twitter followers, and bragging that they were being sent back to obscurity. This wasn't just astoundingly petty, it also showed that Kumia had no grasp on the concept of trolling. If somebody was willing to build up a substantial following on a throwaway account for the sole purpose of sending a disgraced shock jock a mean tweet, they would actually be as obsessed as Anthony claims. In reality, Anthony comes across as the one who is obsessed, because in addition to spending hours of his day relentlessly tweeting, he was also sending random people petty DMs and blocking them. It speaks volumes about Anthony's mental state that he would use such childish tactics despite an anonymous Twitter troll. His desire to have the last word was also a massive backfire, because it did little more than expose another weak point to the Opie and Anthony subreddit. Anthony's use of terms like back to obscurity quickly became a meme to Redditors who made a game of taunting him into sending them an obscurity DM. The most efficient and hilarious way to accomplish this goal was to tweet Anthony a crude drawing of Sue Lightning anally penetrating him. In the speech bubble, Sue asks Anthony where she should finish, and Anthony responds with the now legendary phrase, "Feed Nana." Shockingly, this wasn't even close to Anthony's most pathetic and embarrassing Twitter moment. One of the weirder chapters of the story took place in early 2018, when Anthony decided he would start a Twitter fight with O.J. Simpson's lawyer, Malcolm Laverne. It didn't go as well as Anthony expected. I don't know why an alcoholic high school dropout thought he could go toe-to-toe with an attorney, especially since he was still reeling from his bout with Dominic Barbara, but his Twitter feud with M was as one-sided as his divorce. Not only did Malcolm make light work of annihilating Anthony, but he started utilizing information from the O&A subreddit. When Anthony's rotisserie chicken-loving brother tried to enter the fray, he was effortlessly struck down as well. The best part of the situation was that since Anthony instigated the fight, he couldn't DM Malcolm and block him like he normally would. He had to endure the beating at Malcolm's whim until he eventually grew bored and moved on with his life of being a highly successful attorney and marathon runner. As embarrassing as it was for Anthony to become the chew toy of Malcolm Laverne, this still wasn't his lowest point on Twitter either. In the bio of his third Twitter account, Anthony Kumia CM, there was a message stating that if that account went down, Corrado Soprano 4 would keep people updated. Corrado Soprano 4 is where the story goes from embarrassing to mentally ill in a hurry. I've always thought the breaking point for social media madness is when people start Twitter accounts for their pets. But Anthony managed to find a level that was even more absurd. He was LARPing as a fictional character and using the account to call black people shines and Sarah Silverman a Jew cunt. Corrado Soprano 4 wasn't just a backup account. It was a genuine alt account that Anthony used simultaneously with his main account. By now, this shouldn't be a surprise to hear, but somehow it got even worse. Anthony actually began using the account to argue with his detractors while pretending to be a fan of Anthony's. And to bring this to unprecedented levels of mental illness, Anthony actually retweeted the comments he made as Corrado Soprano 4 as if the account was another person. This became pretty awkward when the Anthony Kumia CM account was suspended, and Anthony was forced to use his LARP account as his new base of operations. Anthony was basically at the end of his rope. Even though he's a conservative who was against net neutrality, Anthony spent most of his time on the Corrado Soprano 4 account complaining that the government should be regulating Twitter like a public utility. Because tweeting about black crime statistics is as important as clean drinking water, apparently. During this time, the Opie and Anthony subreddit had enacted a plan to get Anthony kicked off Twitter on each new account, due to the fact that he was breaking the rules regarding ban evasion. Anthony also became far more openly hostile towards Twitter trolls during this time, a shift that was epitomized by his interaction with a man named Michael Gibbons. This short video I recorded of the event shows just how obsessed Anthony was with Twitter during this period. He was posting multiple times per minute while supposedly enjoying a lobster dinner with his girlfriend. Because Gibbons had the audacity to make fun of Kumia on Twitter, Anthony posted the man's place of work and his wife's personal social media accounts for his Twitter followers to attack. Literally nothing happened though, because as we previously discussed, your boss isn't going to care if you make fun of a disgraced racist child groomer in your free time. It was, however, enough of a catalyst for the Opie and Anthony subreddit to launch their final salvo. Clever users realized that in this state, Anthony was especially vulnerable to impersonation. The spearhead of the assault was an account called Kumia Official. Unfortunately, it was quickly suspended, but not before tricking Compound Media associates and comedians such as Dave Attell into believing it was a genuine account. To combat the inventive new attack, Anthony begged for more Twitter followers and went on a campaign of reporting imposters. However, there were simply too many fake Anthony Kumia accounts to take down, and the plan to get Anthony suspended for ban evasion was still in effect. When Corrado Soprano 4 was finally suspended, it would essentially be the end of his time on Twitter. He briefly tried to make another account, but it was discovered almost immediately. His attempt to switch to Gab was also an immediate failure, since you can't block people who post Photoshop pictures of your dead mother. Finally, he swore off social media entirely, although he claims to maintain a hidden Twitter account that he uses for research purposes. Realistically, it's probably just his Bad Beavis account, on which he did briefly try to post his typical blithering political rants, until he was called out for it, and stopped before the account was suspended too. In the previous episode of this series, I talked about the rocky beginnings of the Arty and Anthony show. Arty's intense drug addiction led to more tardiness and absences than Joe Kumia driving his kids to school. The problem only got worse with time, and after a few months, Arty was fired. This outcome had been predicted from the beginning, of course. When he was signed to Compound Media, Arty was already on death's door. He would rather snort drugs until his nose looks like a sea creature than get clean. It really makes you wonder what Keith and Anthony expected when they signed him. After thinking about the issue for some time, I can only come up with two possible scenarios. One is that through unmitigated stupidity and incompetence, they actually thought Arty was going to be stable and dependable enough to be a consistent co-host. It's hard to believe, but if anyone could be that stupid and incompetent, it would be Keith and Anthony. The other option is distinctly more cynical. It's possible that Keith and Anthony thought Arty was going to die relatively soon after they signed him, and were hoping to get a few subs out of Lang's fanbase. This seems plausible because Compound Media's main revenue stream is charging people who forgot to cancel their subscriptions. It has also been alleged that part of Arty's contract stated he would receive a pay increase for any new subscribers brought to the network after his debut. This has also led some people to suspect that Keith may have leaked details about Arty joining the Anthony Cumia show so that Lang's fans would subscribe early. Again, this is all speculation, but it's hard to fathom another reason anyone would want to take such a huge chance on a guy like Arty. Either way, Arty was out and quickly replaced by a Wikipedia editor and mohawked manlet Dave Landau. I've seen a few Compound Media fans claim that they find Landau entertaining. Personally, I think he was an extremely transparent attempt by Anthony to find a replacement Jim Norton who had some loyalty. He even wears band t-shirts as a grown man and had a drinking problem in his youth. RecoveryComedy.com had this to say about Dave Landau. Quote, "Working the road non-stop since his 21st birthday, Dave Landau has grown into a true comedic juggernaut. Finding himself much in demand among audiences and club owners due to his deadpan demeanor and those jokes. My God, those jokes. That fluidly fly forth with breakneck pacing and perfect timing. Dave, it can be said with all due respect, is a throwback to another era of comedy, the entertaining everyman. Innocent enough at first blush. As he states his case, you begin to see where you and he have quite a bit in common. A wife, a house, an odd sense of calm in an increasingly crazy world. You're on a tour of the familiar and prosaic, with Dave Landau as the bus driver. Then he drops his foot on the accelerator, and things start to get wild. You see, Dave Landau might appear to be just like you, but he's not really. His mind goes to places that angels would fear to tread. And he has no problem telling you about it. The mark of a great comedian, it is said, is the ability to find jokes where others would find tears. Dave finds jokes everywhere, with his own foibles and faults, to his family, to pop culture, and the state of the world today. Cutting his comedic teeth as a teenager in Detroit, in the Second City's conservatory, Dave Landau has risen to become one of the most in-demand headliners working today. He's appeared on Comedy Central's Live at Gotham, as well as being featured prominently on 3 seasons of NBC's Last Comic Standing. He's become a regular on the nationally syndicated Bob and Tom radio show, and was honored as one of the top 21 club comics of today at HBO's Las Vegas Comedy Festival. Anthony has high praise for Landau as a co-host and the chemistry they share.
Oh, there he is. He's at the Ann Arbor Comedy Showcase.
Why is there a dash between D and Sember? Who the fuck doesn't know how to say that word? Syracuse. What is that?
Dave fucks up his plugs every time, so they spell it phonetically.
He fucks up December?
Well, they're better safe than sorry. Thing here. They write it out for him because he can't read or something.
Oh, okay. He's dyslexic?
I don't know.
Man's a boob. All right.
I don't know. He's hilarious.
Yes, he is.
From what I can tell, their dynamic usually goes as follows. Dave says something unfunny, and then Anthony scream repeats the joke as if it's the funniest thing he's ever heard.
Might have heard of 9/11. Thousands killed. People dropping to their deaths from 100 stories up.
That was the same year, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe a year after Columbine. Would that be?
The hilarity that was Columbine. Or really any school shooting. Even the one up in Connecticut with the little children.
I think this is a good time to talk about Anthony's over-the-top fake laughter. It was well known in the early days of Owen Day. Eventually, Anthony was able to get a handle on the problem, but the sickness would resurface in recent years.
That scene,
That's great.
In that scene is this giant 4th of July party Gotti's throwing, which again, you don't get into why.
Right.
And then the cops just walk up and they're like, "Hey, Gotti, let's shut it down." And he's like, "No." He's like, "I got my lawyer on speed dial." And the cops are like, "Whatever, John." And they walk away and you're like, "What?" And then this scene must have cost $5 million to shoot. And they show the same firework 3 times. It's so bad.
Oh my God.
Most people place the blame on the AA show, because Anthony was forced to feign amusement in reaction to Arty Lang's repetitive storytelling. Personally, I think the relapse was brought on by Anthony's role as Chuckle Cuck on the Wigs and Glasses podcast. When Anthony was banned from the Sirius building again, appearances on the She-Male and Sasquatch show were no longer possible. With Jim busy flying to foreign countries to have his naghole paused up by Viking sex workers who can't enter the US, he didn't have the time to make appearances on Compound Media either. So now the Chip Chipperson podcast was the only place you could see Jim and Anthony in the same room together. And other than InfoWars, it was the only platform for Anthony to shill his shitty network to uninitiated newcomers. Being forced to humor this insufferable asshole on a weekly basis must have broken something in Anthony's mind. He was already unfunny before he started acting like he was hit with Joker gas, but this took things to levels of cringe that were previously inconceivable. This has led the Anthony Kumia show to devolve into what is now essentially a morning zoo show.
I don't know. It's like, why make fun of Jews and blacks?
Who's making fun? We're pointing out valid arguments here.
Oh.
Do you go to
uncomfortable
second floor? There's a place, Hitler are us store. See if they want your Rosh Hashanah treat.
He's laughing at his own joke again.
I love it.
He's laughing at it.
Go to third floor, suite 3. There's Der Fuhrers. I think your apples will go over great there. Look, I'm laughing at my own shit again.
Oh.
Who does that?
Who called me out?
You're scraping the barrel to get the jokes out. You're scraping the barrel.
He is. He's calling me out. Well, we have to move the show along a little bit.
I know.
We have to get.
We need better jokes.
Gentlemen in here. So I would like to take this
better jokes, right?
I'll try.
Opportunity.
I'm enjoying your apples and honey.
Thank you. Thank you for the apples and honey.
I enjoyed the honey.
Want to?
It wasn't just the entertainment side of Compound Media that was failing, though. There is a reason that after their time on the force is over, most ex-cops go into fields like private security, and not managing a podcast network. Compound Media was frankly riddled with technical issues from the beginning. Some were hilarious, and possibly detrimental to Compound Media itself, but fairly harmless to the subscribers, like the site and RSS feed being so broken that you could listen to the show by looking it up on any generic podcast app. However, there were other issues that range from neglectful to outright malicious. As I mentioned earlier, the business model of Cheese Pizza Media is to milk money out of people who forget to cancel their subscriptions. Other times they just continue charging you even after you cancel, and sometimes they will randomly start charging you again months or even years after you canceled. Apparently, their website was still unencrypted until early 2018, and their terms of service stated that you agree that Compound Media is not responsible for anything that happens to your personal information. There has been some speculation that this was the method Anthony used to dox certain individuals after the Sue Lightning incident. The mountain of technical issues would finally erupt in mid-2018, after Compound Media updated almost every aspect of the company's infrastructure, including the website, app, payment processor, and streaming provider. Against all odds, the new site and app were even worse than their previous incarnations. It was so fucking bad that the website was still displaying lorem ipsum placeholder text weeks after it was launched. That was in addition to a separate bug that leaked the view count for Compound Media shows. I don't think much can be made of those numbers because the site was so busted that it was almost impossible to watch videos. The Compound Media app was a different kind of shit show, but a shit show nonetheless. Technically, people could kind of watch videos on the app, but it had a host of other problems. Constant crashes, inability to pause videos, not being able to play videos in the background, and losing your place if you close the app. Those were only a few of the technical difficulties that customers were forced to deal with. My personal favorite was that if you move your phone even slightly, the app would just start freaking the fuck out for no reason. Compound Media did get one thing half right, though. They were able to stop pirates from using the RSS feed, because nobody could. It was totally broken. These factors all combined to render Compound Media almost completely useless for several weeks. While, by the way, Compound Media was still charging the subscribers for shows they couldn't watch. Even Anthony's normally obsequious pay pigs were getting restless and tweeting their frustration to Keith on a daily basis. Keith could only assuage their concerns by claiming that the latest version of the app was waiting for approval or something of that nature. Yes, Keith, it's the App Store's fault for not publishing the updates fast enough. Not your fault for releasing a bug-filled abortion that you decided to beta test on your subscribers to save money. Eventually, the major, crippling issues were kind of fixed, but fans are still complaining about bugs and crashes to this day. This is usually met with a canned response from Keith that they should delete their cache or close the app and open it again.
Another side note for you guys, and I want to apologize first if I sound sick, it's because I am. But while I was editing the video, actually, I learned that there is still a way to get Compound Media shows for free. And it's not some kind of like complicated hack or anything. It is literally as simple as making a new account, and when you are asked to choose a payment method, you just don't do that. It is that easy. There is one more step that you have to do, but I'm not going to blow it up for the 3 people who enjoy watching Burning Bridges with Kevin Brennan. And also, I think it will be funny to watch Keith try to figure out how to fix this problem and probably break Compound Media even worse in the process. So we have that to look forward to. But again, it just goes to show how poorly run this company is. When there's something this brain dead simple staring them right in the face and nobody bothered to take care of it. You could just get the shows for free. Back to the regularly scheduled programming.
The truth is, nobody at Compound Media has the skills to keep the company running smoothly. Anthony has no part in the business or technical end of the network, and Keith is a retired cop. A media empire is just too much for these buffoons to handle. Anthony's money is the only reason that Compound Media has continued to limp along, and even that is barely working. Let's be honest here. Anthony has probably spent several $100,000 on equipment, sets, and staff, but the show has the production value of a Fortnite stream. This is partly due to incompetence, but it's mostly due to Anthony's ego. Arguably, there should have never been a visual element to begin with. Anthony looks like a wax museum Freddy Krueger and behaves like an aboriginal who thinks his soul is about to be stolen every time he's on camera. This is after the veneers, hair plugs, hair dye, arm waxing, and the soft focus that Compound Media uses to hide Anthony's features. Maybe I sound mean, but Anthony never gave Terry Clifford a pass. There is simply no reason a man this shockingly ugly should be seen by anyone, which wouldn't be a problem for Anthony because his audience was accustomed to an audio format. I think the only reason he has a visual element is so he can reenact his late-night talk show host fantasies. That's why the mics are on the table, to not disturb the aesthetic. Every other podcast uses some kind of boom for their microphone, instead of setting it on their table. Because when you have a microphone on a table, it picks up every sound of you rustling papers, moving a water bottle, or just setting your hand down.
The hilarity that was Columbine. Hilarity. Consistently funnier.
Either Anthony didn't learn this after 20 years in radio, or he doesn't think it's as important as pretending to be Johnny Carson. I haven't even talked about the fucking green screen yet. How many respected podcasters use a green screen background? Why do you think everyone on Compound Media looks so fucking uncomfortable all the time? This is the same environment that caused Ian McKellen to have a mental breakdown while making the Hobbit movies. Some people will say that other shows on Compound Media use the set, and that Anthony rents the studio out. If that is the case, why not just have one generic set that you augment with bits of identifiable flair for each show? It wouldn't be perfect, but it would be better than a green curtain that you slap shitty clip art onto. Even Sam Roberts, a man who collects professional wrestling dolls and only eats chicken tenders, was able to build a respectable set. It sounds like a silly little issue, but that green screen is indicative of the poor decision-making that plagues the network. As I've reflected on Compound Media over the past few months, I've become more and more convinced that it was a monumentally stupid idea on almost every level. What stands out to me as the worst decision, though, was putting the show behind a paywall immediately after Anthony had been fired. Opie and Anthony did have a fan base that was willing to pay a premium price for their content. But Anthony also hurt the potential of his show to attract a new audience at the most crucial stage of development. The craziest part of it all is that Anthony almost couldn't have intentionally chosen a better time to start a show as a conservative member of the new media. Think of the explosion of right-wing media personalities that occurred in 2015 and 2016. There is a not inconceivable chance that if Anthony's show had been free and available on YouTube, that he could have become a very influential voice in the conservative political sphere. It might sound a little far-fetched, but you have to remember that at one point, Live from the Compound was the most popular podcast in iTunes, and podcasters from Bert Kreischer to Joe Rogan cite him as a primary influence. What I find truly confusing about this decision
is that Anthony used to understand the benefit of having a wide audience instead of a small number of subscribers. He and Opie both considered their early days on XM to be one of the most frustrating periods in their careers, because they went from reaching millions on a syndicated terrestrial radio show to potentially only talking to 25,000 people. When he was fired, Anthony essentially repeated this process, reducing the size of his audience even more. Again, I think this was purely out of egotistical desire to start his empire. He had to prove Sirius wrong. Instead of using readily available platforms like YouTube or Twitch, he had to create his own network. What he created was an infrastructure that nobody associated with the company is equipped to run or maintain. Since Anthony always doubles down on his mistakes, he's essentially trapped on an isolated platform with no visibility or ability to attract new fans except for pity appearances on other podcasts to reach a few of their followers. In this lengthy series, I've discussed almost every aspect of Anthony Cumia's life, but there is one topic that I have only briefly talked about up until now. If we want to understand Anthony's recent delusional spiral, we need to know the people who have enabled the process. As we've seen multiple times over the course of this series, Anthony is so incapable of handling criticism or mockery that he blocks or tries to dox anyone who has a negative word to say about him. There is a pretty obvious consequence to weeding out anyone who is critical of you. Eventually, you end up in an echo chamber where the only voices you hear are those of praise and adulation. You develop a warped view of reality, which only causes you to become more sensitive, and thus the circle of yes men grows smaller and more radical. The few fans that remain allied with Anthony are devoted to an almost cultish degree. If they don't outright ignore any evidence you provide them with, they concoct absurd defenses for Anthony's behavior, like claiming it's okay to be attracted to jailbait because throughout history men have raped children. I can only imagine that they're so devoted to Anthony because they're hoping to get an invite to the compound and a chance to play poker with the other AARP members. Anthony is so vulnerable and hypersensitive that he can only be friends with supplicants and literally mentally handicapped people like Bobo. Then there are the rank-and-file chair fillers, such as Fred from Brooklyn. I wouldn't have any problem with guys like Fred if they were just hanging out with Anthony, drinking beer, and playing cards. That is what fat 70-year-olds with diabetes should be doing. But it's embarrassing to act like a minor celebrity because you hang out with a disgraced former shock jock. It's even more embarrassing for Anthony, because the only people he lets into his inner circle are bootlickers who use their seat at the poker table as a status symbol. That is when they aren't on his payroll, of course. Obviously, this includes his girlfriends, who only tolerate his grotesqueries in exchange for a roof over their head, free booze, and replacement iPhones when they were eventually smashed during a drunken midnight tit-stomping. The most recent being the fridge-bodied Missy, who was his previous girlfriend before Anthony cheated on her, of course. From what I understand, she broke into his house, stole his credit cards, and threw some of his belongings into the litter box. Despite apparently having Missy arrested, he started dating her again after a few years. Even his family isn't exempt. Brother Joe happily admits that he gets an allowance from Anthony because of their childhood agreement. Former Opie and Anthony producer Danny Ross has claimed that Joe's checks exceed $50,000 a year. He has claimed that Anthony's sister Dawn gets a check as well. Unlike Suckramp Joe, Dawn does not act entitled to the payments though. This fittingly brings me to Danny, or as fellow chosen people know him, Daniel Ben David. What sets Danny apart from other members of Anthony's inner circle is that he appears to be the only one who has ever pushed back. Over the years, Danny has occasionally popped up on the Opie and Anthony subreddit. He would typically divulge a previously unknown tidbit or two about Anthony. This usually resulted in some kind of response from Kumia, causing the enmity between the two to grow and grow until serious allegations were being lobbed back and forth. At this point, I think I need to make two things explicitly clear. First, Danny Ross is one of the most abrasive people associated with Opie and Anthony, which is saying something. Fans of Ownday will know that he conflicted with literally everyone on the show other than Anthony. So, everything he says should be taken with a block of salt the size of the Western Wall. Second, these are all allegations. I have no proof that they're true, and I'm not claiming they're true, but one of Anthony's former friends does. In his most recent Ownday subreddit spree, Danny made multiple allegations against Anthony Kumia. Among other things, he claimed that Anthony bragged about having a sexual interaction with a 14-year-old. Danny says he was asked to make a statement, and did so. Danny also alleged that the underage sister of Opie and Anthony's show regular, Daniel Bobo Curlin, was driven to Anthony's house by convicted child rapist Jeffrey Hollander, aka Kurt Love. In part 4 of the series, I provided unequivocal evidence that Hollander and Bobo were at the very least acquaintances.
Okay, hey folks, it's your old pal Kurt Love 666. Today is Sunday, January 8th, 2012, and I got the paper right here to prove that it is today, Sunday, January 8th, 2012. There's the New York Giants on the back page, and I just wanted to let you all know that my friend Bobo is really alive. Hold on. Turn around and say hi, Daniel. Hi. He's really alive, folks, okay? All right, get back to your push.
It should be noted that whenever the hot tub incident is mentioned, Bobo and his mother Aurora immediately go silent and start blocking people. Aurora has also stated that Bobo's sister wants nothing to do with Anthony or the compound.
How come your daughter never comes in with Daniel?
Because she's working right now and she was studying abroad in school.
And probably
then she wants no part of this crap. That's what she calls it.
Oh, she doesn't like us, huh? Well, she's probably a little
Go to the
embarrassed.
studio either.
Wow. Really?
Anthony's studio. She hasn't gone.
I mean, I get that. Yeah, I get that.
But this is a topic I would like to discuss in another video. Anthony didn't appreciate Danny's allegations. The two went back and forth, with Anthony claiming that he fucked Danny's girlfriends, and Danny saying Anthony broke down into tears when Melissa Stetton threatened to leave him. But this video is already long and autistic enough that I'm not going to get into specific details. Especially when Anthony had to be a bad boy and get kicked off Twitter, destroying most of his side of the shit-flinging contest. However, I will play the audio of Anthony arguing with Danny in his drunken Queen voice.
How you doing?
Hello?
How you doing?
Better than you fucking lump of shit. Wow, you are hammered. Listen to you.
Oh, it's actually you. It's your voice. It really is you.
Destroyed fucking failure that you are.
So let's talk. What's a lie? What should we get to the bottom of? What should we get to the bottom of?
Listen to you. You can't even speak. You're incoherently drunk.
Okay, play it on your show tomorrow. I'll call in.
How's that life going, Ross? How's that life going, Ross?
It's fine.
You're a middle-aged failure now. Nothing. You got no money.
Middle's better than 3/4.
No friends. How is that going? How's that going?
It's going fine.
Huh? You know you fucked up.
How'd I fuck up, pal?
I relish in that gift.
Relish? I hate pickles.
I love it.
What am I relishing in?
It's fucking nice.
Hot dogs?
Oh, by the way, I fucked Melissa and Lauren.
I don't care. I knew it the whole time.
Anthony also threatened to sue Danny, but nothing came of it. Just like nothing came of his threat to sue Mersch, who compiled an extensive list of Anthony's deviant behavior. I know it sounds like I've taken a major detour, but I've done so for a specific reason. During his time with the Opie and Anthony show, Danny was almost universally hated by fans. Yet, as abrasive and confrontational as Danny is, he was probably the closest thing to a real friend Anthony had. If that doesn't put the rest of Anthony's whack pack into perspective, I don't know what could. In the opening lines of this series, I said we would be exploring where Anthony went wrong, and how he turned most of his fans against him. After 7 episodes, I think I've accomplished that goal. By excluding voices that were critical of him, Anthony created a safe space of superfans and yes-men, in which he heard nothing but praise. Ever since then, the safe space grew smaller and more like a cult, while Anthony became more delusional. In my opinion, delusion is the trait that characterizes the final chapter of the story. Coincidentally, the final chapter is about a book that I have already reviewed in a previous video, if you're interested in hearing some specific details about its contents. What I'm more interested in talking about here is the motivation for writing this book, and the events that surrounded its release. In recent years, Anthony has been trying to rewrite his own history, so he can transition into being Alex Jones Light. For this reason, Anthony has attempted to recontextualize many of his past actions. In his book, Anthony claims that he's not really a racist. He just plays the character of a racist because he has a reputation for being one. I'm not going to be held liable for any injuries you sustain from attempting those mental gymnastics. However, this does give you some idea of the disconnect that exists between Anthony and reality. The same disconnect that has allowed him to pretend that he wasn't taking pictures of a black woman in Times Square even though he has a history of taking pictures of black people without their consent. Permanently suspended was Anthony's official attempt to rewrite his legacy, to present himself as a legitimate broadcaster and a martyr for free speech. You know, the kind of shit Compound Media subscribers eat up on a daily basis. The problem is that Anthony started to believe the story he was telling, and believing your own hype can be incredibly dangerous. Before the book was even released, Anthony was already talking about doing a whirlwind book tour with signings in multiple cities. It may be recency bias, but Anthony's book signing is the funniest part of this entire series to me personally. It started with the announcement of Anthony's book signing at Barnes & Noble in Tribeca. Immediately, Reddit went into action by making literally 2 or 3 phone calls to the store. But there was more. A few individuals took the fight to Twitter, where they messaged the BN Tribeca Twitter account with a litany of Anthony's misdeeds. Unfortunately, it seemed as though the book signing would go off without a hitch. That's when Twitter users began to tweet at various New York groups associated with Antifa and Black Lives Matter. Okay, only 3 people actually showed up. Despite the protests being peaceful, Barnes & Noble, or Anthony, still felt the need to hire between 12 and 20 security guards. That was in addition to the 4 uniformed police officers that were dispatched, likely at Keith's request. It's unclear who exactly hired the security. The journalist documenting the protests said that it was Barnes & Noble who hired the security.
But they also have 20 security guards upstairs, with Barnes & Noble locked down around that. It's like excessive.
I'm not entirely convinced, because if Anthony didn't hire the guards, why did he hide in the lobby until he had more security waiting to escort him to his car than Hillary Clinton? The highlight of the video, by far, was Joe Kumia, who charged onto the scene like 245 pounds of flabby titty meat.
You know, that's just...
Brother, anybody have anything to say? I'm Anthony Cumia's brother. Anybody have anything to say to me?
The answer was a resounding no, but that wasn't going to stop Joe from destroying these Antifa pukes with the wit he had honed to razor sharpness through thousands of hours of posting on Facebook instead of getting his daughter to school on time.
To know both sides, you know what I mean?
Wait a second, why do you...
What's your name, sir? Sir,
why do you classify him as a white supremacist? Why?
Sir.
What has he done? What has he done to prove his white supremacy?
What's your name?
I'd love to hear.
I have the tweets right here where he used the N-word and he also called O.J. Simpson a spook.
So you're saying that speech makes you a white supremacist. You're saying that speech. No. Hold on. And then are you going to believe an 82nd Airborne veteran, 59-year-old father of 4? Or are you going to believe her?
Wow. But you're going to protect your brother no matter what. I respect that.
I will protect anyone that deserves protection.
Okay.
So that didn't really work out. Joe almost immediately turned into a stuttering mess who couldn't hold his own in an argument against a girl who had only been informed about Anthony the day before. It wasn't the Jordan Peterson debate I'm sure Joe was imagining during the drive to the bookstore. It was his People's Court appearance all over again. Ironically, I think Joe shouting about racism and white supremacy probably did more to dissuade passersby than anything the protesters could have done.
It's got nothing to do with white supremacy, and I'd like everyone to know that. This book has nothing to do with white supremacy at all. Her opinion is that my brother is a white supremacist. That's her opinion, and her opinion only. I have an opinion. He's not.
White supremacy.
How's that?
Upstairs for a book
That's
signing.
That's clear. Yeah. Very clear, sir. I thought it was. I can't be any more clear than that. Very clear. Very clear.
For book signing, call Barnes & Nobles and tell them.
I would buy you a Starbucks just to have a 5-minute conversation with you.
I'm not interested.
I didn't think you would be.
The signing itself only lasted about 20 minutes before Anthony scurried out of the building in disgrace. Joe Kumia has said that Anthony wasn't kicked out, but I'm skeptical. Joe and the protesters were driving traffic away, and the journalist who was filming the incident claimed that many of the Barnes & Noble employees were unhappy about the bookstore hosting a racist domestic abuser. The actual number of people who attended Ant's book signing is up for debate. We know that Don, Bobo, Big A, and Joe showed up to support Anthony, and we could probably take Joe out of the equation unless Anthony bought a book for him. That leaves 3. The same number of people that the protester claimed went to see Anthony during the signing.
It was in the areas, but...
Yo, there was more cops than people who showed up to get their
It was
signed.
overboard with the security and stuff, I'll admit
and he had
that.
10 cops.
Either way, the turnout was not great. I can only imagine it was far below expectations. This picture of Anthony from inside the bookstore says it all. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, which you could easily write with one Sharpie. I talked about delusion earlier, and I can't think of a better visual representation of Anthony's delusion than those fucking Sharpies. 2 Sharpies is understandable, because there is always a chance one of them could malfunction, and you want to bring a backup. But 4 Sharpies? That is preposterous. There is actually a strong possibility that Anthony had more Sharpies at his book signing than fans. So, let's try to put all of this in perspective. At Anthony's book signing, there was one journalist who, no joke, was asking people for money to pay for his data plan. There were 2 shirts, 3 protesters who found out the day before, 3 to 4 books signed, which may in fact have been Anthony's entourage, 4 cops, and between 10 and 20 private security guards, depending on who you believe. Not long after the disastrous book signing, Anthony went on a promotional tour of popular podcasts. But I don't think they're even worth discussing in detail. The only highlight of the trip to LA was Anthony using a scooter to hunt for male prostitutes in West Hollywood. His appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience was so boring that it didn't make it into the year in review. I don't think anyone expected Rogan to go 60 minutes on Scoot's Kumia, but there was always a faint hope that maybe Anthony would say something crazy. I can't blame him for keeping it mild. This was his last chance of attracting any new subscribers to Compound Media, and I don't think Keith was going to let him go off the rails. Honestly though, it might have been better if he had. Not just for my own personal amusement, but for the growth of Compound Media. I know Joe Rogan was so addicted to Quake that he had a T1 line installed in his house in the 90s, but is anybody going to subscribe to Anthony's network because he and Joe talked about video games for 3 hours? At least if he did something batshit crazy, it might have drawn a little attention to him. This honestly seems like Anthony's last hurrah. He was able to secure these appearances mainly due to the fact that guys like Joe and Bert were huge fans, but they are among the last people willing to give Anthony a helping hand. Almost everyone else has distanced themselves from Kumia due to his reputation. His status with Sirius has put his spot on the Chip Chipperson podcast in question, and he's even being banned by comedy clubs. With his avenues for exposure shrinking by the day, I can't picture Anthony going anywhere but further and further into obscurity. When I set out to tell this story 8 months ago, my goal was to document a moment in internet history that I thought was too funny and bizarre to be forgotten. I wanted to cover the series of events that led the Opie and Anthony subreddit to completely turn on Anthony, but the story I was telling quickly developed into something a lot bigger than I originally planned. Even during the period that I was working on the documentary, more and more events were unfolding, some of which I just wasn't able to fit into the documentary at any given point. For instance, it was discovered that Sue Lightning and Anthony were friends on Venmo. If I wanted to keep this series going, it wouldn't be difficult to make another 3 episodes or more just for the sake of it. But I'm a firm believer that it's better to leave people wanting a little more. Besides, I think we've essentially come to the end of the story that inspired me to make this documentary in the first place. With Anthony behind a paywall and no longer active on Twitter, open conflict with Reddit has practically come to a halt. There was an interesting period towards the end of 2018 where the subreddit discovered Cameo, a website that allows you to buy shoutouts.
All girls just want to have. Hey, are you done? I'm practicing for our karaoke this weekend. Oh, yes, we're doing karaoke this weekend. I forgot. You know, Nana really likes karaoke, too. Oh, so do I. What's your favorite song, Nana? Mine is Girls Just Want to Have Fun. I could see you're very good at it. I usually sing show tunes when I go. Yeah, you're coming, right? Yeah, I'm coming with you. I've got some photography to do. Hey, that's so cool. You have so much in common with Nana. Yes, I do. Although I don't drink Bud Light or shoot guns. But I think that's pretty neat that you do that. Yeah, that you guys have the same, good friend. My good friend Sue, yes, she also has a good friend named Sue. There was once a boy named Sue. A boy named Sue? Yeah, there's a song about it. I don't think I know that song. Anyway, I just wanted to send you a quick message, Nana. I hope you have a great weekend. Maybe you can do some of the cool stuff like karaoke or photography that I like to do. Or go shoot some beer cans when you're done drinking. Oh, or that. Yeah, and one last thing. Well, what is it? Feed Nana! Feed Nana? Yeah! Okay, bye, Nana.
Other than a few more highlights sprinkled here and there, the war between Anthony Kumia and the Opie and Anthony subreddit seems to have cooled off. But with such an obsessive and brutal fan base, I don't think the war will ever truly end. After meditating on the story of Anthony Cumia for as long as I have, the greatest impression I have been left with is how sad it is. I know his fans will tell me that I'm just jealous of Anthony because he's a millionaire who lives in a mansion, fucks hot chicks, and owns a successful media empire, among the many other things they tell themselves so they can continue to live vicariously through his life. But I think even they are starting to have their doubts. Anthony threw away an amazing career because he couldn't stop being racist on Twitter. Then he doubled down and attempted to start his own podcast network. Compound Media was supposed to be his legacy, but it's been a monumental disaster that only gets worse with time. You would need to be extremely generous with subscriber estimates for Anthony to be making anywhere near the amount of money he was making at Sirius. His book also appears to be a bit of a flop, and it was impressive how quickly the notion of a book tour evaporated after the first book signing, which only adds to the idea that it was a massive failure. One half of his remaining family members is a leech who trashes Anthony on Reddit with alt accounts. He has no real friends because he can't handle criticism or being uncomfortable. At the same time, he can't be alone with his own thoughts, so he filled his life with the illusion of human interaction, one-dimensional relationships, karaoke, video games, and drinking. Lots of drinking. When there isn't something to distract him from the isolation of his life, it must be incredibly lonely. Occasionally, when he can't maintain the fake laughter or the forced smile, you get a glimpse at the man behind the mask. He looks beaten down, not by the Opie and Anthony subreddit or the PC police, by the weight of his own decisions. Until the day he dies, Anthony will blame other people for his mistakes. While you can lie to everyone else, you can never truly lie to yourself. In those quiet moments, where there is no karaoke or video games to distract him from his idle thoughts, he knows that every problem in his life was self-inflicted. As always, I want to thank you for watching the video, as well as liking and subscribing. I know it is the ultimate YouTube cliche, but your support has helped me tremendously. Watching my channel grow, in large part because of this series, has been a huge motivator to keep going. Really, I can't thank you guys enough. And of course, I want to give a special thank you to my supporters on Patreon. So, thank you. Unfortunate Mishap, Lara Williams, Adam Carey, SF69er, William Tetley, Ryan Kyo, Jeff Carpenter, Zippy, Dan Frank, Taylor, Marmalade Bot, Mo Dowd, Sam Keene, Kevin Howard, Danny from the Show, Jackie, Jack, Todd World Peace, Bones CK, James Taylor, and Irina Volkova.